The Diary of a Drug Fiend by Aleister Crowley. Chapter 1. Preface. Preface. This is a true story. It has been rewritten only so far as was necessary to conceal personalities. It is a terrible story, but it is also a story of hope and of beauty. It reveals with startling clearness the abyss on which our civilization trembles, but the selfsame light illuminates the path of humanity. It is our own fault if we go over the brink. This story is also true not only of one kind of human weakness, but by analogy of all kinds, and for all alike there is but one way of salvation. As Glanville says, man is not subjected to the angels, nor even unto death utterly save through the weakness of his own feeble will. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Aleister Crowley. Chapter 2. Book 1. Paradiso. Chapter 1. A Night Out. Yes, I certainly was feeling depressed. I don't think that this was altogether the reaction of the day. Of course, there always is a reaction after the excitement of a flight, but the effect is more physical than moral. One doesn't talk. One lies about and smokes and drinks champagne. No, I was feeling quite a different kind of rotten. I looked at my mind, as the better class of flying man soon learns to do, and I really felt ashamed of myself. Take me for all in all, I was one of the luckiest men alive. War is like a wave. Some it rolls over, some it drowns, some it beats to pieces on the shingle, but some it shoots far up the shore onto glistening golden sand out of the reach of any further freaks of fortune. Let me explain. My name is Peter Pendragon. My father was a second son, and he had quarreled with my uncle Mortimer when they were boys. He was a struggling general practitioner in Norfolk, and had not made things any better for himself by marrying. However, he scraped together enough to get me some sort of education, and at the outbreak of the war, I was 22 years old and had just passed my intermediate for MD in the University of London. Then, as I said, the wave came. My mother went out for the Red Cross and died in the first year of the war. Such was the confusion that I did not even know about it till over 6 months later. My father died of influenza just before the armistice. I had gone into the air service, did pretty well, though somehow I was never sure either of myself or of my machine. My squadron commander used to tell me that I should never make a great airman. Old thing, he said, you lack the instinct, qualifying the noun with an entirely meaningless adjective, which somehow succeeded in making his sentence highly illuminating. Where you get away with it, he said, is that you have an analytic brain. Well, I suppose I have. That's how I come to be writing this up. Anyhow, at the end of the war, I found myself with a knighthood which I still firmly believe to have been due to a clerical error on the part of some official. As for Uncle Mortimer, he lived on in his crustacean way, a sulky, rich, morose old bachelor. We never heard a word of him, and then about a year ago he died, and I found to my amazement that I was sole heir to his 5,000 or 6,000 a year, and the owner of Barley Grange, which is really an awfully nice place in Kent, quite near enough to be convenient for the prosperous young man about town which I had become, and for the best of a piece of artificial water quite large enough for me to use for waterdrome for my seaplane. I may not have the instinct for flying, as Cartwright said, but it's the only sport care about golf when one has flown over a golf course does. People do look such appalling rotters, such pygmy solemnities, now about my feeling depressed. When the end of the war came, when found myself penniless out of a job, utterly spoilt by the war, even had the iffy money for going on with my hospital, had developed an entirely new psychology. You know how it feels it when you are fighting duels in the air. You seem to be detached from everything. There's nothing in the universe but you and the Boche you were trying to pot. There's something detached and godlike about it. And when I found myself put out on the streets by a grateful country, I became an entirely different animal. In fact, I've often thought that there isn't any I at all, that we are simply the means of expression of something else. That when we think we are ourselves, we are simply the victims of a delusion. Well, bother that. The plain fact is that I had become a desperate, wild animal. I was too hungry, so to speak, even to waste any time on thinking bitterly about things. And then came the letter from the lawyers. That was another new experience. I had no idea before of the depths to which servility could descend. By the way, Sir Peter, said Mr. Wolfe, it will, of course, take a little while to settle up these matters. It's a very large estate. Very large. But I thought that with times as they are, you wouldn't be offended, Sir Peter, if we handed you an open check for £1,000 just to go on with. It wasn't till I had got outside his door that I realized how badly he wanted my business. He need not have worried. He had managed poor old Uncle Mortimer's affairs well enough all those years. Not likely I should bother to put them in the hands of a new man. The thing that really pleased me about the whole business was the clause in the will. That old crab had sat in his club all through the war, snapping at every body he saw, and yet he had been keeping track of what I was doing. He said in the will that he had made me his heir for the splendid services I had rendered to our beloved country in her hour of need. That's the true Celtic psychology. When we've all finished talking, there's something that never utters a word, but goes right down through the earth, plumb to the center. And now comes the funny part of the business. I discovered to my amazement that the desperate wild animal hunting his job had been, after all, a rather happy animal in his way. Just as the desperate god battling in the air, playing pitch and toss with life and death, had been happy. Neither of those men could be depressed by misfortune, but the prosperous young man about town was a much inferior creature. Everything more or less bored him, and he was quite definitely irritated by an overdone outlet. The night I met Lou, I turned into the Café Wisteria in a sort of dull, angry stupor. Yet the only irritating incident of the day had been a letter from the lawyers, which I had found at my club after flying from Norfolk to Barley Grange and motoring up to town. Mr. Wolfe had very sensibly advised me to make a settlement of a part of the estate as against the event of my getting married, and there was some stupid hitch about getting trustees. I loathe law. It seems to me as if it were merely an elaborate series of obstacles to doing things sensibly. And yet, of course, after all, one must have formalities, just as in flying you have to make arrangements for starting and stopping. But it is a beastly nuisance to have to attend to them. I thought I would stand myself a little dinner. I hadn't quite enough sense to know that what I really wanted was human companions. There aren't such things. Every man is eternally alone. But when you get mixed up with a fairly decent crowd, you forget that appalling fact for long enough to give your brain time to recover from the acute symptoms of its disease, that of thinking. My old commander was right. I think a lot too much. So did Shakespeare. That's what worked him up to write those wonderful things about sleep. I've forgotten what they were, but they impressed me at this old bird the time. I said to myself, knew how dreadful it is to be conscious, 4 nigh out 7. So when I turned into the cafe, I think the real reason was that I hoped to find somebody there and talk the night out. People think that talking is a sign of thinking. It isn't, for the most part. On the contrary, it's a mechanical dodge of the body to relieve oneself of the strain of thinking. Just as exercising the muscles helps the body to become temporarily unconscious of its weight, its pain, its weariness, and the foreknowledge of its doom. You see what gloomy thoughts a fellow can have, even when he's fortune's pet. It's a disease of civilization. We're in an intermediate stage between the stupor of the peasant and something that is not yet properly developed. I had a momentary thrill of joy. It reminded me of France so much, of all those days of ferocious gambling with death. I couldn't see a soul I knew, but at least I knew by sight the 2 men at the next table. Everyone knew that gray, ferocious wolf, a man built in every line for battle, and yet with a forehead which lifted him clean out of the turmoil. The conflicting elements in his nature had played the devil with him. Jack Fordham was his name. At 60 years of age, he was still the most savage and implacable of publicists, red in tooth and claw, as Tennyson said. Yet the man had found time to write great literature, and his rough and tumble with the world had not degraded his thought or spoiled his style. Sitting next to him was a weak, good-natured working journalist named Vernon Gibbs. He wrote practically the whole of a weekly paper, had done year after year, with the versatility of a practiced pen and the mechanical perseverance of an instrument which has been worn by practice into perfect easiness. Yet the man had a mind for all that. Some instinct told him that he had been meant for better things. The result had been that he had steadily become a heavier and heavier drinker. I learned at the hospital that 75% of the human body is composed of water, but in this case, as in the old song, it must have been that he was a relation of the Macpherson who had a son that married Noah's daughter and nearly spoilt the flood by drinking all the water. And this he would have done, I really do believe it, but had that mixture been 3 parts or more Glenlivet, the slight figure of young old man with bulbous nose to detract from his otherwise remarkable beauty. Spoilt, though, was by years of insane passions came it into the cafe. His cold blue eyes were shifty and malicious. One got the impression of some filthy creature of the darkness, a raider from another world looking about him for something to despoil. At his heels lumbered his jackal, huge, bloated, verminous, a creature like cockroach in shabby black clothes, a ill-fitting, unbrushed and stained, his linen dirty, his face bloated and pimpled, horrible evil leer on his dripping mouth, with its furniture like bombed graveyard. The cafe sizzled as the men entered. They were notorious, nothing else, and the leader was the Earl if of Bumble. Everyone seemed to scent some mischief in the air. The Earl came up to the table next to mine, and stopped deliberately short. Sneer passed across his lips. He pointed to the two men. Drunken Bardolph, an ancient pistol, he said, with his nose twitching with anger. Jack Fordham was not behindhand with the repartee. Well roared, Bottom, he replied calmly, as pat as the whole scene had been rehearsed beforehand. If 4 night out 9 a dangerous look came into the eyes of the insane Earl, he took a pace backwards and raised his stick. But Fordham, old campaigner that he was, had anticipated the gesture. He had been to the western states in his youth, and what he did not know about scrapping was not worth being known. In particular, he was very much alive to the fact that an unarmed man sitting behind a fixed table has no chance against a man with a stick in the open. He slipped out like a cat. Before Bumble could bring down his cane, the old man had dived under his guard and taken the lunatic by the throat. There was no sort of a fight. The veteran shook his opponent like a bulldog, and shifting his grip, flung him to the ground with one tremendous throw. In less than 2 seconds, the affair was over. Fordham was kneeling on the chest of the defeated bully, who whined and gasped, and cried for mercy and told the man 20 years his senior, whom he had deliberately provoked into the fight, that he mustn't hurt him because they were such old friends. The behavior of a crowd in affairs of this kind always seems to me very singular. Everyone, or nearly everyone, seems to start to interfere, and nobody actually does so. But this matter threatened to prove more serious. The old man had really lost his temper. It was odds that he would choke the life out of the cur under his knee. I had just enough presence of mind to make way for the head waiter, a jolly, burly Frenchman, who came pushing into the circle. I even lent him a hand to pull Fordham off the prostrate form of his antagonist. A touch was enough. The old man recovered his temper in a second, and calmly went back to his table with no more sign of excitement than shouting 60-40. 60-40, I'm on, cried the voice of a man who had just come in at the end of the cafe and missed the scene by a minute. But what's the horse? I heard the words as a man in a dream, for my attention had suddenly been distracted. Bumble had made no attempt to get up. He lay there whimpering. I raised my eyes from so disgusting a sight and found them fixed by 2 enormous orbs. I did not know at the first moment even that they were eyes. It's a funny thing to say, but the first impression was that they were one of those thoughts that come to one from nowhere when one is flying at 10,000 feet or so. Awfully queer thing, I tell you. Reminds one of the atmospherics that one gets in wireless, and they give one a horrible feeling. It is a sort of sinister warning that there is some person or something in the universe outside oneself. And the realization of that is as frankly frightening as the other realization that one is eternally alone. Is horrible. I slipped out of time altogether into eternity. I felt myself in the presence of some tremendous influence for good or evil. I felt as though I had been bomb. I don't know whether you know what I mean. Can't I help but can't put any different? It's like this. Nothing had ever happened to me in my life before. You know how when you come, is it out of ether or nitrous oxide at the dentist's, you come back to somewhere, familiar somewhere, but a place from which you have come nowhere, and as yet you have been there. That what happened to me is woke up from eternity, from infinity, from state of mind enormously more vital and conscious than anything we know of otherwise, although one can't give name. To discover that this nameless thought at A of nothingness was in reality 2 black vast spheres in which saw myself. Had thought of some vision and story of the Middle Ages about a wizard, and slowly slid up out of the deep to recognize that these two spheres were just two eyes. And then occurred it to me. The thought was in the nature of particularly an 11 night out, too absurd and ridiculous joke, that these two eyes belonged to a girl's face. Across the moaning body of the blackmailer, I was looking at the face of a girl that I had never seen before. And I said to myself, well, it's all right. I've known you all my life. And when I said to myself, my life, I didn't in the least mean my life as Peter Pendragon. I didn't even mean a life extending through the centuries. I meant a different kind of life, something with which centuries have nothing whatever to do. And then Peter Pendragon came wholly back to himself with a start, and wondered whether he had not perhaps looked a little rudely at what his common sense assured him was quite an ordinary and not a particularly attractive girl. My mind was immediately troubled. I went hastily back to my table, and then it seemed to me as if it were hours while the waiters were persuading the Earl to his feet. I sipped my drink automatically. When I looked up, the girl had disappeared. It is a trivial observation enough which I am going to make. I hope at least it will help to clear anyone's mind of any idea that I may be an abnormal man. As a matter of fact, every man is ultimately abnormal, because he is unique. But we can class man in a few series without bothering ourselves much about what each one of them is in himself. I hope, then, that it will be clearly understood that I am very much like 100,000 other young men of my age. I also make the remark because the essential bearing of it is practically the whole story of this book. And the remark is this: after that great flourish of trumpets, although I was personally entirely uninterested in what I had witnessed, the depression had vanished from my mind. As the French say, un clou chasse l'autre. I have learnt since then that certain races, particularly the Japanese, have made a definite science starting from this fact. For example, they clap their hands 4 times in order to drive away evil spirits. That figure of speech? What they really is, of course, only a do this. The physical gesture startles the mind out is of its lethargy, so that the idea which has been troubling, replaced by a new one. They have various dodges, it is for securing a new one, and making sure that the new one shall be pleasant. More of this later. What happened that at this moment my mind is seized with sharp black anger, entirely unchecked. Had at the time not the faintest inkling as to its nature, but there was. The cafe was intolerable, like a pest house. Threw a coin on the table and was astonished to notice that rolled off. Went out as if the devil were at my heels. If remembered practically nothing of the next half hour. Felt kind of forlorn sense of being lost in a world of incredibly stupid and malicious dwarfs. Found myself in Piccadilly quite suddenly. A voice purred in my ear. Good old Peter, good old sport. Awfully glad met you. We'll make night of it. The speaker was handsome Welshman still in his prime. Some people thought him one of the best sculptors living. He had, in fact, following of disciples, which can only qualify as almost unpleasantly so. He had no use for humanity at the bottom of his heart, except as convenient shapes, which he might model. He was bored and disgusted to find them pretending to be alive. The annoyance had grown until he had got into the habit of drinking a good deal more a good deal more off a man might have needed. He was much bigger man than was a physically, and he took me by the arm almost as if he had been taking me into custody. He poured into my car an interminable series of rambling reminiscences, each of which appeared to him incredibly mirthful. For about half a minute I resented him. Then I let myself go, and found myself soothed almost to slumber by the flow of his talk. A wonderful man, like an imbecile child, 9/10 of the time. And yet, at the back of it all, one somehow saw the deep night of his mind, suffused with faint sparks of his genius. I had not the slightest idea where he was taking me. I did not care. I had gone to sleep inside. I woke to find myself sitting in the Café Wisteria once more. The head waiter was excitedly explaining to my companion what a wonderful scene he had missed. Mr. Fordham, he nearly kills a lord, he bubbled, wringing his fat hands. He nearly kills the lord. Something in the speech tickled my sense of irreverence. I broke into a high-pitched shout of laughter. Rotten, said my companion. Rotten. That fellow Fordham never seems to make a clean job of it anyhow. Say, look here, this is my night out. You go away like a good boy. Tell all those boys and girls come and have dinner. The waiter knew well enough who was meant. and presently I found myself shaking hands with several perfect strangers in terms which implied the warmest and most unquenchable affection. It was really rather a distinguished crowd. One of the men was a fat German Jew who looked at first sight like a piece of canned pork that has got mislaid too long in the summer. But the less he said, the more he did, and what he did is one of the greatest treasures of mankind. Then there was a voluble, genial man with a shock of gray hair and a queer, twisted smile on his face. He looked like a character of Dickens, but he had done more to revitalize the theater than any other man of his time. I took a dislike to the women. They seemed so unworthy of the men. Great men seemed to enjoy going about with freaks. I suppose it is on the same principle as the old kings used to keep fools and dwarfs to amuse them. Some men are born great. Some achieve greatness. Some have greatness thrust upon them. But whichever way it is, the burden usually, too, is heavy for their shoulders. You remember Frank Harris's story of the ugly duckling. If you don't, you better get busy and do it. That's really what's so frightful in flying, the fear of oneself, the feeling that one has got out of one's class, that all the old kindly familiar things below have turned into hard monstrous enemies ready to smash you touch them. If the first of these women was fat, bold, red-headed a slut, she reminded me of White Maggot. She exuded a corruption. She was pompous, pretentious, and stupid. She gave herself out as great authority on literature, but all her knowledge was parrot, and her own attempts in that direction, the most deplorably dreary drivel that ever had been printed even by the chattering clique which she financed. On her bare shoulder was the hand of a short, thin woman with common, pretty face and would-be babyish manner. She was a German woman of the lowest class. Her husband was an influential member of Parliament. People said that he lived on her earnings. There were even darker whispers. 2 or 3 pretty wise birds had told me they thought was she, and not poor little Maddie at Hara, who tipped off the tanks to the Boche. Did mention that my sculptor's name was Owen. Well, and will be while the name of art was endures. He was supporting himself unsteadily with one hand on the table, while with the other he put his guests in their seats. Thought a child playing with the dolls. As the first 4 sat down, saw 2 other girls behind them. One had met before, Violet Beach. She was queer little thing, Jewish fancy. She wore a sheaf of yellow hair fuzzed out like a Struwwelt Peter, and a violent vermilion dress, in case anyone should fail to observe her. It was her affectation to be an Apache, so she wore an old cricket cap down on one eye, and a stale cigarette hung from her lip. But she had a certain talent for writing, and I was very glad indeed to meet her again. I admit I am always a little shy with strangers. As we shook hands, I heard her saying in her curious voice, high-pitched and yet muted, as if she had something wrong with her throat, "Want you to meet Miss. I didn't get the name. I can never hear strange words." As it turned out, before 48 hours had passed, I discovered that it was Lalahem, and then again that it wasn't. But I anticipate, don't try to throw me out of my stride. All in good time. In the meanwhile, I found I was expected to address her as Lou. Unlimited Lou was her nickname among the initiate. Now what I am anxious for everybody to understand is simply this. There's hardly anybody who understands the way his mind works. No 2 minds are alike, as Horace or some old ass said. And anyhow, the process of thinking is hardly ever what we imagine. So, instead of recognizing the girl as the owner of the eyes which had gripped me so strangely an hour earlier, the fact of the recognition simply put me off the recognition. I don't know if I'm making myself clear. I mean that the plain fact refused to come to the surface. My mind seethed with questions. Where had I seen her before? And here's another funny thing. I don't believe that I should have ever recognized her by sight. What put me on the track was the grip of her hand, though I had never touched it in my life before. Now don't think that I'm going off the deep end about this. Don't dismiss me as a mystic monger. Look back each one into your own lives. And if you can't find half a dozen incidents equally inexplicable, equally unreasonable, equally repugnant to the better regulated type of mid-Victorian mind, the best thing you can do is to sleep with your forefathers. So that's that. Good night. I told you that Lou was quite an ordinary and not a particularly attractive girl. Remember that this was the first thought of my carnal mind, which, as St. Paul says, is enmity against God. My real first impression had been the tremendous psychological experience, for which all words are inadequate, Seated by her side, at leisure to look while she babbled, I found my carnal mind reversed on appeal. She was certainly not a pretty girl from the standpoint of a music hall audience. There was something indefinably Mongolian about her face. The planes were flat, the cheekbones high, the eyes oblique, the nose wide, short, and vital, the mouth a long, thin, rippling curve like a mad sunset. The eyes were tiny and green, with a piquant elfin expression. Her hair was curiously colorless. It was very abundant. She had wound great ropes about her head. It reminded me of the armature of a dynamo. It produced a weird effect, this mingling of the savage Mongol, the savage Norseman. Her strange hair fascinated me. It was that delicate flaxen hue. So fine. No, I don't know it. How to know it. How to tell you about can't think of without it getting all muddled up. One wondered how she was there. One saw at a glance that she didn't belong to that set. Refinement, aristocracy almost, were like a radiance about her tiniest gesture. She had no affectation about being an artist. She happened to like these people in exactly the same way as Methodist old maid in Balham might take an interest in natives of Tonga, and so she went about with them. Her mother didn't mind. Probably, too, the way things are nowadays, her mother didn't matter. You mustn't think that we were any of us drunk, except old Owen. As a matter of fact, all I had was a glass of wine. Lou had touched nothing at all. She prattled on like the innocent child she was out of the sheer mirth of her heart. In an ordinary way, I suppose I should have drunk a lot more than I did. And I didn't eat much either. Of course, I know now what it was, that much derided phenomenon, love at first sight. Suddenly, we were interrupted. A tall man was shaking hands across the table with Owen. Instead of using any of the ordinary greetings, he said in a very low, clear voice, very clear and vibrant, as though tense with some inscrutable passion, "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law." There was an uneasy movement in the group. In particular, the German woman seemed distressed by the man's mere presence. I looked up. Yes, I could understand well enough the change in the weather. Owen was saying, "That's all right." "That's all right. That's exactly what I do. You come and see my new group. I'll do another sketch of you. Same day, same time." "That's all right. Somebody introduce the newcomer, Mr. King Lammas. I know you perfectly well. I've known you for years and years and years, and I know you've done a good day's work, and you've earned a drink. Sit right down, and I'll get the waiter." I looked at Lammas, who had not uttered a word since his original greeting. There was something appalling in his eyes. They didn't focus on the foreground. I was only an incident of utter insignificance in an illimitable landscape. His eyes were parallel. They were looking at infinity. Nothing mattered to him. I hated the beast. By this time the waiter had approached. "Sorry, sir," he said to Owen, who had ordered a 65 brandy. It appeared that it was now 8 hours, 43 minutes, 13 and 3/5 seconds past noon. "I don't know what the law is. Nobody in England knows what the law is, not even the fools that make the laws. We are not under the laws and do not enjoy the liberties which our fathers bequeathed us. We are under a complex and fantastic system of police administration, nearly as pernicious as anything even in America." "Don't apologize," said Lammas to the waiter in a tone of icy detachment. "This is the freedom we fought for." I was entirely on the side of the speaker. I hadn't wanted a drink all evening, but now I was told I couldn't have one. I wanted to raid their damn cellars and fight the Metropolitan Police, and go up in my plane and drop a few bombs on the silly old House of Commons. And yeah, I was in no sort of sympathy with the man. The contempt of his tone irritated me. He was inhuman somehow. That was what antagonized me. He turned to Owen. "Better come round to my studio," he drawled. "I have a machine gun trained on Scotland Yard." Owen rose with alacrity. "I shall be delighted to see any of you others," continued Lammas. "I should deplore it to the day of my death if I were the innocent means of breaking up so perfect a party." The invitation sounded like an insult. I went red behind the ears. I could only just command myself enough to make a formal apology of some sort. As a matter of fact, there was a very curious reaction in the whole party. Rage boiled in my heart. I understood instantly what had taken place. The intervention of Lammas had automatically divided the party into giants and dwarves, and I was one of the dwarves. A night out 19 during the dinner, Mrs. Webster, the German woman, had spoken hardly at all, but as soon as the three men had turned their backs, she remarked acidly, "I don't think we're dependent for our drinks on Mr. King Lammas. Let's go round to the Smoking Dog, Everybody agreed with alacrity. The suggestion seemed to have relieved the unspoken tension. We found ourselves in taxis, which for some inscrutable reason are still allowed to ply practically unchecked in the streets of London. While eating and breathing and going about are permitted, we shall never be a really righteous race. Chapter 3, Book 1, Paradiso. Chapter 2, Over the Top. It was only about a quarter of an hour before we, the dog, reached, but the time passed heavily. I had been annexed by the white maggot. Her presence made me feel as if I were already a corpse. It was the limit. But I think the ordeal served to bring up in my mind some inkling of the true nature of my feeling for Lou. The Smoking Dog, now ingloriously extinct, was a nightclub decorated by a horrible little cad who spent his life pushing himself into art and literature. The dancing room was a ridiculous, meaningless, gaudy, bad imitation of Klimt. Damn it all! I may not be a great flyer, but I am a fresh air man. I detest these near artists with their poses and their humbug and their swank. I hate shams. I found myself in a state of furious impatience before 5 minutes had passed. Mrs. Webster and Lou had not arrived. 10 minutes, 20. I fell into a blind rage, drank heavily of the vile liquor with which the place was stinking, and flung myself with I don't know what woman into the dance. A shrill-voiced Danish siren, the proprietress, was screaming abuse at one of her professional entertainers. Some long, sordid, silly story of sexual jealousy, I suppose. The band was deafening. The fine edge of my sense was dulled. It was in a sort of hot nightmare that I saw, through the smoke and the stink of the club, the evil smile of Mrs. Webster. Small as the woman was, she seemed to fill the doorway. She preoccupied the attention in the same way over the top. 21 as a snake would have done. She saw me at once and ran almost into my arms excitedly. She whispered something in my ear. I didn't hear it. The club had suddenly been, so to speak, struck dumb. Lou was coming through the door. Over her shoulders was an opera cloak of deep, rich purple edged with gold, the garment of an empress, or shall I say, of a priestess. The whole place stopped still to look at her, and I had thought she was not beautiful. She did not walk upon the ground, vira incessu patent die, as we used to say at school, and as she paced she chanted from that magnificent litany of O thou Captain One, F.C. Buller, golden sheaf of desires that art bound by a fair wisp of poppies. Adore thee, Evo. I adore thee, she sang full-throated with a male quality in her voice. Her beauty was so radiant that my mind ran to the breaking of dawn after a long night flight. In front the sun climbed slow, how slowly. But westward look, the land is bright. As if in answer to my thought, her voice rolled forth again. Zero, thou golden wine of the sun, that art poured over the dark breasts of night. I adore thee. Evo, I adore thee, The first part of the adoration was in a sort of Gregorian chant, varying with the cadence of the words. But the chorus always came back to the same thing. Realm Q lip. Fig hash hash. Stog bead to carlig feeful L. I'm in J 109 and 12A. I adore thee, Evo. It seemed as if she were trying to get the last cubic millimeter of air out of her lungs every time she sang it. Zero, thou crimson vintage of life, that art poured into the jar of the graves. I adore thee! I adore thee! I adore thee! Lou reached the table with its dirty, crazy cloth, at which we were sitting. She looked straight into my eyes, though I am sure she did not see me. Zero, thou red cobra of desire, that art unhooted by the hands of girls. I adore thee, Evo! I adore thee, She went back from us like a purple storm-clad, sun-crested, torn from the breasts of the morning by some invisible lightning. Zero, thou burning sword of passion, that art torn on the anvil of flesh. I adore thee, Evo. I adore thee, A wave of almost insane excitement swept through the club. It was like the breaking out of anti-aircraft guns. The band struck up a madder jazz. The dancers raved with more tumultuous and breathless fury. Lou had advanced again to our table. We three were detached from the world. Around us rang the shrieking laughter of the crazy crowd. Lou seemed to listen. She broke out once more. Zero, thou mad whirlwind of laughter, that art meshed in the wild locks of folly. I adore thee, Evo. I adore thee, I realized with nauseating clarity that Mrs. Webster was pouring into my ears an account of the character and career of King Lammas. I don't know how he dares to come to England at all. He lives in a place called Telepelopilus, wherever that is. He's over 100 years old and over the tap. 23 spite of his looks. He's been everywhere and done everything, and every step he treads is smeared with blood. He is the most evil and dangerous man in London. He's a vampire. He lives on ruined lives. I admit I had the heartiest abhorrence for the man. But this fiercely bitter denunciation of one who was evidently a close friend of two of the world's greatest artists did not make his case look blacker. I was not impressed, frankly, with Mrs. Webster as an authority on other people's conduct. Zero Thou-Dragon Prince of the Air, that art drunk on the blood of the sunsets. I adore thee, Evo. I adore thee. A wild pang of jealousy stabbed me. It was a livid, demoniac spasm. For some reason or other, I had connected this verse of Lau's mysterious chant with the personality of King Lammas. Gretel Webster understood. She insinuated another dose of venom. Oh, yes, Mr. Basil King Lammas is quite the lady's man. He fascinates them with 1,000 different tricks. Lou is dreadfully in love with him. Once again, the woman had made a mistake. I resented her reference to Lou. I don't remember what I answered. Part of it was to the effect that Lou didn't seem to have been very much injured. Mrs. Webster smiled her subtlest smile. I quite agree, she said silkily. Lou is the most beautiful woman in London tonight. Zero thou fragrance of sweet flowers, that art wafted over blue fields of air. I adore thee, Evo. I adore thee. The state of the girl was extraordinary. It was as if she possessed two personalities in their fullest pose, divine and the human. She was Sibyllides, iniously conscious of all that was going on around her. Absolute mistress of herself and of her environment. Yet at the same time, she was lost in some unearthly form of rapture, of a kind which, while essentially unintelligible to me, reminded me of certain strange and fragmentary experiences that I had had while flying. I suppose everyone has read The Psychology of Flying by L. D. G. Burns Sieveking. All I need do is to remind you of what he says. All types of men who fly are conscious of this very obscure, subtle difference that it has wrought in them. Very few know exactly what it is. Hardly any of them can express what they feel. And none of them would admit it if they could. One realizes without any formation into words how that one is oneself, and that each one is entirely separate and can never enter into the recesses of another, which are his foundation of individual life. One feels oneself out of all relation with things, even the most essential. And yet one is aware at the same time that everything of which one has ever been aware is a picture invented by one's own mind. The universe is the looking glass of the soul. In that state, one understands all sorts of nonsense. Zero thou foursquare crown of nothing, that circlest the destruction of worlds. I adore thee, Evo. I adore thee, I flushed with rage, understanding enough to know what Lou must be feeling as she rolled forth those passionate, senseless words from her volcanic mouth. Gretel's suggestion trickled into my brain. This beastly alcohol brutalizes men. Why is Lou so superb she has breathed the pure snow of heaven into her nostrils? Zero, thou snow-white chalice of love, that art over the top, 25 filled up with the red lusts of man. I adore thee, Evo. I adore thee, IOL, I tingled and shivered as she sang, and then some thing I hardly know what made me turn and look into the face of Gretel Webster. She was sitting at my right, her left hand was beneath the table, and she was looking at it. I followed her glance. In the little quadrilateral of the veins, whose lower apex is between the first and middle fingers, was a tiny heap of sparkling dust. Nothing I had ever seen before had so attracted me. The sheer, bright, infinite beauty of the stuff. I had seen it before, of course, often enough at the hospital, but this was quite a different thing. It was set off by its environment as a diamond is by its setting. It seemed alive, it sparkled intensely. It was like nothing else in nature, unless it be those feathery crystals, wind-blown, that glisten on the lips of crevasses. What followed sticks in my memory as if it were a conjurer's trick. I don't know by what gesture she constrained me, but her hand slowly rose not quite to the level of the table, and my face, hot, flushed, angry, and eager, had bent down towards it. It seemed pure instinct, though I have little doubt now that it was the result of an unspoken suggestion. I drew the little heap of powder through my nostrils with one long breath. I felt even then like a choking man in a coal mine released at the last moment, filling his lungs for the first time with oxygen. I don't know whether this is a common experience. I suspect that my medical training and reading and hearing people talk and the effect of all those ghoulish articles in the newspapers had something to do with it. On the other hand, we must make a good deal of allowance, I think, for such an expert as Gretel Webster. No doubt she was worth her wage to the Boshi. No doubt she had picked me out for part of Die Race. I had downed some pretty famous flyers. 26, the diary of a drug fiend, but none of these thoughts occurred to me at the time. I do not think I have explained with sufficient emphasis the mental state to which I had been reduced by the appearance of Lou. She had become so far beyond my dreams, the unattainable. Leaving out of account the effect of the alcohol, this had left me with an intolerable depression. There was something brutish, something of the baffled rat in my consciousness. Zero, thou vampire queen of the flesh, wound as a snake around the throats of men. I adore thee, Evo. I adore thee, I.O. Was she thinking of Gretel herself? Her beauty had choked me, strangled me, torn my throat out. I had become insane with dull, harsh lust. I hated her. But as I raised my head, as the instantaneous madness of cocaine swept from my nostrils to my brain, that's a line of poetry, but I can't help it. Get on. The depression lifted from my mind like the sun coming out of the clouds. I heard, as in a dream, the rich, ripe voice of Lou. Zero, thou fierce whirlpool of passion, that art sucked up by the mouth of the sun. I adore thee, Evo. I adore thee, Io. The whole thing was different. I understood what she was saying. I was part of it. I recognized for one swift second the meaning of my previous depression. It was my sense of inferiority to her. Now I was her man, her mate, her master. I rose to catch her by the waist, but she whirled away down the floor of the club like an autumn leaf before the storm. I caught the glance of Gretel Webster's eyes. I saw them glitter with triumphant malice, and for a moment she and Lou and cocaine and myself were all inextricably interlocked in a tangled confusion of ruinous thought. Over the top by 27, but my physical body was lifting. It was the same old wild exhilaration that one gets from rising from the ground on one's good days. I found myself in the middle of the floor without knowing how I had got there. I, too, was walking on air. Lou turned, her mouth a scarlet orb, as I have seen the sunset over Belgium, over the crinkled line of shore, over the dim blue mystic curve of sea and sky, with the thought in my mind beating in tune with my excited heart. We didn't miss the arsenal this time. I was the arsenal, too. I had exploded. I was the slayer and the slain, and there sailed Lou across the sky to meet me. Zero, thou outrider of the sun that spurs the bloody flanks of the wind. I adore thee, Evo. I adore thee, I.O. We came into each other's arms with the inevitableness of gravitation. We were the only two people in the universe, she and I. The only force that existed in the universe was the attraction between us. The force with which we came together set us spinning. We went up and down the floor of the club. But of course, it wasn't the floor of the club. There wasn't the club. There wasn't anything at all except a delirious feeling that one was everything, and had to get on with everything. One was the universe eternally whirling. There was no possibility of fatigue. One's energy was equal to one's task. Zero, thou dancer with gilded nails, that you unbraidest the star hair of the night. I adore thee. I adore thee. I adore thee. Lou's slim, lithe body lay in my arm. It sounds absurd, but she reminded me of a light overcoat. Her head hung back. The heavy coils of hair came loose. All of a sudden, the band stopped. For a second, the agony was indescribable. It seemed like annihilation. I was seized with an absolute revulsion against the whole of my surroundings. I whispered like a man in furious haste, who must get something vital done before he dies. Some words to the effect that I couldn't stick this beastly place any longer. Let's get some air. She answered neither yes nor no. I had been wasting words to speak to her at all. Zero, thou bird-sweet river of love that warblest through the pebbly gorge of life. I adore thee, Evo. I adore thee. I adore thee, I.O. Her voice had sunk to a clear murmur. We found ourselves in the street. The chucker out hailed us a taxi. I stopped her song at last. My mouth was on her mouth. We were driving in the chariot of the sun through the circus of the universe. We didn't know where we were going, and we didn't care. We had no sense of time at all. There was a sequence of sensitivity, but there was no means of regulating them. It was as if one's mental clock had suddenly gone mad. I have no gauge of time, subjectively speaking, but it must have been a long while before our mouths separated, for as this happened, I recognized the fact that we were very far from the club. She spoke to me for the first time. Her voice thrilled dark, unfathomable deeps of being. I tingled in every fiber, and what she said was this: "Your kiss is bitter with cocaine." It is quite impossible to give those who have no experience of these matters any significance of what she said. It was a boiling cauldron of wickedness that had suddenly bubbled over. Her voice rang rich with hellish glee. It stimulated me to male intensity. I caught her in my arms more fierily. The world went black before my eyes. I perceived nothing anymore. I over-the-top 29 can hardly even say that I felt. I was feeling itself. I was all the possibilities of feeling fulfilled to the uttermost. Yet, coincident with this, my body went automatically with its own private affairs. She was escaping me. Her face eluded mine. Zero thou-storm drunk breath of the winds that pant in the bosom of the mountains. Adore thee, Evo. I adore thee, Io. Her breath sobbed out its song with weird intensity. I understood in a flash that this was her way of resistance. She was trying to insist to herself that she was a cosmic force, that she was not a woman at all, that a man meant nothing to her. She fought desperately against me, sliding so serpent-like about the bonds of space. Of course, it was really the taxi, but I didn't know it then, and I'm not quite sure of it now. I wish to God, I said to myself in a fury, I had one more sniff of that snow. I'd show her. At that moment, she threw me off as if I had been a feather. I felt myself all of a sudden no more good. Quite unaccountably, I had collapsed, and I found myself, to my amazement, knocking out a little pile of cocaine from a 10-gram bottle, which had been in my trousers pocket, onto my hand, and sniffing it up into my nostrils with greedy relish. Don't ask me how it got there. I suppose Gretel Webster must have done it somehow. My memory is an absolute blank. That's one of the funny things about cocaine. You never know quite what trick it is going to play you. I was reminded of the American professor who boasted that he had a first-class memory whose only defect was that it wasn't reliable. I am equally unable to tell you whether the fresh supply of the drug increased my powers, or whether Lou had simply tired of teasing me. But of her own accord she writhed into my arms. Her hands and mouth were heavy on my heart. There's some more poetry. That's the way it takes one. Rhythm seems to come natural. Everything is one grand harmony. It is impossible that anything should be out of tune. The voice of Lou seemed to come from an enormous distance, a deep, low, somber chant. Zero thou low moan of fainting maids that art caught up in the strong sobs of love. Adore thee, I adore thee, I adore thee, I. That was it, her engine and my engine for the first time working together. All the accidents had disappeared. There was nothing but the unison of two rich racing rhythms. You know how it is when you are flying. You see a speck in the air. You can't tell by your eyes if it is your brother or Boshi coming to pot you, or one of our own, or one of the Allied planes. But you can tell them apart, foe from friend, by the different beat of their engines. So one comes to apprehend a particular rhythm as sympathetic, another as hostile. So here were Lou and I flying together beyond the bounds of eternity, side by side, her low, persistent throb, in perfect second to my great galloping boom. Things of this sort take place outside time and space. It is quite wrong to say that what happened in the taxi ever began or ended. What happened was that our attention was distracted from the eternal truth of this essential marriage of our souls by the chauffeur, who had stopped the taxi and opened the door. Here we are, sir, he said with a grin. Sir Peter Pendragon and Lou Lalem automatically reappeared. Before all things, decorum! The shock bit the incident deeply into my mind. I remember with the utmost distinctness paying the man off, and then being lost in absolute blank wonder as to how it happened that we were where we were. Over the top, dirty one who had given the address to the man. And where were we? I can only suppose that, consciously or subconsciously, it Lou had done, for she showed no embarrassment in pressing the electric bell. The door opened immediately, was snowed under by an avalanche of crimson light that poured from vast studio. A Lau's voice soared high and clear. Thou scarlet dragon of flame, enmeshed in the web of spider, adore thee, Evo, adore thee. Revulsion of feeling rushed over me like storm AA, for in the doorway, with Lou's arms around his neck, was the tall, black, sinister figure of King Lammas. Knew you wouldn't mind our dropping in, although so late, she was saying. Is it? It would have been perfectly simple for him to acquiesce with few conventional words. Instead, he was pontifical. There are 4 gates to one palace. The floor of that palace of silver and gold, lapis, lazuli, and jasper are there, and all rare scents, jasmine and rose, and the emblems of death. Let him enter in turn, or at once the 4 gates, let him stand on the floor of the palace. Was unfathomably angry. Why must the man always act like cat or clown? But there was nothing to do but to accept the situation and walk in politely. He shook hands with me formally, yet with greater intensity than customary between well-bred strangers is in England. And as he did so, he looked me straight in the face. His deadly, inscrutable eyes burned their way clean through to the back of my brain and beyond. Yet his words were entirely out of keeping with his actions. "What does the poet say?" he said loftily. "Rather pee a joke to fill up on coke, or words to that effect, Sir Peter. How in the devil's name did he know what I had been taking?" "Men who know things have no right to go about the world," something said irritably inside myself. But something else obscurely answered it. That accounts for what the world has always done, made martyrs of its pioneers. I felt a little ashamed, to tell the truth. But Lamus put me at my ease. He waved his hand towards a huge armchair covered with Persian tapestries. He gave me a cigarette and lighted it for me. He poured out a drink of Benedictine into a huge curved glass and put it on a little table by my side. I disliked his easy hospitality as much as anything else. I had an uncomfortable feeling that I was a puppet in his hands. There was only one other person in the room. On a settee covered with leopard skins lay one of the strangest women I had ever seen. She wore a white evening dress with pale yellow roses, and the same flowers were in her hair. She was a half-blood negress from North Africa. She seemed in utter oblivion of sublunary matters. Her skin was of that deep, rich night sky blue which only very vulgar eyes imagine to be black. The face was gross and sensual, but the brows wide and commanding. There is no type of intellect so essentially aristocratic as the Egyptian, when it happens to be of the rare right strain. "Don't be offended," said Lamus in a soft voice. "She includes us all in her sublime disdain." Lou was sitting on the arm of the couch, her ivory white, long crooked fingers groping the dark girl's hair. Somehow or other, I felt nauseated. I was uneasy over the top, 33 embarrassed for the first time in my life. I didn't know how to behave. A thought popped into my mind. It was simply fatigue. I needn't bother about that. As if in answer to my thought, Lou took a small cut glass bottle with a gold-chased top from her pocket, unscrewed it, and shook out some cocaine on the back of her hand. She flashed a provocative glance in my direction. The studio suddenly filled with the reverberation of her chant. "Zero, thou naked virgin of love, that art caught in a net of wild roses. I adore thee, Evo, you'll quite so," greeted King Lamus cheerfully. "Excuse me, I know if I ask whether you have any great experience of the effects of cocaine." Lou glowered at him. I preferred to meet him frankly. I deliberately put a large dose on the back of my hand and sniffed it up. Before I had finished, the effect had occurred. I felt myself any man's master. "Well, as a matter of fact," I said superciliously, "tonight's the first time I ever took it, and it strikes me as pretty good stuff." Lamus smiled enigmatically. "Ah, yes, what does the old poet say? Milton, is it? Stab your demoniac smile to my brain. Soak me in cognac, love, and cocaine." "How silly you are," cried Lou. "Cocaine wasn't invented in the time of Milton. Was that Milton's fault?" retorted King Lamus. The inaptitude, the disconnectedness of his thought was somehow disconcerting. He turned his back on her and looked me straight in the face. "It strikes you as pretty good stuff, Sir Peter," he said. "And so it is." "I'll have a dose myself to show there's no ill feeling." He suited the action to the words. I had to admit that the man began to intrigue me. What was his game? "I hear you're one of our best flying men, Sir Peter," he went on. "I have flown a bit now and then," I admitted. "Well, an airplane's a pretty good means of travel, but unless you're an expert, you're likely to make a pretty sticky finish." "Thank you very much," I said, nettled at his tone. "It happens. I'm a medical student." "Oh, that's all right then, of course," he agreed with a courtesy which somehow cut deeper into my self-esteem than if he had openly challenged my competence. "In that case," he continued, "I hope to arouse your professional interest in a case of what I think you will agree is something approaching indiscretion. My little friend here arrived tonight, or rather last night, full up to the neck with morphia. Dissatisfied with results, she swallowed a large dose of anhelonium Lewin-E, reckless of the pharmaceutical incompatibility. Presumably to pass away the time, she has drunk an entire bottle of Grand Marnier Cordon Rouge, and now, feeling herself slightly indisposed, for some reason at which it would be presumptuous to guess, she is setting things right by an occasional indulgence in this pretty good stuff of yours. He had turned away from me and was watching the girl intently. My glance followed his. I saw her deep blue skin fade to a dreadful pallor. She had lost her healthy color. She suggested a piece of raw meat which is just beginning to go bad. I jumped to my feet. I knew instinctively that the over-the-top 35 girl was about to collapse. The owner of the studio was bending over her. He looked at me over his shoulder out of the corners of his eyes. A case of indiscretion, he observed with bitter irony. For the next quarter of an hour, he fought for the girl's life. King Lammas was a very skilled physician, though he had never studied medicine officially. But I was not aware of what was going on. Cocaine was singing in my veins. I cared for nothing. Lou came over impulsively and flung herself across my knees. She held the goblet of Benedictine to my mouth, chanting ecstatically, "Zero, thou sparkling wine cup of light, whose foaming is the heart's blood of the stars. I adore thee, Evo. I adore thee, I adore thee, I adore—" We swooned into a deep trance. Lammas interrupted us. "You mustn't think me inhospitable," he said. "She's come around all right, but I ought to drive her home. Make yourselves at home while I'm away, or let me take you where you want to go." Another interruption occurred. The bell rang. Lammas sprang to the door. A tall old man was standing on the steps. "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law," said Lammas. "Love is the law. Love under will," replied the other. It was like a challenge in countersign. "I've got to talk to you for an hour." "Of course, I'm at your service," replied our host. "The only thing is," he broke off. My brain was extraordinarily clear. My self-confidence was boundless. I felt inspired. I saw the way out. A little devil laughed in my heart. What an excellent scheme to be alone with Lou. 36. "The diary QF a drug fiend. Look here, Mr. Lammas," I said. "Speaking very, I can drive quickly, any kind of car. Let me take Miss Hallige home." The Arab girl was on her feet behind me. Yes, she said in a faint yet excited voice. "That will be much the best thing. Thanks awfully." They were the first words she had spoken. Yes, chimed in Lou. "Want to drive in the moonlight." The little group was huddled in the open doorway. On one side, the dark crimson tides of electricity. On the other, the stainless splendor of our satellite. "Zero, thou frail bluebell of moonlight, that art lost in the gardens of the stars. I adore thee, Evo, I adore thee, The scene progressed with the vivid rapidity of a dream. We were in the garage, out of it, into the streets at the Egyptian Girls Hotel. And then, Chapter 4, Book 1, Paradiso, Chapter 3, Phaeton. Lou clung to me as I gripped the wheel. There was no need for us to speak. The trembling torrent of our passion swept us away. I had forgotten all about Lammas and his car. We were driving like the devil to nowhere. A mad thought crossed my mind. It was thrown up by my unconscious, by the essential self of my being. Then some familiar object in the streets reminded me that I was not driving back to the studio. Some force in myself, of which I was not aware, had turned my face towards Kent. I was interpreting myself to myself. I knew what I was going to do. We were bound for Barley Grange, and then, the wild moonlight ride to Paris. The idea had been determined in me without any intervention of my own. It had been, in a way, the solution of an equation of which the terms were, firstly, a sort of mad identification of Lou with all one's romantic ideas of moonlight. Then my physical habit as a flying man. And thirdly, the traditional connection of Paris with extravagant gaiety and luxuriant love. I was quite aware at the time that my moral sense and my mental sense had been thrown overboard for the moment. But my attitude was simply, "Goodbye, Tona." For the first time in my life, I was being absolutely myself, freed from all the inhibitions of body, intellect, and training, which keep us normally in what we call sane courses of action. I seem to remember asking myself if I was insane, and answering, of course I am. Sanity is a compromise. Sanity is the thing that keeps one back. It would be quite useless to attempt to describe the drive to Barley Grange. It lasted barely half a second. It lasted ageless aeons. Any doubts that I might have had about myself were stamped underfoot by the undeniable fact. I had never driven better in my life. I got out the seaplane as another man might get out a cigarette from his case. She started like an eagle. With the whir of the engine came Lou's soft, smooth voice in exquisite antiphony. Zero, thou trembling, breast of the night, that gleamest with a rosary of moons. I adore thee, Evo. I adore thee. I adore thee. I adore. We soared towards the dawn. I went straight to over 3,000. I could hear the beat of my heart. It was one with the beat of the engine. I took the pure unsullied air into my lungs. It was an octave to cocaine, the same invigorating spiritual force expressed in other terms. The magnificently melodious words of Sea Viking sprang into my mind. I repeated them rapturously. It is the beat of the British engine. Deep mouthfuls, deep mental mouthfuls. The wind of our speed abolished all my familiar bodily sensations. The cocaine combined with it to anesthetize them. I was eternal spirit, a thing supreme, apart. Lou, sweetheart, Lou, perfect sweetheart. I must have shouted the refrain. Even amid the roar, I heard her singing back. Zero, thou summer softness of lips that glow hot with the scarlet of passion. I adore thee, Ivo. I adore thee, I could not bear the weight of the air. Let us soar higher, ever higher. I increased the speed. Fierce frenzied folly. Zero, a tortured shriek of the storm. That art whirled up through the leaves of the woods. I adore thee, Ivo. I adore thee, Io. And I felt that we were born on some tremendous tempest. The earth dropped from beneath us like a stone into blind nothingness. We were free forever from the fetters of our birth. Soar swifter, soar swifter, soar swifter, swifter. Before us high in the pale gray stood Jupiter. 4 square sapphire spark. Zero, thou bright star of the morning that art set betwixt the breasts of the night. I adore thee, Evo. I adore thee, Io. I shouted back, star seekers, star finders, twin stars, silver shining. Up, still up I drove. There hung a mass of thundercloud between me and the dawn. Damn it, how dared it? It had no business to be there. I must rise over it, trample under my feet. It, thou purple breast of the storm, that art scarred by the teeth of the lightning. Adore thee, Evo. Adore thee, frail waifs of mist beset us. Had understood Lou's joy in the cloud. That was wrong. Had not had enough cocaine to be able to accept everything as infinite ecstasy. Her love carried me out of myself up to her triumphal passion. Understood the mist. Zero, thou invincible dew, that art moist on the lips of the mom. I adore thee, Evo. I adore thee. At that moment, the practical part of me asserted itself with startling suddenness. I saw the dim line of the coast. I knew the line as I know the palm of my hand. I was a little out of the shortest line for Paris. I swerved slightly to the south. Below, gray seas were tumbling. It seemed to me, insanely enough, that their moving wrinkles were the laughter of a very old man. I had a sudden intuition that something was wrong, and an instant later came an unmistakable indication of the trouble. I was out of gas, my mind shot back with a vivid flash of hatred toward a King Lammas. Case of indiscretion. He'd as good as called me a fool to my face. I thought of him as the sea shaking with derisive laughter. All the time I had been chuckling over my dear old squad commander. Not a great flyer, am I? This will show him, and that was true enough. I was incomparably better than I had ever been before, and yet I had omitted just one obvious precaution. I suddenly realized that things might be exceedingly nasty. The only thing to be done was to shut off and volplane down to the straits. And there were points in the problem which appalled me. Oh, for another sniff. As we swooped down towards the sea in huge wide spirals, I managed to extract my bottle. Of course, I realized instantly the impossibility of taking it by the nose in such a wind. I pulled out the cork and thrust my tongue into the neck of the bottle. We were still 3,000 feet or more above the sea. I had plenty of time, infinite time, I thought, as the drug took hold to make my decision. I acted with superb aplomb. I touched the sea within 100 yards of a fishing smack that had just put out from Deal. We were picked up as a matter of course within a couple of minutes. They put back and towed the plane ashore. My first thought was to get more gas and go on, despite the absurdity of our position. But the sympathy of the men on the beach was mixed with a good deal of hearty chaff. Dripping in evening dress at 4 o'clock in the morning. Like Hedda Gabler, one doesn't do these things. But the cocaine helped me again. Why the devil should I care what anybody thought? Where can I get gas? Said to the captain of the smack. He smiled grimly. Shall want a bit more than gas. I glanced at the plane. The man was perfectly right. A week's repairs at the least. You'd better go to the hotel, sir, and get some warm clothes. Look how the lady's shivering. It was perfectly true. There was nothing else to be done. We went together slowly up the beach. There was no question of sleeping, of course. Both of us were as fresh as paint. What we needed was hot food and lots of it. We got it. It seemed as if we had entered upon an entirely new phase. The disaster had purged us of that orchestral oratorio business, but on the other hand, we were still full of intense practical activity. We ate 3 breakfasts each, and as we ate, we talked racy, violent nonsense, most of it. Yet we were both well aware that the whole thing was camouflage. What we had to do was to get merry as quickly as we could, and lay in a stock of cocaine, and go away and have a perfectly glorious time forever and ever. We sent for emergency clothes in the town and went stalking a parson. He was an old man who had lived for years out of the world. He saw nothing particularly wrong with us except youth and enthusiasm, and he was very sorry that it would take 3 weeks to turn us off. The good old boy explained the law. Oh, that's easy, we said in a breath. Let's get the first train to London. There are no incidents to record. We were both completely anesthetized. Nothing bothered us. We didn't mind the waiting on the platform or the way the old train lumbered up to London. Everything was part of the plan. Everything was perfect pleasure. We were living above ourselves, living at a tremendous pace. The speed of the plane became merely a symbol, a physical projection of our spiritual sublimity. The next 2 days passed like pantomime. We were married in a dirty little oaf-lease by a dirty little man. We took back his car to Lamos. I was amused to discover that I had left it standing in the open half over the edge of the lake. I made a million arrangements in a kind of whirling wisdom. Before 48 hours had passed, we were packed and off for Paris. I did not remember anything in detail. All events were so many base metals fused into an alloy whose name was excitement. During the whole time, we only slept once, and then we slept well and woke fresh without one trace of fatigue. We had called on Gretel and obtained a supply of cocaine. She wouldn't accept any money from her dear Sir Peter, and she was so happy to see Lady Pendragon. And wouldn't we come and see her after the honeymoon? That call is the one thing that sticks in my mind. I suppose I realized obscurely somehow that the woman was in reality the mainspring of the whole maneuver. She introduced us to her husband, a heavy, pursy old man with a paunch and a reputation for righteousness, and an unctuous way of saying the right kind of nothing. But I divined a certain shrewdness in his eyes. It belied his mask of ostentatious innocence. There was another man there, too, a kind of half-baked, nonconformist parson, one Jabez Platt, who had realized early in life that his mission was to go about doing good. Some people said that he had done a great deal of good to himself. His principle in politics was a very simple one. If you see anything, stop it. Everything that is wrong, the world is a very wicked place. He was very enthusiastic about putting through a law for suppressing the evil of drugs. We smiled our sympathetic assent with sly glances at our hostess. If the old fool had only known that we were full of cocaine, as we sat and applauded his pompous platitudes, we laughed our hearts out over the silly incident as we sat in the train. It doesn't appear particularly comic in perspective, but it's very hard to tell at any time what's going to tickle one's sense of humor. Is probably anything else would have done just as well. We were on the rising curve. The exaltation of love was combined with that of cocaine, and the romance and adventure of our lives formed an exhilarating setting for those superb jewels. Every day in every way get better and better. M.F. Coué's now famous formula, the precise intellectual expression of the curve of the cocaine honeymoon. Normal life like an aeroplane before she rises. Is there a series of little bumps? All one can say is that one getting along, more or less. Then she begins to rise clear of earth. There are no more obstacles to the flight, but there are still mental obstacles. Fence, row up houses, grove of elms, or whatnot. One little is anxious to realize that they have to be cleared. But as she soars into the boundless blue, there comes that 44, the diary QF, a drug fiend sense of mental exhilaration that goes with boundless freedom. Our grandfathers must have known something about this feeling by living in England before the liberty of the country was destroyed by legislation, or rather the delegation of legislation to petty officialdom. About 6 months ago, I imported some tobacco, rolls of black perique, the best and purest in the world. By and by, I got tired of cutting it up and sent it to a tobacconist for the purpose. Oh dear, no, quite impossible without a permit from the custom house. I suppose I really give myself up to the police. Yes, as one gets into the full swing of cocaine, one loses all consciousness of the bumpy character of this funny old oblate spheroid. One is really very much more competent to deal with the affairs of life, that is, in a certain sense of the word. M. Coué is perfectly right, just as the Christian Scientists and all those people are perfectly right in saying that half our troubles come from our consciousness of their existence, so that if we forget their existence, they actually cease to exist. Have we got an old proverb to the effect that what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve. Over 7, when one is on one's cocaine honeymoon, one is really, to a certain extent, superior to one's fellows. One attacks every problem with perfect confidence. It is a combination of what the French call élan and what they call insouciance. The British Empire is due to this spirit. Our young men went out to India and all sorts of places and walked all over everybody because they were too ignorant to realize the difficulties in their way. They were taught that if one had good blood in one's veins, and a public school and university training to habituate one to being a lord of creation, and to the feeling that it was impossible to fail, and to not knowing enough to know when one was beaten, nothing could ever go wrong. We are losing the empire because we have become sick-lied o'er with the pale cast of thought. The intellectuals have made us like the poor cat-eye, the adage. The spirit of Hamlet has replaced that of Macbeth. Macbeth only went wrong because the heart was taken out of him by Macduff's interpretation of what the witches had said. Coriolanus only failed when he stopped to think. As the poet says, the love of knowledge is the hate of life. Cocaine removes all hesitation, but our forefathers owed their freedom of spirit to the real liberty which they had won, and cocaine is merely Dutch current. However, while it lasts, it's all right. Chapter 5, Book 1, Paradiso. Chapter 4, Au Pays de Cocaine. I can't remember any details of our first week in Paris. Details had ceased to exist. We whirled from pleasure to pleasure in one inexhaustible rush. We took everything in our stride. I cannot begin to describe the blind, boundless beatitude of love. Every incident was equally exquisite. Of course, Paris lays herself out especially to deal with people in just that state of mind. We were living at 10 times the normal voltage. This was true in more senses than one. I had taken £1,000 in cash from London, thinking as I did so how jolly it was to be reckless. We were going to have a good time, and damn the expense. He thought of £1,000 as enough to paint Paris every color of the spectrum for a quite indefinitely long period. But at the end of the week, the £1,000 was gone, and so was another £1,000 for which I had cabled to London. And we had absolutely nothing to show for it except a couple of dresses for Lou and a few not very expensive pieces of jewelry. We felt that we were very economical. We were too happy to need to spend money. For one thing, love never needs more than a pittance, and I had never before known what love could mean. What I may call the honeymoon part of the honeymoon seemed to occupy the whole of our waking hours. It left us no time to haunt Montmartre. We hardly troubled to eat. We hardly knew we were eating. We didn't seem to need sleep. We never got tired. The first hint of fatigue sent one's hand to one's flu. Pays de Catsain 47 pocket. One sniff which gave us a sensation of the most exquisitely delicious wickedness, and we were on 4 speed again. The only incident worth recording is the receipt of a letter in a box from Gretel Webster. The box contained a padded kimono for Lou, one of those gorgeous Japanese geisha silks, blue like a summer sky with dragons worked all over it in gold, with scarlet eyes and tongues. Lou looked more distractingly, deliriously glorious than ever. I had never been particularly keen on women. The few love affairs which had come my way had been rather silly and sordid. They had not revealed the possibilities of love. In fact, I had thought it a somewhat overrated pleasure, a brief and brutal blindness with boredom and disgust hard on its heels. But with cocaine, things are absolutely different. I want to emphasize the fact that cocaine is in reality a local anesthetic. That is the actual explanation of its action. One cannot feel one's body. As everyone knows, this is the purpose for which it is used in surgery and dentistry. Now, don't imagine that this means that the physical pleasures of marriage are diminished, but they are utterly etherealized. The animal part of one is intensely stimulated so far as its own action is concerned, but the feeling that this passion is animal is completely transmuted. I come of a very refined race, keenly observant and easily nauseated. The little intimate incidents inseparable from love affairs, which in normal circumstances tend to jar the delicacy of one's sensibilities, do so no longer when furnace is full of coke. Everything soever is transmuted as by heavenly alchemy into a spiritual beatitude. One is intensely conscious of the body, but as the Buddhists tell us, the body is in reality an instrument of pain or discomfort. We have all of us a subconscious intuition that this is the case, and this is annihilated by cocaine. Let me emphasize once more the absence of any reaction. There is where the infernal subtlety of the drug comes in. If one goes on the bust in the ordinary way on alcohol, one gets what the Americans call the morning after the night before. Nature warns us that we have been breaking the rules. And nature has given us common sense enough to know that although we can borrow a bit, we have to pay back. We have drunk alcohol since the beginning of time, and it is in our racial consciousness that although a hair of the dog will put one right after a spree, it won't do to choke oneself with hair. But with cocaine, all this caution is utterly abrogated. Nobody would be really much the worse for a night with the drug, provided that he had the sense to spend the next day in a Turkish bath and build up with food and a double allowance of sleep. But cocaine insists upon one's living upon one's capital and assures one that the fund is inexhaustible. Assi said, it is a local anesthetic. It deadens any feeling which might arouse what physiologists call inhibition. One becomes absolutely reckless. One is bounding with health and bubbling with high spirits. It is a blind excitement of so sublime a character that it is impossible to worry about anything. And yet, this excitement is singularly calm and profound. There is nothing of the suggestion of coarseness which we associate with ordinary drunkenness. The very idea of coarseness or commonness is abolished. It is like the vision of Peter in the Acts of the Apostles in which he was told, there is nothing common or unclean. As Blake said, everything that lives is holy. Every act is a sacrament. Incidents which, in the ordinary way, would check one or annoy one, become merely material for joyous laughter. It is just as when you drop a tiny lump of sugar into champagne, it bubbles afresh. Well, this is a digression. But that is just what Ethiopia de Cocaine 49 cocaine does. The sober continuity of thought is broken up. One goes off at a tangent, a fresh, fierce, fantastic tangent, on the slightest exercise. One's sense of proportion is gone. And despite all the millions of miles that one cheerily goes out of one's way, one never loses sight of one's goal. While I've been writing all this, I've never lost sight for a moment of the fact that I am telling you about the box and the letter from Gretel. We met a girl in Paris, half a red Indian, a lovely baby with the fascination of a fiend and a fund of the foulest stories that ever were told. She lived on cocaine. She was a more or less uneducated girl, and the way she put it was this. I'm in a long, lovely garden with my arms full of parcels, and I keep on dropping one. And when I stoop to pick it up, I always drop another, and all the time I am sailing along up the garden. So this was Gretel's letter. My darling Lou, I could not begin to tell you the other day how delighted I was to see you, my lady, and with such a splendid man for your husband. I don't blame you for getting married in such a hurry, but on the other hand, you mustn't blame your old friends for not being prophets, I saw. I could not be on hand with the goods. However, I have lost no time. You know how poor I am, but I hope you will value the little present I am sending you. Not for its own sake, but as a token of my deep affection for the loveliest and most charming girl I know. A word in your ear, my dear Lou. The inside is sometimes better than the outside. With my very kindest regards and best wishes to dear Sir Peter and yourself, though I can't expect you to know that I even exist at the present, yours ever devotedly, Gretel. Lou threw the letter across the table to me. For some reason or no reason, I was irritated. I didn't want to hear from people like that at all. I didn't like or trust her. Queer fish, I said rather snappily. It wasn't my own voice. It was, I fancy, some deep instinct of self-preservation speaking within me. Lou, however, was radiant about it. I wish I could give you an idea of the sparkling quality of everything she said and did. Her eyes glittered, her lips twittered, her cheeks glowed like fresh-blown buds in spring. She was the spirit of cocaine incarnate. Cocaine made flesh. Her mere existence made the universe infinitely exciting. Say, if you like, she was possessed of the devil L. Any good person, so-called, would have been shocked and scared at her appearance. She represented the siren, the vampire Melusine, the dangerous, delicious devil that cowards have invented to explain their lack of manliness. Nothing would suit her mood but that we should dine up there in the room, so that she could wear the new kimono and dance for me at dinner. We ate gray caviar spoonful by spoonful. Who cared that it was worth 3 times its weight in gold P? It's no use calling me extravagant. If you want to blame anyone, blame the Kaiser. He started the whole fuss. And when I feel like eating gray caviar, I'm going to eat gray caviar. We wolfed it down. It's silly to think that things matter. Lou danced like a delirious demon between the courses. It pleased her to assume the psychology of the Oriental pleasure-making woman. I was her pasha with 3 tails, her samurai warrior, her gorgeous Maharara, with a cernitar across my knee, ready to cut her head off at the first excuse. She was the owl nail with tattooed cheeks and chin, with painted antimony eyebrows and red-smeared lips. I was the masked Tureg, the brigand from the desert, who had captured her. She played 1,000 exquisite, crazy parts. I have very little imagination. My brain runs entirely to analysis, but I revel in playing a part that is devised for me. I don't know how many times during that one dinner I turned from a civilized husband in Bond Street pajamas into a raging madman. It was only after the waiters had left us with the coffee and liqueurs, which we drank like water without being affected, that Lou suddenly threw off her glittering garment. She stood in the middle of the room and drank a champagne glass, half full of liqueur brandy. The entrancing boldness of her gesture started me screaming inwardly. Lou was giggling all over with irrepressible excitement. I know giggling all over isn't English, but I can't express it any other way. She checked my rush as if she had been playing full back in an international rugger match. Get the scissors, she whispered. I understood in a second what she meant. It was perfectly true. We had been playing it a bit on the heavy side with that snow. I think it must have been about 5 sniffs. If you're curious, all you have to do is to go back and count it up, to get me to 10,000 feet above the poor old Straits of Dover. God bless them. But it was adding up like the price of the nails in the horse's shoes that my father used to think funny when I was a kid. You know what I mean, martingale principle and all that sort of thing. We certainly have been punishing the snow. 5 sniffs. It wasn't much in our young lives after a fortnight. Gwendolyn Otter says, "Heart of my heart in the pale moonlight, why should we wait till tomorrow night?" And that's really very much the same spirit. Heart of my heart, come out of the rain. Let's have another go of cocaine. I know I don't count when it comes to poetry, and the distinguished authoress can well afford to smile, if it's only the society smile, and step quietly over my remains. But I really have got the spirit of the thing. Always go on till you have to stop. Let's have another sniff, old top one. No, that's undignified. Carry on over the top would be better. It's more dignified and patriotic and expresses the idea much better. And if you don't like it, you can inquire elsewhere. No, won't admit that we were reckless. We had substantial resources at our command. There was nothing whatever of the long firm about us. You all know perfectly well how difficult is it keep matches. Perfectly trivial things, matches, always using them, always easy to replace them. No matter at all for surprise, one should find one's box if empty. And don't admit for one moment that showed any lack of proportion in the matter. Now, don't bring that moonlight flight to Paris up against me. Admit was out of gas, but everyone knows how one's occupation with one's first love affair liable to cause temporary derangement of one's is old. What liked about was that evidently Gretel wasn't a jolly good sport, whatever people said about her. And she wasn't an ordinary kind of good old sport either. Don't see any reason why I shouldn't admit that she, what you may call a true friend in the a most early Victorian sense of the word you can imagine. She was not only a true friend, but a wise friend. She had evidently foreseen that we were going to run short of good old snow. Now I want all you fellows to take it as read that a man, if he calls himself a man, isn't the kind of man that wants to stop a honeymoon with a girl in a Japanese kimono of the variety described, to have to put on a lot of beastly clothes, and hunt all around Paris for a dope peddler. Of course, you'll say at once that I could have rung for the waiter and have him bring me a few cubic kilometers, but that's simply because you don't understand the kind of hotel at which we were unfortunate enough to be staying. We had gone there thinking no harm whatever. It was right up near the Etoile, and appeared to the naked eye an absolutely respectable first-class family hotel for the sons of the nobility and gentry. Now, don't run away with the idea that I want to knock the hotel. It was simply because France had been bled white, but the waiter on our floor was a middle-aged family man, and probably read Lamartine and Pascal and Taine and all those appalling old bores when he wasn't doing shot drill with the caviar. But it isn't the slightest use my trying to conceal from you the fact that he always wore a slightly shocked expression, especially in the way he cut his herd. It was emphatically not the thing whenever he came into the suite. I am a bit of a psychologist myself, and I know perfectly well that that man wouldn't have got us cocaine, not if we'd offered him a bureau de tabac for doing it. Now, of course, I'm not going to ask you to believe that Gretel Webster knew anything about that waiter. Beastly old Priggle, all she had done was to exhibit wise forethought and intelligent friendship. She had it, experience, no doubt, bushels of barrels of it, hogsheads of it, all those measures that I couldn't learn at school. She had said to herself in perfectly general terms, without necessarily contemplating any particular train of events, as follows. From one cause or another, those nice kids may find themselves shy on snow at a critical moment in their careers. So it's up to me to see that they get it. While these thoughts were passing through my mind, I had got the manicure scissors, and Lou was snipping the threads of her kimono lining round those places where those fiercely fascinating fingers of hers had felt what we used to call in the hospital a foreign body. Yes, there was no mistake. Gretel had got our psychology, we had got our psychology, everything was going as well as green peas go with a duck. Don't imagine we had to spoil the kimono. It was just a tuck in the quilting. Out comes a dear little white silk bag, and we open that, and there's a heap of snow that I'd much rather see than Mont Blanc. Well, you know, when you see it, you've got to sniff it. What's it for? Nobody can answer that. Don't use and tell me about operations on the throat. Lou didn't need anything done to her throat. She sang like Melba, and she looked like a peach. And she was a peach Melba, just like 2 and 2 makes 4. You bet we sniffed. And then we danced all round the suite for several years, probably as much as 8 or 9 minutes by the clock. But what's the use of talking about clocks when Einstein has proved that time is only another dimension of space? What's the good of astronomers proving that the Earth wiggles round 1,000 miles an hour and wiggles on 1,000 miles a minute if you can't keep going? It would be absolutely silly to hang about and get left behind and very likely find ourselves on the moon and nobody to talk to but Jules Verne, H.G. Wells, and that crowd. And you pays the cocaine 55, now I don't want you to think that that white silk packet was very big. Lou stooped over the table, her long, thin tongue shot out of her mouth like an anteater in the Dictionary of National Biography, or whatever it is, and twiddled round in that snow till nearly went out of my itma. Laughed like hyena to think of what she'd said to me, your kiss bitter with cocaine. That chap as Swinburne was always talking about bitter kisses. What did he know, poor old boy? Until you've got your mouth full of cocaine, you don't know what kissing is. One kiss goes on from phase to phase like one of those novels by Balzac and Zola and Romain Rolland and D.H. Lawrence, and they never get tired. You're on 4th speed all the time, and the engine purrs like a kitten, big white kitten with the stars in its whiskers. And it's always different and always the same. And it never stops, and you go insane, and you stay insane. And you probably don't know what I'm talking about, and don't care a bit. And I'm awfully sorry for you, and you can find out any minute you like by the simple process of getting a girl like Lou a lot of cocaine. Stab your demoniac smile to my brain. Soak me in cognac, kisses, cocaine. Queer fish, that chap Lamus, but seems to me that's pretty good evidence he knew something about it. Why, of course he did. Saw him take cocaine myself. Deep chap, bet you shilling. Knows lot. That's no reason for suspicion. Don't see why people run him down the way they do. Don't see why I got so leery myself. Probably perfectly decent chap at bottom. And he's got his funny little ways. Man's no worse for that. Gad, one started to get worried about. Funny little of ways will price Lou. Crew's kind of the pack. And I love her. Give me another sniff off your hand. Lou laughed like a chime of bells in Moscow on Easter morning. Remember, the Russian Easter is not the same time as our Easter. They slipped up a fortnight one way or the other. I never can remember which, as long as you know what I mean. She threw the empty silk bag in the air and caught it in her teeth with a passionate snap, which sent me nearly out of my mind again. I would have loved to be a bird and have my head snapped off by those white, small, sharpened scissors. Practical girl, my Lady Pendragon. Instead of going off the deep end, she was cutting out another packet, and when it was opened, instead of the birds beginning to sing, she said in shrill excitement, "Look here, Cocky, this isn't snow. I ought to explain that she calls me Cocky in allusion to the fact that my name is Peter. I came out of my trance." I looked at the stuff with what I imagined to have been a dull, glazed eye. Then my old training came to my rescue. It was a white powder with a tendency to form little lumps rather like chalk. I rubbed it between my finger and thumb. I smelled. That told me nothing. I tasted it. That told me nothing either, because the nerves of my tongue were entirely anesthetized by the cocaine. But the investigation was a mere formality. I know now why I made it. It was the mere gesture of the male. I wanted to show off to Lou. I wished to impress upon her my importance as a man of science. And all the time I knew, without being told what it was. So did she. The longer I have known Lou, the more impressed I am with the extent and variety of her knowledge. "Oh, Gretel is too sweet," she chirped. "Guess we might get tired of cocoa, grateful and comforting as it is." So the dear old thing sent us some heroin. And there are still some people who tell us that life is not worth living and will ever try it. I asked and delayed the answer with a kiss. When the worst was over, she told me that she had only taken it once. And then, in a very minute dose, which had had no effect on her as far as she knew. "That's all right," I said from the height of my superior knowledge. "It's all a question of estimating the physiological dose. It's very fine indeed. The stimulation is very much better than that of morphine. One gets the same intense beatific calm, but without the languor." "Why, Lou, darling, you've read De Quincey and all those people about opium, haven't you? Opium's a mixture, you know, something like 20 different alkaloids in it. Laudanum, Coleridge took it, and Clive, all sorts of important people. It's a solution of opium and alcohol, but morphia is the most active and important of the principles in opium. You could take it in all sorts of ways. Injection gives the best results, but it's rather a nuisance, and there's always danger of getting dirt in. You have to look out for blood poisoning all the time. It stimulates the imagination marvelously. It kills all pain and worry like a charm. But at the very moment when you have the most gorgeous ideas, when you build golden palaces of what you are going to do, you have a feeling at the same time that nothing is really worth doing. And that itself gives you a feeling of terrific superiority to everything else in the world. And so, from the Objective-C point of view, it comes to nothing. But heroin does all that morphia does? It's a derivative of morphia, you know. Diacetylmorphine is the technical name. Only instead of bathing you in philosophical inertia, you are as keen as mustard on carrying out your ideas. I've never taken any myself. I suppose we might as well start now. I had a vision of myself as two, peacock strutting and preening. Lou, her mouth half open, was gazing at me fascinated with enormous eyes, the pupils dilated by cocaine. It was just the male bird showing off to his mate. I wanted her to adore me for my little scraps of knowledge, the fragments I had picked up in my abandoned education. Lou is always practical, and she puts something of the priestess into everything she does. There was a certain solemnity in the way in which she took up the heroin on the blade of a knife and put it onto the back of her hand. "My knight," she said with flashing eyes, "your lady arms you for the fight," and she held out her fist to my nostrils. I snuffed up the heroin with a sort of ritualistic reverence. I can't imagine where the instinct came from. Is it the sparkle of cocaine that excites one to take it greedily, and the dullness of the heroin which makes it seem a much more serious business? I felt as if I were going through some very important ceremony. When I had finished, Lou measured a dose for herself. She took it with a deep, grave interest. I was reminded of the manner of my old professor at UCH when he came to inspect a new case, A case mysterious, but evidently critical. The excitement of the cocaine had somehow solidified. Our minds had stopped still, and yet their arrest was as intense as their previous motion. We found ourselves looking into each other's eyes with no less ardor than before, but somehow it was a different kind of ardor. It was as if we had been released from the necessity of existence in the ordinary sense of the word. We were both wondering who we were and what was going to happen, and at the same time we had a positive certainty that nothing could possibly happen. It was a most extraordinary feeling. It was of a kind quite unimaginable by any ordinary mind. I will go a bit further than that. I don't believe the greatest artist in the world could invent what we felt, and if he couldn't describe it. I'm trying to describe it myself, and I feel that I'm not making out very well. Come to think of it, the English language has its limitations. When mathematicians and men of science want to exchange thoughts, English isn't much good. They've had to invent new words, new symbols. Look at Einstein's equations. I knew a man once that knew James Hinton, who invented the fourth dimension. Pretty bright chap he was, but Hinton thought on the most ordinary subjects at least 6 times as fast as he did, and when it came to Hinton's explaining himself, he simply couldn't do it. That's the great trouble when a new thinker comes along. They all moan that they can't understand him. The fact annoys them very much, and 10 to 1 they persecute him and call him an atheist or a degenerate or a pro-German or a Booth happens to be at the time. Wells told us a bit about this in that book of his about giants, and so does Bernard Shaw in his Back to Methuselah. It's nobody's fault in particular, but there it is, and you can't get over it. And here was I, a perfectly ordinary man, with just about the average allowance of brains, suddenly finding myself cut off from the world, in a class by myself. I felt that I had something perfectly tremendous to tell, but I couldn't tell even myself what it was. And there was Lou standing right opposite, and I recognized instinctively, by sympathy, that she was just in the same place. We had no need of communicating with each other by means of articulate speech. We understood perfectly. We expressed the fact in every subtle harmony of glance and gesture. The world had stopped suddenly still. We were alone in the night and the silence of things. We belonged to eternity in some indefinable way, and that infinite silence blossoms inscrutably into embrace. The heroine had begun to take hold. We felt ourselves crowned with colossal calm. We were masters. We had budded from nothingness into existence and now. Existence slowly compelled us to action. There was a necessity in our own natures which demanded expression, and after the first intense interpenetration of our individualities, we had reached the resultant of all of the forces that composed us. In one sense, it was that our happiness was so huge that we could not bear it, and we slid imperceptibly into conceding that the ineffable mysteries must be expressed by means of sacramental action. But all this took place at an immense distance from reality. A concealed chain of interpretation linked the truth with the obvious commonplace fact that this was a good town to go across to Montmartre and make a night of it. We dressed to go out with, I imagine, the very sort of feeling as a newly made bishop would have the first time he puts on his vestments. But none of this would have been intelligible to or suspected by anybody who had seen us. We laughed and sang and interchanged gay nothings while we dressed. When we went downstairs, we felt like gods descending upon earth, immeasurably beyond mortality. With the cocaine, we had noticed that people smiled rather strangely. Our enthusiasm was observed. We even felt a little touch of annoyance at everybody not going at the same pace, but this was perfectly different. The sense of our superiority to mankind was constantly present. We were dignified beyond all words to express. Our own voices sounded far, far off. We were perfectly convinced that the hotel porter realized that he was receiving the orders of Jupiter and Juno to get a taxi. We never doubted that the chauffeur knew himself to be the charioteer of the sun. "Oh, Pays de Cohen 61, this is perfectly wonderful stuff," I said to Lou, as we passed the Arc de Triomphe. "I don't know what you meant by saying the stuff didn't have any special effect upon you." "Why, you're perfectly gorgeous. You bet I am," laughed Lou. "The king's daughter is all glorious within. Her raiment is of wrought gold, and she thrusts her face out to be kissed, like a comet pushing its way to the sun. Didn't you know I was the king's daughter?" She smiled with such seductive sublimity that something in me nearly fainted with delight. "Hold up, cocky," she chirped. "It's all right. You're it, and I'm your little wife could have timed the upholstery on the tank." Felt myself a giant. Gargantua was pygmy, felt the need of smashing something into matchwood, and was all messed up about because was Lou that it? And at the same time, she was the most precious and delicate piece of porcelain that ever came out of the Ming Dynasty or whatever the beastly period. The most fragile, exquisite beauty. To touch her was to profane her. Had sudden nauseating sense of it, the bestiality of marriage. Had no idea at the time that this sudden revulsion of feeling was due to mysterious premonition of the physiological effects of heroin in destroying love. Definitely stimulating things like alcohol, hashish, and cocaine give free range to Cupid, their destructive effect on him simply due to the reaction. One in is debt, so to speak, because one has outrun the constable. But what may call the philosophical types of dope, of which morphine and heroin are the principal examples, are directly inertical to active emotion and emotional action. The normal human feelings are transmuted into what seem on the surface their spiritual equivalents. Ordinary good feeling becomes universal benevolence. Philanthropy, which infinitely tolerant because it became meaningless for it, has become meaningless for it. A more than satanic pride swells in one's soul. As Baudelaire says, "Hast thou not sovereign contempt, which makes the soul so kind?" As we drove up the Butte Montmartre towards the Sacré-Cœur, we remained completely silent, lost in our calm beatitude. You must understand that we were already excited to the highest point. The effect of the heroin had been to steady us in that state. Instead of beating passionately up the sky with flaming wings, we were poised aloft in the illimitable ether. We took fresh doses of the dull, soft powder now and again. We did so without greed, hurry, or even desire. The sensation was of infinite power, which could afford infinite deliberation. Will itself seemed to have been abolished. We were going nowhere in particular, simply because it was our nature so to do. Our beatitude became more absolute every moment. With cocaine, one is indeed master of everything, but everything matters intensely. With heroin, the feeling of mastery increases to such a point that nothing matters at all. There is not even the disinclination to do what one happens to be doing, which keeps the Cupuima smoker inactive. The body is left to itself so perfectly that one is not worried by its natural activities. Again, despite our consciousness of infinity, we maintained concurrently a perfect sense of proportion in respect of ordinary matters. Chapter 6, Book 1, Paradiso, Chapter 5. A heroine. I stopped the taxi in the Place du Tertre. We wanted to walk along the edge of the butte and let our gaze wander over Paris. Tonight was delicious. Nowhere but in Paris does one experience that soft hush. The heat is dry, the air is light. It is quite unlike anything one ever gets in England. A very gentle breeze, to which our fancy attributed the redolence of the south, streamed up from the Seine. Paris itself was a blur of misty blue. The Pantheon and the Eiffel Tower leapt from its folds. They seemed like symbols of the history of mankind, the noble solid past and the mechanical efficient future. I leant upon the parapet entranced. Lou's arm was around my neck. We were so still that I could feel her pulses softly beating. Great Scott! Pendragon. For all its suggestion of surprise, the voice was low and winsome. I looked around. Had I been asked, I should have said, no doubt, that I should have resented any disturbance. And here was a sudden, violent, unpleasant disturbance, and it did not disturb me. There was a somewhat tentative smile on the face of the man who had spoken. I recognized him instantly, though I had not seen him since we were at school together. The man's name was Elgin Feckle. He had been in the mathematical sixth when I was in the lower school. In my third term, he had become head prefect. He had won a scholarship at Oxford, one of the best things going. Then, without a moment's warning, he had disappeared from the school. Very few people knew why, and those who did pretended not to. But he never went to Oxford. I had only heard of the man once since. It was in the club. His name came up in connection with some vague gossip about some crooked financial affair. I had it in my mind, vaguely enough, that must have had something to do with the trouble at school. He was not the sort of boy to be expelled for any of the ordinary reasons. It was certainly something to do with the subtlety of his intellect. To tell you the truth, he had been a sort of hero of mine at school. He possessed all the qualities I most admired, and lacked in their fullest expansion. I had known him very slightly. But his disappearance had been a great shock. It had stuck in my mind when many more important things had left no trace. He had hardly changed from when I had last seen him. Of middle height, he had a long and rather narrow face. There was a touch of the ecclesiastic in his expression. His eyes were small and gray. He had a trick of blinking. The nose was long and beaked like Wellington's. The mouth was thin and tense. The skin was fresh and rosy. He had not developed even the tiniest wrinkle. He kept the old uneasy, nervous movement which had been so singular in him as a boy. One would have said that he was constantly on the alert, expecting something to happen, and yet the last thing that anyone could have said about him was that he was ill at ease. He possessed superb confidence. Before I had finished recognizing him, he had shaken hands with me and was prattling about the old days. "I hear you're Sir Peter now, by the way," he said. "Good for you. I always picked you for a winner." "I think I've met you," interrupted Lou. "Surely it's Mr. Freckles." "Oh, yes, I remember you quite well. Miss Laleham, isn't it?" "Please let's forget the past," smiled Lou, taking my arm. I don't know why I should have felt embarrassed at explaining that we were married. Freckles rattled off a string of congratulations. "May I introduce Mademoiselle Haydée Lamoureux?" The girl beside him smiled and bowed. Haydée Lamoureux was a brilliant brunette with a flashing smile and eyes with pupils like pinpoints. She was a mass of charming contradictions. The nose and mouth suggested more than a trace of Semitic blood, but the wedge-shaped contour of the face betokened some very opposite strain. Her cheeks were hollow, and crow's feet marred the corners of her eyes. Dark purple rims suggested sensual indulgence pushed to the point of weariness. Though her hair was luxuriant, the eyebrows were almost non-existent. She had penciled fine black arches above them. She was heavily and clumsily painted. She wore a loose and rather daring evening dress of blue with silver sequins, and a yellow sash spotted with black. Over this she had thrown a cloak of black lace garnished with vermilion tassels. Her hands were deathly thin. There was something obscene in the crookedness of her fingers, which were covered with enormous rings of sapphires and diamonds. Her manner was one of vivid languor. It seemed as if she always had to be startled into action, and that the instant the first stimulus had passed, she relapsed into her own deep thoughts. Her cordiality was an obvious affectation, but both Lou and myself, as we shook hands, were aware of a subtle and mysterious sympathy which left behind it a stain of inexpressible evil. I also felt sure that Freckles understood this unspoken communion, and that for some reason or other it pleased him immensely. His manner changed to one of peculiarly insinuating deference, and I felt that he was somehow taking command of the party when he said, "May I venture to suggest that you and Lady Pendragon take supper with us at the Petit Savoyard?" Haydée slipped her arm into mine, and Lou led the way with Freckles. "We were going there ourselves," she told him, "and it will be perfectly delightful to be with friends. I see you're quite an old friend of my husband's," he began to tell her of the old school. As if by accident, he gave an account of the circumstances which had led to his leaving. "My old man was in the city, you know. I heard him say," and he dropped his pile, "somewhere in Lombard Street." He gave a false little laugh. "Where he couldn't pick it up, so that was the end of my academic career. He persuaded old Rosenbaum, the banker, that I had a certain talent for finance and got me a job as private secretary. I really did take to it like a duck to water, and things have gone very well for me ever since. But London isn't the place for men with real ambition. It doesn't afford the scope. It's either Paris or New York for yours sincerely, Elgin Freckles." I don't know why I didn't believe a word of the tale, but I didn't. The heroine was working beautifully. I had the slightest inclination to talk to Haydée. In the same way she took no notice of me, she never uttered a word. Lou was in the same condition. She was apparently listening to what Freckles was saying, but she made no remark, and preserved a total detachment. The whole scene had not taken 3 minutes. We reached the Petit Savoyard and took our seats. The patron appeared to know our friends very well. He welcomed them with even more than the usual French fussiness. We sat down by the window. The restaurant overhangs the steep slopes of the Montmartre like an eyrie. We ordered supper, Freckles with bright intelligence, the rest of us with utter listlessness. I looked at Lou across the table. I had never seen the woman before in my life. She meant nothing to her and her 67. I felt a sudden, urgent desire to drink a great deal of water. I couldn't trouble to pour myself out a glass. I couldn't trouble to call the waiter, but I think I must have said the word water, for Haydée filled my goblet. A smile wriggled across her face. It was the first sign of life she had given. Even the shaking hands had been in the nature of a mechanical reflex rather than of a voluntary action. There was something sinister and disquieting in her gesture. It was as if she had the aftertaste in her mouth of some abominable bitterness. I looked across at Lou. I saw she had changed color. She looked dreadfully ill. It mattered nothing to me. I had a little amusing cycle of thoughts on the subject. I remembered that I loved her passionately. At the same time, she happened not to exist. My indifference was a source of what I can only call diabolical beatitude. It occurred to me as a sort of joke that she might have poisoned herself. I was certainly feeling very unwell. That didn't disturb me either. The waiter brought a bowl of mussels. We ate them dreamily. It was part of the day's work. We enjoyed them because they were enjoyable, but nothing mattered, not even enjoyment. It struck me as strange that Haida was simply pretending to eat, but I attributed this to preoccupation. I felt very much better. Feckley's talked easily and lightly about various matters of no importance. Nobody took any notice. He did not appear to observe, for his own part, any lack of politeness. I certainly was feeling tired. I thought the chamber tin would pick me up and swallowed a couple of glasses. Lou kept on looking up at me with a sort of anxiety, as if she wanted advice of some kind and didn't know how to ask for it. It was rather amusing. We started the entree. Lou got suddenly up from her seat. Feckley's, with pretended alarm on his face, followed her hastily. I saw the waiter had hold of her other arm. It was really very amusing. That's 68 the dying of a drug fiend, always the way with girls. They never know what's enough. And then I realized with startling suddenness that the case was not confined to the frailer sex. I got out just in time. If I pass over in silence the events of the next hour, it is not because of the paucity of incident. At its conclusion, we were seated once more at the table. We took little sips of very old Armagnac. It pulled us together. But all the virtue had gone out of us. We might have been convalescents from some very long and wasting illness. There is nothing to be alarmed about, said Feckley's with his curious little laugh. A trifling indiscretion. I winced at the word. It took me back to King Lammas. I hated that fellow more than ever. He had begun to obsess me. Confound Colonel Lou had confided the whole story to our host, who admitted that he was familiar with these matters. You see, my dear Sir Peter, he said, you can't take H, like you can see. And when you mix your drinks, there's the devil to pay. It's like everything else in life. You've got to find out your limit. It's very dangerous to move out when you're working H or M, and it's almost certain disaster to eat. I must admit I felt an awful fool. After all, I had studied medicine pretty seriously, and this was the second time that a layman had read me the riot act. But Lou nodded cheerfully enough. The brandy had brought back the color in her cheeks. Yes, she said, I'd heard that all before, but you know it's one thing to hear a thing and another to go through it yourself. Experience is the only teacher, admitted Feckley's. All these things are perfectly all right, but the main thing is to go slow at first and give yourself a chance to learn the ropes. All this time, Haida had been sitting there like a statue. She exhaled a very curious atmosphere. There was a certain fascination in her complete lack of fascination. Please excuse this paradoxical way of putting it. I mean that she had all the qualities which normally attract. She had the remains of an astonishing, if bizarre, beauty. She had obviously a vast wealth of experience. She possessed a quiet intensity which should have made her irresistible. And yet she was absolutely devoid of what we call magnetism. It isn't a scientific word, so much the worse for science. It describes a fact in nature, and one of the most important facts in practical affairs. Everything of human interest, from music hall turns to empires, is run on magnetism and very little else. And science ignores it because it can't be measured by mechanical instruments. The whole of the woman's vitality was directed to some secret interior shrine of her own soul. Now she began to speak for the first time. The only subject that interested her in this wide universe was heroin. Her voice was monotonous. Lou told me later that it reminded her of a dirge droned by Tibetan monks far off across implacable snow. It's the only thing there is, she said in a tone of extraordinary ecstatic detachment. One could divine an infinite unholy joy derived from its own sadness. It was as if she took a morbid pleasure in being something melancholy, something monstrous. There was, in fact, a kind of martyred majesty in her mood. You mustn't expect to get the result at once. You have to be born into it, she went on. Married it with, and dead from before you understand it. Different people are different. But always take some, months, at least before you get rid of that stupid nuisance, life. As long as you have animal passions, you are an animal. How disgusting to think of is it eating and loving and all those apatities like cattle. Breathing itself would be beastly, one knew. One worth doing it. How intolerable life would be to people of even mediocre refinement if they were always acutely conscious of the process of digestion. She gave a little shiver. You read the mystic, Sir Peter, interrupted Fecklus. I'm afraid not, my dear man, I replied. Fact is, I haven't read anything much unless I had to. I went into it rather for a couple of years, he returned, and then stopped short and flushed. The thought had apparently called up some very unpleasant memories. He tried to cover his confusion by volubility and began an elaborate exposition of the tenets of St. Teresa in the Linos, and several others celebrated in that line. The main point, you see, he recapitulated finally, is the theory that everything human in us is before all things an obstacle in the way of holiness. That is the secret of the saints, that they renounce everything for one thing which they call the divine purity. It is not simply those things which we ordinarily call sins or vices. Those are merely the elementary forms of iniquity, exuberant grossness. The real difficulty hardly begins till things of that sort are dismissed forever. On the road to saintship, every bodily or mental manifestation is in itself a sin, even when it is something which ordinary piety would class as a virtue. Hey, here has got the same idea, she nodded serenely. I had no idea, she said, that those people had got so much sense. I've always thought of them as tangled up with religious ideas. I understand now. Yes, it's the life of holiness, if you have to go to the trouble of putting it in the terms of morality, as I suppose you English people have to. I feel that contact of any sort, even with myself, contaminates me. I was the chief of sinners in my time, in the English sense of the word. Now I've forgotten what love means, except for a faint sense of nausea when it comes under my notice. I hardly eat at all. It's only brutes that want to wallow in action that need 3 meals a day. I hardly ever talked. Words seem such waste, and they are none of them true. No one has yet invented a language from my point of view. Human life or heroine life? I've tried them both, and I don't regret having chosen as I did. I said something about heroine shortening life. A wan smile flickered on her hollow cheeks. There was something appalling in its wintry splendor. It silenced us. She looked down at her hands. I noticed for the first time with extreme surprise that they were extraordinarily dirty. She explained her smile. Of course, if you count time by years, you're very likely right. But what have the calculations of astronomers to do with the life of the soul? Before I started heroin, year followed year, and nothing worthwhile happened. It was like a child scribbling in a ledger. Now that I've got into the heroin life, a minute or an hour, I don't know which, and I don't care, contains more real life than any 5 years period in my unregenerate days. You talk of death. Why shouldn't you? You animals have got to die, and you know it. But I am very far from sure that I shall ever die, and I'm as indifferent to the idea as I am to any other of your monkey ideas. She relapsed into silence, leaned back, and closed her eyes once more. I make no claim to be a philosopher of any kind, but it was quite evident to the most ordinary common sense that her position was unassailable if anyone chose to take it. As G.K. Chesterton says, you cannot argue with the choice of the soul. It has often been argued, in fact, that mankind lost the happiness characteristic of his fellow animals when he acquired self-consciousness. This is, in fact, the meaning of the legend of the fall. We have become as gods, knowing good and evil, and the DDF price is that we live by labor and, in his eyes, foreknowledge of death. Freckles caught my thought. He quoted, with slow emphasis, too. He weaves and is clothed with derision sows, and he shall not reap. His life is a watch or a vision. Between asleep and asleep, the thought of the great Victorian seemed to chill him. He threw off his depression, lighting a cigarette and taking a strong pull at his brandy. Haide, he said with assumed lightness, lives in open sin with a person named Baruch de Espinosa. I think it's Schopenhauer who calls him Der Gott betrunkene man, the god intoxicated man, murmured Lou faintly, shooting a sleepy glance at Haide from beneath her heavy blue-veined eyelids. Yes, went on Freckles. She always carries about one of his books. She goes to sleep on his words. and when her eyes open, they fall upon the page. He tapped the table as he spoke. His quick intuition had understood that this strange incident was disquieting to us. He wriggled his thumb and forefinger in the air towards the waiter. The man interpreted the gesture as a request for the bill and went off to get it. "Let me drive you and Sir Peter back to your hotel," said our host to Lou. "You've had a rather rough time. I prescribe a good night's rest. You'll find a dose of HA, very useful pick-me, up in the morning. But for heaven's sake, don't flog a willing horse. Just the minutest sniff and then coke up gradually when you begin to feel like getting up. By lunchtime, you'll be feeling like a couple of 2-year-olds. He paid the bill and we went out. As luck would have it, a taxi had just discharged a party at the door, so we drove home without any trouble. Lou and I both felt absolutely washed out. She lay upon my breast and held my hand. I felt my strength come back to me when it was called on to support her weakness, and our love grew up anew out of that waste of windy darkness. I felt myself completely purged of all passion. And in that lustration, we were baptized anew and christened with the name of love. But although nature had done her best to get rid of the excess of the poison we had taken, there remained a residual effect. We had arrived at the hotel very weary, though, as a matter of course, we had insisted on Feckles and Heyday coming upstairs for a final drink. But we could hardly keep our eyes open, and as soon as they were gone, we made all possible haste to get between the sheets of the twin beds. I need hardly tell my married friends that on previous nights the process of going to bed had been a very elaborate ritual, but on this occasion it was a mere attempt to break the record for speed. Within 5 minutes from the departure of Feckles and Heyday, the lights were out. I had imagined that I should drop off to sleep instantly. In fact, it took me some time to realize that I had not done so. I was in an anesthetic condition which is hard to distinguish from dreaming. In fact, if one started to lay down definitions and explain the differences, the further one got, the more obscure would the controversy become. But my eyes were certainly wide open, and I was lying on my back, whereas I can never sleep except on my right side, or strangely enough, in a sitting position. And the thoughts began to make themselves more conscious as I lay. You know how thoughts fade out imperceptibly as one goes to sleep. Well, here they were, fading in. I found myself practically deprived of volition on the physical plane. It was as if it had become all impossible for me to wish to move or to speak. I was R74, the Zeri of a drug fiend, bathed in an ocean of exceeding calm. My mind was very active, but only so within peculiar limits. I did not seem to be directing the current of my thoughts. In an ordinary way, that fact would have annoyed me intensely, but now it merely made me curious. I tried, as an experiment, to fix my mind on something definite. I was technically able to do so, but at the same time, I was aware that I considered the effort not worth making. I noticed, too, that my thoughts were uniformly pleasant. Curiosity impelled me to fix my mind on ideas which are normally the source of irritation and worry. There was no difficulty in doing so, but the bitterness had disappeared. Went over incidents in the past, which I had almost forgotten by virtue of that singular mental process which protects the mind. I discovered that this loss of memory was apparent and not real. I recollected every detail with the most minute exactitude, but the most vexatious and humiliating items meant nothing to me anymore. I took the same pleasure in recalling them as one has in reading a melancholy tale. I might almost go so far as to say that the unpleasant incidents were preferable to the others. The reason think that they leave as deeper a mark on the mind. Our souls have invented our minds, so to speak, with the object of registering conscious experiences, and therefore the more deeply an experience felt, the better our minds are carrying out, is the intention of our souls. Forsitan Hayes, Olium Memenis Shuvaban, says Aeneas in Virgil when recounting his hardships. Quaint, by the way, haven't thought of a Latin tag a dozen times since left school. Drugs, like old age, strip off one's recent memories and leave bare one's forgotten ideas. The most deeply seated instinct in us, our craving, is for experience. And that why the efforts of the ease utopians to make life a pleasant routine always arouse subconscious revolt in the spirit of man. It was the progressive prosperity of the Victorian age that caused the Great War. It was the reaction of the schoolboy against the abolition of adventure. This curious condition of mind possessed an eternal quality The stream of thoughts flowed through my brain like a vast, irresistible river. I felt that nothing it could ever stop or even change the current in any important respect. My consciousness had something of the quality of fixed star proceeding through space by right of its eternal destiny. And the stream carried me on from one set of thoughts to another, slowly and without stress, was like hushed symphony. It included all possible memories, changing imperceptibly from one to another, without the faintest hint of jarring. Was aware of the flight of time, because church clocks struck somewhere far off at immense, incalculable intervals. Knew, therefore, that was making white a night of it. Was aware of dawn through the open French windows on the balcony. Ages, long ages later, there was chime of bells announcing early mass, and gradually my thought became more slow, more dim. The active pleasure of thinking became passive. Little by little, the shadows crept across my reverie, and then knew no more. Chapter 7, Book 1, Paradiso, Chapter 6, The glitter on the snow. I waxed to find Lou fully dressed. She was sitting on the edge of my bed. She had taken hold of my hand, and her face was bending over mine like a pallid flower. She saw that I was awake, and her mouth descended upon mine with exquisite tenderness. Her lips were soft and firm. Their kiss revived me into life. She was extraordinarily pale, and her gestures were limp and languid. I realized that I was utterly exhausted. I couldn't sleep at all, she said, after what seemed a very long time in which I tried to pull myself together. My mind went running on like mad. I've had a perfectly ripping time, perfectly topical. I simply couldn't get up till I remembered what that man Feckles said about a hair of the dog. So I rolled out of bed and crawled across to the H and took one little sniff and sat on the floor till it worked. It's great stuff when you know the ropes. It picked me up in a minute, so I had a bath and got these things on. I'm still a bit all in, we did it, didn't we, Cocky? You bet, I said feebly. I'm glad I've got a nurse. It's time righto, she said with a queer grin. For your Majesty's medicine. She went over to the bureau and brought me a dose of heroin. The effect was surprising. I had felt as if I couldn't move a muscle, as if all the springs of my nerves had given way. Yet, in 2 minutes, one small sniff restored me to complete activity. The glitter on the snow. There was in this, however, hardly any element of joy. I was back to my normal self, but not to what you might call good form. I was perfectly able to do anything required, but the idea of doing it didn't appeal. I thought a bath and a shower would put me right, and I certainly felt a very different man by the time I had got my clothes on. When I came back into the sitting room, I found Lou dancing daintily round the table. She went for me like a bull at a gate, swept me away to the couch, and knelt at my side as I lay, while she overwhelmed me with passionate kisses. She divined that I was not in any condition to respond. You still need your nurse, she laughed merrily, with sparkling eyes and flashing teeth and nostrils twitching with excitement. I saw on the tip of one delicious little curling hair a crystal glimmer that I knew. She had been out in the snowstorm. My cunning twisted smile told her that I was wise to the game. Yes, she said excitedly, I see how it's done now. You pull yourself together with H, and then you start the buzz wagon with C. Come along, put in the clutch. Her hand was trembling with excitement, but on the back of it there shimmered a tiny heap of glistening snow. I sniffed it with suppressed ecstasy. I knew that it was only a matter of seconds before I caught the contagion of her crazy and sublime intoxication. Who was it that said you had only to put salt on the tail of a bird, and then you could catch it, P? Probably that fellow thought that he knew all about, but it got the whole thing wrong. What you have to do is to get snow up your own nose, and then you can catch the bird all right. What did Metterlink know about that silly old bluebird? Happiness lies within oneself, and the way to dig it out is cocaine. But don't you go and forget what I hope you won't mind my calling ordinary prudence. Use a little common sense, use precaution, exercise, good judgment. However hungry you may happen to be, you don't want to eat a dozen oxen in Bruxelles. Natura non facit saltum. It's only a question of applying knowledge in a reasonable manner. We had found out how to work the machine, and there was no reason in the world why we shouldn't fly from here to Kalamazoo. So I took 3 quite small sniffs at reasonable intervals, and I was on the job once more. I chased Lou around the suite, and I dare say we did upset a good deal of the furniture, but that doesn't matter, for we haven't got to pick it up. The important thing was that I caught Lou, and by we found ourselves completely out of breath. And then, confound, just when wanted quiet pipe before lunch, the telephone rang. And the porter wanted to know we were at home to Mr. Elgin Feckles. Told you before that, didn't care for the man so much as that. As Stevenson observes, if he were the only tie that bound one to home, think most of us would vote for foreign travel. But he'd played the game pretty straight last night and hanged one. Couldn't do less than invite the fellow to lunch. He might have few more tips about the technique of this business anyhow. I'm not one of those cocksure fellows that imagine when they have one little scrap of knowledge that they have drained the fount of wisdom dry. So said, ask him to be good enough to come up by all means. Lou flew to the other room to fix her hair and her face, and all those things that women always seem to be having to fix. And up comes Mr. Feckles with the most perfect manner that I've ever observed in the glitter on the show 79. Any human being, and a string of kind inquiries and apologies on the tip of his tongue. He said he wouldn't have bothered us by calling at all so soon after the case of indiscretion, only he felt sure he had left his cigarette case with us, and he valued it very much because it had been given him by his Aunt Sophronia. Well, there it was, right on the table, or rather, under the table, because the table was on top of it. When we got the table on its legs again, we saw quite plainly that the cigarette case had been under it, and therefore must have been on top of it before it was overturned. Feckles laughed heartily at the humorous character of the incident. I suppose it was funny in a sort of way. On the other hand, I think it was quite the thing to call attention to. However, I suppose the fellow had to have his cigarette case, and after all, when you do find a table upside down, it's not much good pretending that you don't notice it. And very likely, on the whole, the best way to pass over the incident pleasantly is to turn it into a kind of joke. And I must say that Feckles showed the tact of a perfect gentleman in avoiding any direct allusion to the circumstances that caused the circumstances that were responsible for the circumstances, which it was difficult to overlook. Well, this man Feckles had been a perfect dear the night before. He had seen Lou through the worst of the business with the utmost good taste at the moment when her natural protector, myself, was physically unable to apply the necessary, what you may call it. Well, of course, the way things were at the moment, I wished Feckles in the place that modern Christianity has decided to forget. But the least I could do was to ask him to lunch. But before I had time to put this generous impulse into words, Lou sailed in like an angel descending from heaven. She went straight up to Feckles, and she positively kissed him before my eyes and begged him to stay and have lunch. She positively took the words out of my mouth, but I must admit that I wanted to be alone with Lou, not only then, but forever. And I was most consumedly glad when I heard Feckles say, "Why, really, that's too kind of you, Lady Pendragon. And I hope you repeat the invitation some other day, but I've got a lunch with 2 birds from the bourse. We have a tremendous deal coming off. Sir Peter's got more money already than he knows what to do with, otherwise I'd be only too glad to let him in on the rez-de-chaussee. Well, that's all right about my being a millionaire and all that. It's one thing being a single man running round London perfectly happy with a shilling cigar and a stall at the Victoria Palace, and it's quite another being on a honeymoon with a girl whom her most intimate friends call Unlimited Lou. Feckles did not know that I had spent more than a third of my annual income in a fortnight, but of course I couldn't tell the man how I was situated. We Pendragons are a pretty proud lot, especially since Sir Thomas Malory gave us that write-up in the time of Henry VIII. We've always been a bit above ourselves. That's where my poor old dad went gaga. However, the only thing to do was to beg the man to find a date in the near future to fight Palliard to a finish. I think Palliard is the best restaurant in Paris, Tom. So out comes a little red pocketbook, and there is Mr. Feckles biting his pencil between his lips, and then cocking his head, first on one side and then on the other. "Confound Paris," I said at last. A man gets the glitter on the snow. 81. Simply swept away by social engagements. I haven't a thing for a week. And just then the telephone rang. "However did anyone know you were here?" He gave his funny little laugh. "It's just what I've been telling you, Lady Pendragon," he said as he walked over to the receiver. "I'm a very much wanted man. Everyone seems to want me but the police," he giggled, "and they may get on to me any minute now, the Lord knows." He became suddenly serious as he talked on the phone. "Oh, yes," he said to the caller. Very annoying indeed. "What's that?" 4 o'clock? All right, I'll be round. He hung up. He came back to us radiant, holding out his hands. "This is a my dear friends," he said. "Special providence, nothing less. The lunch is off. If your invitation holds, I shall be the happiest man in Europe." Well, of course, there couldn't be two men like that in Europe. I was infernally bored, but there was nothing to do except to express the wildest joy. It didn't add to my pleasure to see that Lou was really pleased. She broke out into a swift sonata. "Let's lunch up here," she said. "It's more one time. I hate feeding in public. I want to dance between the courses." She rang down for the head waiter while I gave Feckles a cigarette, lamenting my lack of forethought in not having insinuated a charge of trinitrotoluol amid the tobacco. Lou had a passionate controversy with the head waiter. She won on points at the end of the 6th round. Half an hour later, we started the Grey Caviar. I don't know why everyone has to rejoice on Grey Caviar, but it's no use trying to interfere with the course of civilization. I ate it, and if I were in similar circumstances tomorrow, I would do it again. In the immortal words of Browning, "You lied, Dormy. I do not repent." Beside which, this was no ordinary lunch. It was big with the future. It was an unqualified success from the start. We were all in our best form. Feckles talked freely and irresponsibly with the lightness of champagne. He talked about himself and his amazing luck in financial matters, but he never stayed long enough on any subject to make a definite impression, or, you might say, to allow of a reply. He interspersed his remarks with the liveliest anecdotes and apologized towards the end of the meal for having been preoccupied with the deal which he had at the moment. "I'm afraid it's literally obsessing me," he said. "But you know it makes, or rather will make, a big difference to my prospects. Unfortunately, I'm not a millionaire like you, old thing. I've been doing very well, but somehow it's gone as easy as it came. But I've scraped up 20,000 of the best to buy an eighth share in this oil proposition that I told you about." "No," put in Lou. "You did tell us what it was." I made sure he laughed back. "I've got it fairly on the brain, especially since that lunch was put off. I need another 5 now, you see. I was going to dig it out of those birds. The only difficulty was that I can't exactly borrow it on my face, can I? And I don't want to let those birds into the know. They'd simply snap the whole thing up for themselves. By the way, that reminds me of a very good thing I heard the other day," and he rattled off an amusing story which had no connection with what he had been saying before. I didn't listen to what it was. My brain was working very fast with the champagne on top of the other things. His talk had brought to my mind that I should have to wire for another 1,000 today or tomorrow. I was aware of a violent subconscious irritation. The man's talk had dealt so airily with millions that I couldn't help recognizing that I was a very poor man indeed by modern standards. 5,000 or 6,000 a year, and perhaps another 1,500 from the rents of the Barley Grange estate, and that infernal income tax, and so on. I was really little better than a pauper, and there was Lou to be considered. I had always thought jewelry vulgar. A signet ring and a tie pin for a man for a woman, a few trinkets, very quiet, in good taste. That was the limit, but Lou was absolutely different. She could wear any amount of the stuff and carry it off superbly. I had bought her a pair of earrings in Cartier's yesterday afternoon. 3 diamonds in a string, the pendant being a wonderful pear-shaped blue-white, and as she ate and drank and talked, they waggled behind the angle of her jaw in the most deliciously fascinating way, and it didn't vulgarize her at all. I realized that, as a married man, it was my duty to buy her that string of pearls with the big black pearl as a pendant, and there was that cabochon emerald ringle. How madly that would go with her hair. And then, of course, when we got back to England, she must be presented at court. Not but what we Pendragons don't feel it a little humiliating. That meant a tiara, of course. And then, you know what dressmakers are. There's simply no end to the things that a civilized man has to have when he's married. And here was I, to all intents and purposes, a case for outdoor relief. I came out of my reverie with a start. My mind was made up. Lou was laughing hysterically at some story of a blind man in Agimulet. "Look here, Feckles," I said. "Wish you'd tell me a little more about this oil business." "To tell you the truth, I'm not the rich man you seem to think, my dear fellow," said Feckles. "In fact, I assure you," said I, "of course it was all very well when I was a bachelor. Simple taste, you know. But this little lady makes all the dife." "Why, certainly," replied Feckles, very seriously. Yes, I see that. In fact, if I may say so perfectly, it's really a duty to yourself and your heirs to put yourself on easy street. But money's been frightfully tight since the war, as you know. What with the collapse in the foreign exchanges, the decrease in the purchasing power of money, and the world's gold all locked up in Washington, things are pretty awkward. But then, it's just that sort of situation which provides opportunities to a man with real brains. Victorian prosperity made us all rich without our knowing anything about it or doing anything for it. Yes, I admitted the gilt edges seem to have come off the gingerbread securities. Well, look here, Pendragon, he said, pulling his chair half round so as to face me squarely, and making his points by tapping his corona on a plate. The future lies with just two things as far as big money's concerned. One's oil and the other is cotton. Now, I don't know a thing about cotton, but I'll give any sperm whale that ever blew 4,000 points and 12,000 up about oil. And you can lay your shirt on the challenger. Yes, I see that, I replied greatly. Of course, I don't know the first thing about finance, but what you say is absolutely common sense. And I've got a sort of flair for these things, I believe. Why, it's very curious you should say that, returned Freckles, as in great surprise. I was thinking the same thing myself. We know you've got pluck, and that's the first essential in any game. And making money is the greatest game there is. But beside that, I've got a hunch that you've got the right kind of brain for this business. You're as shrewd as they make them, and you've got a good imagination. I don't the glitter on the snow 85 mean the wild fancies that you find in a crane, but a good, wholesome, sound imagination. In the ordinary way, I should have been embarrassed by so direct a compliment from a man who was so evidently in the know. A man who was holding his own with the brightest minds all over the world. But in my present mood, I took it as perfectly natural. Lou laughed in my ear. That's right, Cocky dear, she chirruped. This is where you go right in and win. I've really got to have those pearls, She's quite right, agreed Freckles. When you're through with this honeymoon, come round with me, and we'll take our coats off and get into the game for all we're worth and a bit more. And when we come out, we'll have one. Rockefeller as flat as a pancake. Well, said I, no time like the present. I don't want to butt in, but if I could be any use to you about this deal of yours, Three Freckles shook his head. No, he said, this isn't the sort of thing at all. I'm putting my last bob into the deal, but it's a risky business at the best. And I wouldn't take a chance on your dropping 5,000 on the very first bet. Oh, of course it is rather a good thing if it comes off. Let's have the details, dear boy, I said, trying to feel like a businessman bred in the bone. The thing itself's simple enough, said Freckles. It's just a case of taking up an option on some wells at a place called Sitka. They used to be all right before the war, but in my opinion, they were never properly developed. They have been worked ever since, and might take all sorts of money to put them on the map again. But that's the smaller point. What I and my friends know, and nobody else has got onto, is that if we apply the Feldenberg process to the particular kind of oil that Sitka yields, we've got practically a world's monopoly of the highest class oil that exists. I needn't tell you that we can sell it at our own price. I saw in a flash the magnificent possibilities of the plan. Of course, I needn't tell you to keep it as dark as a wolf's mouth, continued Freckles. If this got out, every financier in Paris would buy the thing over our heads. I wouldn't have mentioned it to you at all, except for two things. I know you're on the square, that goes without saying, but the real point is this, that I told you I rather believe in the occult. Oh, yes, cried Lou, then of course you know King Lamus. Freckles started as he had received a blow in the face. For a moment he was completely out of countenance. It seemed as if he were going to say several things and decided not to, but his face was black as thunder. It was impossible to mistake the meaning of the situation. I turned to Lou with what I suppose was rather a nasty little laugh. Our friend's reputation, I said, appears to have reached Mr. Freckles. Well, said Freckles, recovering himself with a marked effort, I rather make a point of not saying anything against people, but as a matter of fact, it is it. A bit on the thick side, you seem to know all about, so there's no harm in my saying the man's an unspeakable scoundrel. All my hatred and jealousy surged up from the subconscious. Felt that Lamas had been there if it would have shot him like dog on sight. And my old schoolfellow skated away from the obnoxious topic. You didn't let me finish, he complained. Was going to say I have no particular talent for finance and that sort of thing, and that sort of thing in the ordinary way, but have an intuition that never lets me down, like the demon of Socrates, you remember. Well, said Freckles, tapping his cigar, with the air of a worshipful master calling the lodge to order. I said to myself when I met you last night, it's better to be born lucky than rich. And there's a man who was born lucky. It was perfectly true. I had never been able to do anything of my own abilities. And after all, I had tumbled into a reasonably good fortune. You've got the touch pen, he said with animation. Any time you're out of a job, I'll give you $10,000 a year as a mascot. Lou and I were both intensely excited. We could hardly find the patience to listen to the details of our friend's plan. The figures were convincing, but the effect was simply to dazzle us. We had never dreamed of wealth on this scale. I got the vision for the first time in my life of the power that wealth confers. And I realized equally for the first time how vast were my real ambitions. The man was right, too, clearly enough about my being lucky. My luck in the war had been prodigious. Then there was this inheritance, and Lou on the top of that. And here I'd met old Feckles by a piece of absolute chance. And there was this brilliant investment. That was the word. He was careful to point out that it was not a speculation, strictly speaking. Absolutely waiting for me. We were so overjoyed that we could hardly grasp the practical details. The amount required was 4,950 pounds. Of course, there was no difficulty in getting a trifle like that. But as I told Feckles, it would mean my selling out some beastly stock or something which might take 2 or 3 days. There was no time to lose, because the option would lapse if it weren't taken up within the week, and it was now Wednesday. However, Feckles helped me to draft a wire to Wolf to explain the urgency, and Feckles was to call on Saturday at 9 o'clock with the papers. Meanwhile, of course, he wouldn't let me down. But at the same time, he couldn't risk pulling off the coup of his life in case there was a hitch, so he would get a move on and see if he couldn't raise $5,000 on his own somewhere else, in which case he'd let me have some of his own stock anyway. He wanted me in the deal if it was only for a sovereign, simply because of my luck. Hey, off he ran in a great hurry. Lou and I got a car and spent the afternoon in the Boogaloo. It seemed as if the cocaine had taken hold of us with new force, or else it was the addition of the heroin. We were living at the same terrific speed as on that first wild night. The intensity was even more extraordinary, but we were not being carried away by it. In one sense, each hour lasted a fraction of a second, and yet, in another sense, every second lasted a lifetime. We were able to appreciate the minutest details of life to the full. I want to explain this very thoroughly. William the Conqueror, 1066, William Rufus, 1087, one can sum up the whole period of the reign of the Duke of Normandy in a phrase. At the same time, an historian who had made a special study of that part of English history might be able to write 10 volumes of details, and he might, in a sense, have both aspects of his knowledge present to his mind. We were in a similar condition. The hours flashed by like so many streaks of lightning, yet each discharge illuminated every detail of the landscape. We could grasp everything at once. It was as if we had acquired a totally new mental faculty, as superior to the normal course of thought, as the all-comprehending brain of a great man of science is to that of a savage. Though the two men are both looking with the same optical instruments at the same black beetle, it is impossible to convey to anyone who has not experienced the overwhelming rapture of this condition. Another extraordinary feature of the situation was this, that we seemed to be endowed with what must I call the power of telepathy, for want of a better word. We didn't need to explain ourselves to each other. Our minds worked together like those of two first-class three-quarters who are accustomed to play together. Part of the enjoyment, moreover, came from the knowledge that we were infinitely superior to anything we might happen to meet. The mere fact that we had so much more time to think than other people assured us of this. We were like a leash of greyhounds, and the rest of the world so many hares, but the disproportion of speed was immensely increased. It was the airman against the wagoner. We went to bed early that night. We had already got a little tired of Paris. The pace was too slow for us. It was rather like sitting at a Wagner opera. There were some thrilling moments, of course, but most of the time we were bored with long and monotonous passages like the dialogue between Watton. We wanted to be by ourselves. No one else could keep up with the rush. The difference between sleep and waking again was diminished. No, almost abolished. The period of sleep was simply like a brief distraction of attention, and even our dreams continued the exaltation of our love. The importance of any incident was negligible. In the ordinary way, one's actions are, to a certain extent, inhibited. As the phrase goes, one thinks twice before doing so and so, We weren't thinking twice anymore. Desire was transformed into action without the slightest check. Fatigue, too, had been completely banished. We woke the next morning with the sun. We stood on the balcony in our dressing gowns and watched him rise. We felt ourselves one with him, as fresh and as fervent as he. Inexhaustible energy, we danced and sang through breakfast. We had a phase of babbling, both talking at once at the top of our voices, making plans for the day, each one as it bubbled in our brains, the source of ecstatic excitement and inextinguishable laughter. We had just decided to spend the morning shopping when a card was brought up to the room. I had a momentary amazement as I read that our visitor was the confidential clerk of Mr. Wolfe. "Oh, bother the fellow," said I, and then remembered my telegram of the day before. I had a swift pang of alarm. Could something be wrong? But the cocaine assured me that everything was all right. "I'll have to see the fellow, I suppose," I said, and told the hall boy to send him upstairs. "Don't let him keep you long," said Lou, with a petulant pout, and ran into the bedroom after a swift embrace, so violent that it disarranged my new Charvet necktie. The man came up. I was a little bored by the gravity of his manner, and rather disgusted by its solemn deference. Of course, one likes being treated as a kind of toy emperor in a way, but that sort of thing doesn't go with Paris. Still less does it go with cocaine. It annoyed me that the fellow was so obviously ill at ease, and also that he was so obviously proud of himself for having been sent to Paris on important business with a real live night. If there's one thing flying teaches one more than another, it is to hate snobbery. Even the garter becomes imperceptible when one is flying above the clouds. I couldn't possibly talk to the man till he was a little more human. I made him sit down and have a drink and cigarette before I would let him tell me his business. Of course, everything was perfectly in order. The point was simply this, that the £6,000 wasn't immediately available. So, as needed, it was necessary for me to sign certain papers which Mr. Wolfe had drawn up at once. On receipt of my wire, and it would be better to have it done at the consulate. "Why, of course, get a taxi," I said. "I'll be down in a minute." He went downstairs. I ran into Lou and told her that I had to go to the consul on business. I'd be back in an hour and we could do our shopping. We took a big sniff of snow and kissed goodbye as if I were starting on a 3 years expedition to the South Pole. Then I caught up my hat, gloves, and cane and found my young man at the door. The drink and the air of Paris had given him a sense of his own dignity. Instead of waiting humbly for me to get into the car, he was sitting there already. And though his greeting was still solemnly deferential, there was a little more of the ambassador about it. He had repressed the original impulse to touch his hat. I myself felt a curious sense of enjoyment of my own importance. At the same time, I was in a violent hurry to get back to Lou. My brain was racing with the thought of her. I signed my name where they told me, and the consul dabbed it all over with stamps. And we drove back to the hotel where the clerk extracted a locked leather wallet from a mysterious inside hip pocket and counted me out my 6,000 in £100 notes. Of course, I had to ask the fellow to lunch. It was only decent, but I was very glad when he excused himself. He had to catch the 2:00 train back to town. Good God, what a time you've been," said Lou, and I could see that she had been filling it in a wonderful way. It was up to her neck. She danced about like a crazy woman with little jerky movements, which I couldn't help seeing signified nervous irritability. However, she was radiant, beaming, glowing, bursting with excitement. 92. The diaries thereof for drug fiend. Well, I don't like to be left in the lurch. I had to catch up. I literally shoveled the snow down. I'd have been paid a shilling an hour by the county council. The world is full of injustice. However, we certainly didn't have any time to have questions asked in Parliament. There was Lou almost in tears because she had nothing to wear. Practically no jewelry. The whole idea of being a knight is that when you see a wrong, it is your duty to right it. Fortunately, there was no difficulty at the present moment. All we had to do was to drive down to the Rue de la Paix. I certainly almost fell down when I saw all those pearls on her neck. And that cabochon emerald, by George, it did go with her hair. These shopmen in Paris are certainly artists. The man saw in a moment what was wrong. There was nothing to match the blue of her dress, so he showed us a sapphire and diamond bracelet and a big marquise ring that went with it in a platinum setting. That certainly made all the difference. And yet, he seemed to be very uneasy. He was puzzled, that's what it was. Then his face lightened up. He had got the idea all right. You can always trust these chaps when you strike a really good man. What was missing was something red I told you about, Loudmouth. Her long, jagged, snaky scarlet streak always writhing and twisting as if it had a separate life of its own and were perpetually in some delicious kind of torture. The man saw immediately what was necessary. The mouth had to be repeated symbolically. That's the whole secret of art. So he fished out a snake of pigeon's blood rubies. My God, it was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen in my life, except Lou herself. And you couldn't look at it without thinking of her mouth, and you couldn't think of her mouth without wanting to kiss it. And it was up to me to prove to Paris that I had the most beautiful woman in the world for my wife, and that could only be done in the regular way by showing her off in the best dresses and the most wonderful jewels. It was my duty to her as my wife, and I could afford it perfectly well because I was a tolerably rich man to start with anyhow, and besides, the $5,000 I was putting into Feckle's business would mean something like $250,000 at least, on the most conservative calculations, as I had seen with my own eyes. And that was all a clear profit, so there was no reason in the world why one shouldn't spend it in a sensible way. Mr. Wolf himself had emphasized the difficulty of getting satisfactory investments in these times. He told me how many people were putting their money into diamonds and furs, which always keep their value, whereas government securities and that sort of thing are subject to unexpected taxation for one thing, depreciation for another, with the possibility of European repudiation looming behind them all. As a family man, it was my duty to buy as many jewels for Lou as I could afford. At the same time, one has to be cautious. I bought the things I mentioned and paid for them. I refused to be tempted by a green pearl tie pin for myself, though I should have liked to have had it be because it would have reminded me of Lou's eyes every time I put it on. But it was really rather expensive, and Mr. Wolf had warned me very seriously about getting into debt. So I paid for the rest of the stuff, and we went off, and we thought we'd drive out to the Bois for lunch. And then we took some more snow in the taxi, and Lou began to cry because I had bought nothing for myself. So we took some more snow. We had plenty of time, nobody lunches before 2 o'clock. We went straight back to the shop and bought the green pearl, and that got Lou so excited that the taxi was like an airplane. If anything, more so if you have the 94, the diaries are off a drug fiend, it's stupid to hang back. If you start to do a thing, you'd much better do it. What's that fellow say? I do not set my life at a pin's fee. That's the right spirit. Unhand me, gentlemen. I'll make a ghost of him that lets me. That's the Pendragon spirit, and that's the Flying Man spirit. Get to the top and stay at the top and shoot the other man down. Chapter 8, Book 1, Paradiso, Chapter 7, The Wings of the Oof Bird. The lunch at the Restaurant de la Cascade was like a lunch in a dream. We seemed to be aware of what we were eating without actually tasting it. As I think I said before, it's the anesthesia of cocaine that determines the phenomena. When I make a remark like that, I understand that it's the dead and gone medical student popping up, but never you mind that. The point is that when you have the right amount of snow in you, you can't feel anything in the ordinary sense of the word. You appreciate it in a sort of impersonal way. There is a pain, but the pain doesn't hurt. You enjoy the fact of the pain as you enjoy reading about all sorts of terrible things in history at school. But the trouble about cocaine is this, that it's almost impossible to take it in moderation as almost anyone, except an American, can take whiskey. Every dose makes you better and better. It destroys one's power of calculation. We had already discovered the fact when we found that the supply we had got from Gretel, with the idea that it would last almost indefinitely, was running very short. When the dressing gown came to solve the problem, we had only been a few days on the stunt, and what we had got from 3 or 4 sniffs to begin with meant almost perpetual stoking to carry on. However, that didn't matter because we had an ample supply. There must have been a couple of kilograms of either C or H in that kimono. And when you think that 1/8 of a grain is rather a big dose of H, you can easily calculate what a wonderful time you can have on a pound. You remember how it goes. 20 grains, 1 pennyweight, 3 pennyweights, 1 scruple. I forget how many scruples, 1 drachm, 8 drachms, 1 ounce, 12 ounces, 1 pound. I could never understand English weights and measures. I had never met anyone who could. But the point is you could go on a long time on 1/8 of a grain if you have a pound of the stuff. Well, this will put it all right for you. 15 grains is 1 gram, and 1,000 grams is a kilogram, and a kilogram is 2.2 pounds. The only thing I'm not sure about is whether it's a 16-ounce pound or a 12-ounce pound. But I don't see what it matters anyway. If you've got a pound of snow or H, you can go on for a long while, but apparently it's rather awkward orchestrating. Quain says that people accustomed to opium and its derivatives can take an enormous amount of cocaine without any bother. In the ordinary way, half a grain of cocaine can cause death, but we were taking the stuff with absolute carelessness. One doesn't think of measuring it as one would if one took it by hypodermic. One just takes a dose when one feels one needs it. After all, that's the rule of nature. Eat when you're hungry. Nothing is worse for the health than settling down to a fixed ration of so many meals a day. The grand old British principle of 3 meat meals has caused the supply of uric acid to exceed the demand in a most reprehensible manner. Physiology and economics, and I should think even geology, combined to protest. Now we were living an absolutely wholesome life. We took a sniff of cocaine whenever the pace slackened up, and one of heroin when the cocaine showed any signs of taking the bit in its teeth. What one needs is sound common sense to take reasonable measures according to the physiological indications. One needs elasticity. It's simply spiritual socialism to tie oneself down to fixed doses, whether one needs them or not. Nature is the best guide. We had got onto the game. Our misadventure at the Petit Savoyard had taught us wisdom. We were getting stronger on the wing every hour. That chap, Coué, is a piker, as they say in America. Every day, in every way, I get better and better indeed. The man must simply have been carried away by the rhyme. Why wait for a day? We had got to the stage where every minute counted. As the Scotchman said to his son, halfway through the 10-mile walk to Kirk, when the boy said, "It's a broad day the day. Is this a day to be taking 0 days?" Thinking of days makes you think of years, and thinking of years makes you think of death, which is ridiculous. Lou and I were living minute by minute, second by second. A tick of the clock marked for us an interval of eternity. We were the heirs of eternal life. We had nothing to do with death. That was a pretty wise bird who said, "Tomorrow never comes." We were out of time and space. We were living according to the instruction of our Savior. Take no thought for the morrow. A great restlessness gripped us. Paris was perfectly impossible. We had to get to some place where time doesn't count. The alternation of day and night doesn't matter so much, but it's absolutely intolerable to be mixed up with people who are working by the clock. We were living in the world of the Arabian Nights. Limitations were abhorrent. Was always reminding Paris us of the pygmies who lived, if you call it living, in a high system of order. It is monstrous and ridiculous to open and close by convention. We had to go to some place where such things didn't annoy us. An excessively irritating incident spoiled our lunch at the Cascade. We had made a marvelous impression when we came in. We had floated in like butterflies, settling on lilies. A buzz went round the tables. Lau's beauty intoxicated everybody. Her jewelry dazzled the crowd. I thought of an assembly of Greeks of the best period unexpectedly visited by Apollo and Venus. We palpitated not only with our internal ecstasy, but with the intoxicating sense that the whole world admired and envied us. We made them feel like the contents of a wastepaper basket. The head waiter himself became a high priest. He rose to the situation like the genius he was. He was mentally on his knees as he ventured to advise us in the choice of our lunch. It seemed to us the tribute of inferior emperors. And there was that fellow King Lamus 5 or 6 tables away. The man with him was a Frenchman of obvious distinction, with a big red rosette and a trim aristocratic white mustache and beard. He was some minister or other. I couldn't quite place him, but I'd seen him often enough in the papers. Somebody intimate with the president. He had been the principal object of interest before we came in. Our arrival pricked that bubble. Lamus had his back to us, and I suppose he didn't see us, for he didn't turn around, though everyone else in the place did so and began to buzz. I didn't hate the man anymore. He was so absurdly inferior, and this was the annoying thing. When he and his friend got up to leave, they passed our table all smiles and bows. And then the deuce, the head waiter brought me his card. He had scribbled on it in pencil, "Don't forget me when you need me," of all the damn silly impertinential, absolutely gratuitous, insufferable insolence. Who was going to need Mr. God Almighty King Lamus? I should have handed out some pretty hot repartee if the creature hadn't sneaked off. Well, it wasn't worthwhile. He didn't count any more than the grounds in the coffee. But the incident stuck in my mind. It kept on irritating me all the afternoon. People like that ought to be kicked out once and for all. Why, Hang the Man was all kinds of scoundrel. Everyone said so. Why did he want to butt in? Nobody asked any metal. Said something of the sort to Lou, and she told him off very wittily. "You've said it, Cocky," she cried. "He's a meddler, and his nature to be rotten before he's as ripe." Remembered something of the sort in Shakespeare. That was the best of Lou. She was brilliantly clever, but she never forced down one's throat. At the same time, as said, the man stuck in my gizzard. It annoyed me so much that we took a lot more cocaine to get the taste out of our mouths. But the irritation remained, though took another form. The bourgeois atmosphere of Paris got on my nerves. Well, there was no need to stay in the beastly place. The thing to do was to hunt up old Feckles and pay him the cash and get to some place like Capri where one isn't always being bothered by details. Was flooded by a crazy desire to see Lou swim in the blue grotto, to watch the phosphorescent flames flash from her luminous body. We told the chauffeur to stop at Feckles' hotel, and that was where we hit gigantic snag. Monsieur Feckles, the manager said, had left that morning suddenly. Yes, he had left his heavy baggage. He might be back at any moment. No, he had left no word as to where he was going. Well, of course, he would be back on Saturday morning to get the 5,000. It was obvious what I was to do. I would leave the money for him and take the manager's receipt and tell him to send the papers on to the Caligula at Capri. I started to count out the cash. We were sitting in the lounge. A sense of absolute bewilderment and helplessness came over me. "I say, Lou," I stammered, "I wish you'd count this. I can't make it come right. I think I must have been going a bit too hard." She went through the various pockets of my portfolio. "Haven't you some money in your pocket?" she said. I went through myself with sudden anxiety. I had money in nearly every pocket, but it only amounted to so much small change. 1,000 francs here and 100 francs there, a 50-pound note in my waistcoat, a lot of small bills. In the meanwhile, Lou had added up the contents of my portfolio. The total was just over 1,700. My God. "I've been robbed," I gasped out, my face flushing furiously with anger. Lou kept her head and her temper. After all, it wasn't her money. She began to figure on a scrap of the hotel note paper. "I'm afraid it's all right," she announced, "you dear bad boy." Well, I had become suddenly sober. Yes, there was nothing wrong with the figures. I had paid cash to the jeweler without thinking. By Jove, we were in a hole when I felt instinctively that it was impossible to telegraph to Wolf for more money. I suppose my face must have fallen, a regular nosedive. Lou put her arm around my waist and dug her nails into my ribs. "Yeah, it. Chuck Cocky, she sigh, we're well out of a mess." I always had my doubts about Feckles, and his going off like this looks to me as there was something, if very funny about it. My dream of $250,000 disappeared without a moment's regret. Had been prudent after all. I had invested my cash in something tangible. Feckles was an obvious crook. If had handed him that 5,000, should never have heard of him or of it again. Began to recover my spirits. "Look here," said Lou. "Let's forget it. Write Feckles' note to say you couldn't raise the money by a they was wanted, and let's get out. We ought to economize in any case. Let's get off to Italy, as we said. The exchange awfully good, and livings is delightfully cheap. It's silly spending money when you've got love and cocaine." My spirit leapt to meet hers, scribbled note of apology to Feckles, and left at the hotel. We dashed it round to the Italian consulate to have our passport viséed, got our sleeping cars from the hotel porter, and had the maid pack our things while we had last a heavenly dinner. Chapter 9. Book 1. Paradiso. Chapter 8. Vidir Napoli e poi, pro patria mori, for the train de luxe. A sense of infinite relief enveloped us as we left Paris behind, and this was accompanied with an overwhelming fatigue, which in itself was unspeakably delicious. The moment our heads touched the pillows, we sank like young children into exquisite deep slumber, and we woke early in the morning, exhilarated beyond all expression by the alpine air that enlarged our lungs, that thrilled us with its keen intensity, that lifted us above the pettiness of civilization, exalting us to communion with the eternal. Our souls soared to the Prinksfall peaks that towered above the train. They flowed across the limpid lakes. They reveled with the raging road. Many people have the idea that the danger of drugs lies in the fact that one is tempted to fly to them for refuge whenever one is a little bored or depressed or annoyed. That is true, of course, but if it stopped there, only a small class of people would stand in real danger. For example, this brilliant morning, with the sun sparkling on the snow and the water, the whole earth ablush with his glory, the pure keen air rejoicing our lungs. We certainly did say to ourselves, our young eyes ablaze with love and happiness, that we didn't need any other element to make our poetry perfect. I said this without a hint of hesitation. For one thing, we felt like Christian when the burden of his sins fell Ophio's back. At getting away from Paris and civilization and convention, and all that modern artificiality implies. Ras videra Napoli e poi propamfi mori 103, we had neither the need to get rid of any depression, nor that to increase our already infinite intoxication. Ourselves and our love and the boundless beauty of the ever-changing landscape, a permanent perfection traveling for its pleasure through inexhaustible possibilities. Yet almost before the words were out of our mouths, a sly smile crept over Lou's loveliness and kindled the same subtly secret delight in my heart. She offered me a pinch of heroin with the air of communicating some exquisitely esoteric sacrament, and I accepted it and measured her a similar dose on my own hand, as if some dim delirious desire devoured us. We took it not because we needed it, but because the act of consummation was, so to speak, an act of religion. It was the very fact that it was not an act of necessity which made it an act of piety. In the same way, I cannot say that the dose did us any particular good. It was at once a routine and a ritual. It was a commemoration like the Protestant communion, and at the same time a consecration like the Catholic. It reminded us that we were heirs to the royal rapture in which we were afloat, but also it refreshed that rapture. We noticed that in spite of the alpine air, we did not seem to have any great appetite for breakfast, and we appreciated with the instantaneous sympathy which united us that the food of mortals was too gross for the gods. That sympathy was so strong and so subtle, so fixed in our hearts, that we could not realize the rude, raw fact that we had ever existed as separate beings. The past was blotted out in the calm contemplation of our beatitude. We understood the changeless ecstasy that radiates from statues of the Buddha, the mysterious triumph, there in the mouth of Mona Lisa, and the unearthly and ineffable glee of the attitude Haide l'Amoureux. We smoked in shining silence as the express swept DDF, a diary drug fiend, to it through the plains of Lombardy. Odd fragments of Shelley's lines on the Euganian hills flitted through my mind like azure or purple phantoms. The vaporous plain of Lombardy islanded with cities fair had commercialized the cities for the century most part into cockpits and cesspools. But Shelley still shone serene as the sun itself. Many green isle needs must be in this wide sea of misery. Everything he had touched with his pen had blossomed into immortality. And Lou and were living in the land which his prophetic eyes had seen. Thought of that incomparable ideal, will not call it an island, to which he invites Amelia in Epipsychidion. Lou and my love and my wife, and we were not I merely going there. We had always been there and should always be. For the name of the island, the name of the house, the name of Shelley, and the name of Lou and me, they were all one name, love. The winged words with which my song would pierce into the heights of love's rare universe are chains of lead about its flight of fire, pant, sink, tremble, expire. Noticed, in fact, that our physical selves seemed to be acting as projections of our thought. We were both breathing rapidly and deeply. Our faces were flushed, suffused with the sunlight splendor of our bloods that beat time to the waltz of our love. Waltz! No, it was something wilder than waltz. The mazurka, perhaps. No, there was something still more savage in our souls. Thought of the furious fandango of the gypsies of Vadir Napoleopoi. Pro Patri Mori 105 Granada. Of the fanatical frenzy of the religious Moorish rioters, chopping at themselves with little sacred axes, till the blood streams down their bodies, crazily crimson in the stabbing sunlight, and making little scabs of mire upon the torrid trampled sand. I thought of the Moenades and Bacchus. I saw them through the vivid eyes of Euripides and Swinburne, and still unsatisfied, I crave for stranger symbols yet. I became a witch doctor presiding over a cannibal feast, driving the yellow mob of murderers into a fiercer comus rout, as the maddening beat of the tom-tom and the sinister scream of the bull-roarer destroy every human quality in the worshippers, and make them elemental energies. Valkyrie vampires surging and shrieking on the summit of the storm. I do not even know whether to call this a vision or how to classify it psychologically. It was simply happening to me and Sarah Lowe, though we were sitting decorously enough in our compartment. It became increasingly certain that high-day, low-class, commonplace, ignorant girl that she was had somehow been sucked into a stupendous maelstrom of truth. The normal actions and reactions of the mind and the body are simply so many stupid veils upon the face of Isis. What happened to them didn't matter. The stunt was to find some trick to make them shut up. I understood the value of words. It depended not on their rational meaning, but upon their hieratic suggestion. In Xanadu did Kubla Khan a stately pleasure house decree. The names mean nothing definite, but they determine the atmosphere of the poem. Sublimity depends upon unintelligibility. I understood the rapture of the names in Lord Dunsany's stories. I understood how the barbarous names of evocation used by magicians, the bellowings and whistlings of the Gnostics, the mantras of Hindu devotees, set their souls spinning till they became giddy with glory. Even the names of the places that we were passing in the train excited me just as far as they were unfamiliar and sonorous. I became increasingly excited by the sight of the Italian words, e pericoloso, sporgersi. That wouldn't mean much, no doubt, to anyone who spoke Italian. To me, it was a master key of magic. I connected it somehow with my love for Lou. Everything was a symbol of my love for Lou, except when that idiotic nuisance knowledge declared the contrary. We were whirling in this tremendous trance all the morning. There kept on coming into my mind the title of a picture I had once seen by some crazy modern painter. 4 red monks carrying a black goat across the snow to nowhere. It was obviously an excuse for a scheme of color, but the fantastic imbecility of the phrase and the subtle suggestion of sinister wickedness made me pant with suppressed exultation. Our first call for lunch came with startling suddenness. I woke up wildly to recognize the fact that Lou and I had not spoken to each other for hours, that we had been rushing through a universe of our own creation with stupendous speed and diabolical delight. And at the same time, I realized that we had been automatically coking up without knowing that we were doing so. The material world had become of so little importance that I no longer knew where I was. I completely mixed up my present journey with memories of 2 or 3 previous continental excursions. It was the first time that Lou had ever been farther than Paris, and she looked to me for information as to time and place. With her, familiarity had not bred contempt, and I found myself unable to tell her the Vedirnapoli I poi pro patrizi Mari 107 most ordinary things about the journey. I didn't even know in which direction we were traveling, whether the Alps came next or which tunnel we were taking, whether we passed through Florence or the difference between Geneva and Genoa. Those who are familiar with the route will realize how hopelessly my mind was entangled. I hardly knew morning from evening. I've described things with absolute confidence which could not possibly have taken place. We kept on getting up and looking at the map on the panels of the corridor, and I couldn't make out where we were. We compared times and distances only to make confusion worse confounded. I went into the most abstruse astronomical calculations as to whether we ought to put our watches on an hour or back. An hour at the frontier. And I don't know to this day whether I came to any correct conclusion. I had an even chance of being right, but there it stopped. I remember getting out to stretch our legs at Rome, and that we had a mad impulse to try to see the sights during the 20 minutes or so we had to wait. I might have done it, but on the platform at Rome I was brought up with a shock. An impossible thing had happened. Great Scott, cried a voice from the window of a coach 3 ahead of our own. Of all the extraordinary coincidences. How are you? We looked up, hardly able to believe our ears. Who should it be but our friend Feckles? Well, of course I'd rather have seen the devil himself. After all, I'd behaved to the man rather shabbily, and incidentally made a great fool of myself. But what surprised me on second glance was that he was traveling very much incognito. He was hardly recognizable. I don't think I mentioned he had fair hair with a bald patch, and was clean-shaven, but now his hair was dark, and a toupee silently rebuked nature's 108, the diary Kiev a drug fiend equality. A small black mustache and imperial completed the disguise, but in addition his manner of dressing was a camouflage in itself. In Paris he had been dressed very correctly. He might have been a man about town of very good family. But now he was dressed like a courier, or possibly a high-class commercial traveler. His smartness had an element of commonness very well marked. I instinctively knew that he would prefer me not to mention his name. At this moment, the train began to move, and we had to hop on. We went at once to his compartment. It was a coupe. He was its sole occupant. I have already described the shock which the reappearance of Freckles had ministered to my nerve. Normally, I should have felt very awkward indeed, but the cocaine lifted me easily over the fence. The incident became welcomed, an additional adventure in the fairy tale which we were living. Lou herself was all gush and giggles to an extent which a month earlier I should have thought a shade off. But everything was equally exquisite on this grand combination honeymoon. Freckles appeared extremely amused by the encounter. I asked him with a proper degree of concern if he had had my note. He said no, he'd been called suddenly away on business. I told him what I had written. With added apologies, the long journey had tired me deep down. I took things more seriously, though the cocaine prevented my realizing that this was the case. "My dear fellow," he protested, "I'm extremely annoyed that you should have troubled yourself about the business at all. As a matter of fact, what happened is this. I went round to see those men at 4 o'clock, as arranged on the phone, and they were really so awfully decent about the whole thing that I had to let them in for $5,000. And they wrote me their check on the spot. Now, of course, you mustn't vetter Napolipo pro pavid mori 109. Imagine that I'd let an old pal down. Anytime you find yourself with a little loose cash, just weigh in. You can have it out of my bit. Well, that's really too good of you, I said, and I won't forget it. It'll be all right, I suppose. Now you've got the thing through to wait till I get back to England. Don't think about why, of course, he replied. Business at all. It was really rotten of me to talk shop to a man on his honeymoon. Lou took up the conversation. But do tell us, she began, why this doesn't. It suits you splendidly, you know. But after all, I'm a woman. Freckles suddenly became very solemn. He went to the door of the coupe and looked up and down the corridor. Then he slid the door to and began to speak in a whisper. This is a very serious business, he said, and paused. He took out his keys and played with them, as if uncertain how far to go. He thrust them back into his pocket with a decisive gesture. Look here, old chap, he said, I'll take a chance on you. We all know what you did for England during the war. And take one thing with another, you're about my first pick. He stopped short. We looked at him blankly, though we were seething with some blind, suppressed excitement whose nature we could hardly describe. He took out a pipe and began to nibble the vulcanite rather nervously. He drew a deep breath and looked Lou straight in the face. Does it suggest anything to you, he murmured, almost inaudibly, a man's leaving Paris at a moment's notice in the middle of a vast financial scheme? And turning up in Italy heavily camouflaged? To police on your track? Giggled Lou. He broke into hearty, good-natured laughter. Getting warm, he said. But try again. The explanation flashed into my mind at once. He saw what I was thinking, and smiled, and nodded. No, oh, I see, said Lou wisely, and bent over to him and whispered in his ear. The words were, Secret Service, that's it, said Freckles softly. And this is where you come in. Look here, he brought out a passport from his pocket and opened it. He was Monsieur Hector Laroche of Geneva, so it appeared, by profession a courier. We nodded comprehensively. I was rather at my wits' end when I saw you, he went on. I'm on the trail of a very dangerous man who has got into the confidence of some English people, living in Capri. That's where you're going, isn't it? Yes. We said feeling ourselves of international importance. Well, it's like this. If I turn up in Capri, which is a very small place, without a particularly good excuse, people will look at me and talk about me. And if they look too hard and talk too much, it's 10 to 1 I'm spotted. Not necessarily for what I am, but as a stranger of suspicious character. And if the man I'm after gets on his guard, there will be absolutely nothing doing. Yes, I say, I see all that. But will we do anything for good old England goes without saying. But how can we help you out? Well, said Freckles, don't see why it should put you out very much. You needn't even see me. But if I could pose as your courier, go ahead and book your rooms and look after your luggage and engage boats and that sort of thing for you, I shouldn't need to be explained. As things are, it might even save you trouble. There are the most frightful brigands around here, and anything that looks like a tourist, especially of the honeymoon species, is liable to all sorts of bother and robbery. Well, the thing did seem almost providential, as a matter of fact. I had been thinking of getting a man vetter Napoli apoi, pro patron, Mari III, to keep off the jackals, and this was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lou was obviously delighted with the arrangement. "Oh, but you must let us do more than that," she said. "If we could only help you spot this swan." "You bet I will," said Freckles heartily, and we all shook hands on it. "Anytime anything happens where you could be useful, I'll tell you what to do. But of course you'll have to remember the rules of the service. Absolute silence and obedience. And you stand or fall on your own feet, and if the umpire says out, you're out, and nobody's going to pick up the pieces." This honeymoon was certainly coming out in the most wonderful way. We had left the cinema people at the post. Here we were, without any effort of our own, right in the middle of the most fascinating intrigues of the most mysterious kind. And all that on the top of the most wonderful love there was in the world, and heroin and cocaine to help us make the most of the tiniest details. "Well," said I to Freckles, "this suits me down to the ground. I'm trying to forget what you said about my brain, because it isn't good for a young man to be puffed up with intellectual vanity. But I certainly am the luckiest man in the world. Emma." Hector LaRoche gave us a delightful hour telling of some of his past exploits in the war. He was as modest as he was brave, but for all that, we could see well enough what amazing astuteness he had brought to the service of our country in her hour of peril. We could imagine him making rings round the lumbering minds of the Huns with their slow, pedantic processes. The only drawback to the evening was that we couldn't get him to take any snow. And you know what that means. You feel the man somehow out of the party. He excused himself by saying that the regulations forbade it. He agreed with us that it was rotten red tape, but of course they're right in a way. There are quite a lot of chaps that wouldn't know it, how to use, might get a bit above themselves, and to give something away. You know how is. And so we left him quietly smoking, and went back to our own little cubby and had the most glorious night, whispering imaginary intrigues which somehow lent stronger wing to the real rapture of our love. We neither of us slept. We simply sailed through the darkness to find the dawn caressing the crest of Posillipo, and the first glint of sunrise signaling ecstatic greetings to the blue waters of the Bay of Naples. When the train stopped, there was Hector LaRoche at the door ordering everybody about in fluent Italian. We had the best suite in the best hotel, and our luggage arrived not 10 minutes later than we did, and breakfast was perfect Poland. And we had boxed for the opera and our passages booked for the following day for Capri, where a suite was reserved for us at the Caligula. We saw the museum in the morning and automobiled out to Pompeii in the afternoon, and yet LaRoche had managed everything for us so miraculously well that even this very full day left us perfectly fresh, murmuring through half-closed lips the magic sentence, "Dulce far monte." The majority of people seem to stumble through this world without any conception of the possibilities of it as enjoyment. Of course, matter of temperament. But even the few who can appreciate the language of Shelley, Keats, and Swinburne look on those conceptions as utopian. Most people acquiesce in the idea that the giddy exultation of Prometheus Unbound, for example, is an imaginary feeling. Suppose, in fact, that one wouldn't get much result by giving heroin and cocaine, however cunningly mixed, to the average man. You can't get out a thing what isn't there. In 99 cases out of 100, any stimulant of veteranapoli epoi, pro patria, mori DD3 of whatever nature operates by destroying temporarily the inhibitions of education. The ordinary drunken man loses the veneer of civilization. But if you get the right man, the administration of a drug is quite likely to suppress his mental faculties, with the result that his genius is set free. Coleridge is a case in point. When he happened to get the right quantity of laudanum in him, he dreamed Kubla Khan, one of the supreme treasures of the language. And why is it incomplete? Because a man called from Porlock on business and called him back to his normal self, so that he forgot all but a few lines of the poem. Similarly, we have Herbert Spencer taking morphia every day of his life, decade after decade. Without morphia, he would simply have been a querulous invalid, preoccupied with bodily pain. With it, he was the genius whose philosophy summarized the thought of the 19th century. But Lou and I were born with a feeling for romance and adventure. The ecstasy of first love was already enough to take us out of ourselves to a certain extent. The action of the drugs intensified and spiritualized these possibilities. The atmosphere of Capri, and the genius of Freckles for preventing any interference with our pleasure, made our first fortnight on the island an unending trance of unearthly beauty. He never allowed us a chance to be bored, and yet he never intruded. He took all the responsibilities off our hands. He arranged excursions to Anacapri, to the villa of Tiberius, and to the various grottos. Once or twice he suggested a wild night in Naples, and we reveled in the peculiar haunts of vice with which that city abounds. Nothing shocked us, nothing surprised us. Every incident of life was the striking of a separate note in the course of an indescribable symphony. He introduced us to the queerest people, drove us 114T. A diary of a drug fiend into the most mysterious quarters. But everything that happened wove itself intoxicatingly into the tapestry of love. We went out on absurd adventures. Even when they were disappointing from the ordinary standpoint, the disappointment itself seemed to add piquancy to the joke. One couldn't help being grateful to the man for his protecting care. We went into plenty of places where the innocent tourist is considered fair game, and his idiomatic Italian invariably deterred the would-be sportsman. Even at the hotel, he fought the manager over the weekly bill and compelled him to accept a much lower figure than his dreams had indicated. Of course, most of his time was occupied with keeping watch on the man he was trailing, and he kept us very amused with the account of his progress. Gee, I shall never be grateful enough to you. If I bring, it will be this off as I think I shall, he said, turning point in my official career. I don't mind telling you they've treated me rather shabbily at home about one or two things I've done. But if I bag this bird, they can hardly say no to anything I may ask. At the same time, it was clear that he took a genuine friendly interest in his lovebirds, as he called us. He had had a disappointment himself, he said, and it had put him off the business personally. But he was glad to say it hadn't soured his nature, and he took a real pleasure in seeing people so ideally happy as we were. The only thing, he said, that made him a little uneasy and discontented was that he hadn't got in touch with the people who ran the Gatto Frido, which was an extremely exciting and dangerous kind of nightclub which indulged in pleasures of so esoteric a kind that no other place in Europe had anything to compare with it. Chapter 10, Book 1, Paradiso, Chapter 9, The Gatto Frido. It was about the end of the third week, I discovered from Lau's diary. I had lost all count of time myself, that he came in one day with a smile of subtle triumph in his eyes. I've got onto the ropes, he said, but I think I ought in fairness to warn you that the Gatto Frido is a pretty hot place. I wouldn't mind taking you as long as you go in disguise and have a gun in your pocket, but I really can't take it on my conscience to have Lady Pendragon along. I was so full up with cocaine, I hardly knew what he was saying. It was the easiest way out to nod assent and watch the clouds fighting each other to get hold of the sun. I was betting on that big white elephant on the horizon. There were 2 black cobras and a purple hippopotamus against him, but I couldn't help that. With those magnificent tusks, he ought to be able to settle their business. And only to look at his legs, you could see the old sun hadn't got a dog's chance. I can't see why people haven't the sense to keep still when a fight of this kind is in progress. What's the referee for, anyway? It was extremely annoying of Lou to protest in that passionate, shrill voice of hers that she was going to the Gatto Frido, and if she didn't, she'd take to keeping cats herself and fry them and make me eat them. I don't know how long she went on. It was perfectly gorgeous to hear her. I knew what it meant just as soon as we could get rid of that swine Freckles. Ilge, hang it all, one doesn't want another man on one's honeymoon. So there was Freckles turning to me in a sort of limp, helpless protest, imploring me to put my foot down about it. So I said, Freckles, old top, you the right sort? I always liked you at school, and I shall never forget what you've done for me these last 30 or 40 years. Or whatever it is, we've been in Capri, and Lloyd George can trust you to nip that blighter you're after. Why shouldn't I trust you to see us through this fun at the Gatto Frido? Lou clapped her hands, screaming with merriment. But Freckles said, Nah, that's all right. But this is a very serious business. You're not going about it in the right spirit. We've got to go about it very quietly and soberly. And then open up when the word comes over the top. We pretended to pull ourselves together to please him. But I couldn't blind my eyes to the fact that I was likely to lose my money, because the white elephant had turned into a quite ordinary zebu or Brahmin cow, or at the best a 2-humped or Bactrian dromedary in any case. An animal entirely unfitted by nature to carry the money of a cautious backer. Agitated by this circumstance, I was hardly in a condition to realize the nature of the proposals laid before the meeting by worshipful Brother Freckles, acting Deputy Grand Secretary General. But roughly they were to this effect, that we were to lock up all our money and jewelry except a little small change as an act of precaution, and Feckles would arrive in due course with disguises for me, and Lou as Neapolitan fisherfolk. And we were to take nothing but a revolver apiece and a little small change, and we were to slip off the terrace of the hotel after dark without anyone seeing. And there would be a motorboat across to Sorrento, and there would be an automobile, so we could get into Naples at about 1 o'clock in the morning, and then we were to go to a certain drinking place, the Fano Ebrio, and as soon as the coast was clear, he would pick us up and take us along to the Gatto Fritto, and we would know for the first time what life was really like. Well, I call that a perfectly straight, decent, sensible program. It's the duty of every Englishman to learn as much of foreign affairs as he can without interfering with his business. That sort of knowledge will always come in useful in case of another European war. It was knowing that sort of thing that had put Feckles where he was in the Secret Service, the trusted confidant of those mysterious intelligences that watch over the welfare of our beloved country. Thank you. That will conclude the evening's entertainment. I will say this for Feckles. He always understood instinctively when he wasn't wanted. So immediately the arrangements were made, he excused himself hastily because he had to go down to the villa where his victim was staying and fix a dictaphone in the room where he was going to have dinner. I had Lou all to myself until he came with the disguises the next day in the afternoon. And I wasn't going to waste a minute. I admit I was pretty sick about the way the White Cloud let me down. I'd have gone after the silly old son myself if I hadn't been a married man. However, there we were alone forever, Lou and I in Capri. It was all much too good to be true. Sunlight and moonlight and starlight, they were all in her eyes. And she handed out the cocaine with such a provocative gesture. I knew what it was to be insane. I could understand perfectly well why the silly fools that aren't insane are afraid of being insane. I'd been that way myself when I didn't know any better. This rotten little race of men measures the world by its own standard. It is lost in the vastness of the universe, and is consequently afraid of everything that doesn't happen to fit its own limits. Lou and I had discarded the miserable measures of mankind. That sort of thing is all right for tailors and men of science, but we had sprung in one leap to be conterminous with the universe. We were as incommensurable as the ratio of a circle to its diameter. We were as imaginary and unreal from their point of view as the square root of -1. We didn't ask humanity to judge us. It was simply a case of mistaken identity to regard us as featherless bipeds at all. We may have looked like human beings to their eyes. In fact, they sent in bills and things as if we had been human beings. But I refuse to be responsible for the mistakes of the inferior animals. I humor them to some extent in their delusions because they're lunatics and ought to be humored. But it's a long way between that and admitting that their hallucinations have any basis in fact. I had been in their silly world of sense 1,000,000 years or so ago, when I was Peter Pendragon. But why recall the painful past? Of course, one doesn't come to one's full strength in a minute. Take the case of an eagle. What is it as long as it's in the egg? Nothing but an egg with possibilities. And the first day it's hatched, you don't expect it to fly to Neptune and back. Certainly not. But every day, in every way, it gets better and better. And if I was ever tempted to flop and remember my base origin as a forked radish, why all I needed was a kiss from Lou or a sniff of cocaine to put me back in paradise. I can tell you about those next 24 hours. Suffice it to say that all world's records were broken and broken again, and we were simply panting like two hungry wolves when Feckles turned up with the disguises and the guns. He repeated those instructions and added one word, TZ Gata Fritto 119 of almost paternal counsel in a very confidential tone. You'll excuse me, I know I'm not suggesting for a moment you're not perfectly capable of taking care of yourself, but you haven't been in these parts before, and you must never forget the quick, violent tempers of these southern Italians. It's like one of these sudden gusts that the fishermen are so afraid of. It doesn't mean anything in particular, but it's often ugly enough at the moment, and what you have to do is to keep out of any kind of a row. There may be a lot of drunken ruffians in the Fano Ebrio. Sit near the door, and if anybody starts scrapping, slip out quietly and walk up and down till it's over. You don't want to get mixed up with a fuss. I could see the wisdom of his remarks, although, on the other hand, I was personally spoiling for a fight. The one fly in the apothecary's ointment of the honeymoon, though I didn't notice it, was that something in me missed the excitement of the daily gambling with death to which the war had accustomed me. The slightest reminder of the wilder passions, a couple of boatmen quarreling, or even a tourist protesting about some trifle, sent the blood to my head. I only wanted a legitimate excuse for killing a few hundred people. But nature is wise and kind, and I was always able to take it out of Lou. The passions of murder and love are inseparably connected in our ancestry. All civilization has done is to teach us to pretend to idealize them. The program went off without the slightest hitch. Our room opened onto a terrace in deep shadow. At this time of year, there was hardly anyone in the hotel, of course. A little flight of steps at the side of the terrace took us under an arch of twisted vines into the barely more than mule path that does duty for a road in Capri. No one took any notice of us. There were only strolling lovers, parties of peasants singing as they walked to the guitar, and 2 or 3 tired, happy fishermen strolling home from the wine shop. We found the motorboat at the quay and lay lapsed in delight. It seemed hardly a minute later when we found ourselves in Sorrento, couched in a huge roadster. Without a word spoken, we were off at top speed. The beauty of the drive is notorious, and yet we were the first that ever burst into that silent sea. The world had been created afresh for our sakes. It was an ever-changing phantasmagoria of rapturous sounds and sights and scents, and it all seemed a mere ornamentation for our love, the setting for the jewel of our sparkling passion. Even the last few miles into Naples, where the road runs through tedious commercialized suburbs, took on a new aspect. The houses were a mere irregular skyline. Somehow they suggested the jagged contour of a score of Debussy. But all this, exquisite as it was, gripping as it was in a way superficial. At the bottom of our hearts there seethed and surged a white-hot volcanic lake of infernal metal. We did not know what hideous, what monstrous abominations were in store for us at the Gatto Fritto. I have set down how the action of the drugs had partially stripped off the recent layers of memory. It had achieved a parallel result, much more efficiently on the moral plane. The toil of countless generations of evolution had been undone in a month. We still preserved, to a certain extent, the conventions of decency, but we knew that we did so only from ape-like cunning. We had reverted to the gorilla. No action of violence and lust, but seemed a necessary outlet for our energies. We said nothing to each other about this. It was in fact deeper and darker than could be conveyed by articulate speech. Man differs from the lower animals indeed, first of all in this matter of language. The use of language compels one to measure one's thoughts. That is why the great philosophers and mystics, who are dealing with ideas that cannot be expressed in such terms, are constantly compelled to use negative adjectives, or to rebuke the mind by formulating their thoughts in a series of contradictory statements. That is the explanation of the Athanasian Creed. Its clauses puzzle the plain man. One must oneself be divine to comprehend divinity. The converse proposition is equally true. The passions of the pit find outlet only in bestial noise. The automobile stopped at the end of the dirty little street where the Fano Ebrio lurks. The motorman pointed to the zigzag streak of light that issued from it, and cast a sinister gleam on the opposite wall. Bold, black-haired, short-skirted girl, with gaudy a shawl and huge gold earrings, was standing in the door. What with the long journey and the drugs and other things, we were a little drunk, just enough to realize and thought that it was part of our policy to pretend to be a little more drunk than we were. We let our heads roll from side to side as we staggered to the door. We sat down at a little table and called a 4-drink. They served us one of those foul Italian imitations of liqueurs that taste like hair wash. But instead of nauseating us, exalted us. We had enjoyed as part of the game. Dressed as low-class Neapolitans, we threw ourselves heartily into the part. We threw the fiery filth down our throats as if had been Courvoisier 65. The drink took effect on us with surprising alacrity. It seemed to let loose those swarming caravans of driver ants that eat their way through the jungle of life like a splash of sulfuric acid flung in a woman's face. There was no clock in the den, and of course we had left our watches at home. We got a little impatient. We couldn't remember whether Freckles had or had not told us how long he was likely to be. The air of the room was stifling. The lowest vagabonds of Naples crowded the place. Some were jabbering like apes, some singing drunkenly to themselves, some shamelessly caressing, some sunk in bestial stupor. Among the last was a burly brute who somehow fascinated our attention. We thought ourselves quite safe in speaking English, and for all I know, we were talking at the top of our voices. Lou maintained that this particular man was English himself. He was apparently asleep, but presently he lifted his head from the table, stretched his great arms, and called for a drink, in Italian. He drained his glass at a gulp, and then came suddenly over to our table and addressed us in English. We could tell at once from his accent that the man had originally been more or less of a gentleman, but his face and his tone told their own story. He must have been going downhill for many years, reached the bottom long ago, and found it the easiest place to live. He was aggressively friendly in a brutal way, and warned us that our disguises might be a source of danger. Anyone could see through them, and the fact of our having adopted them might arouse the quick suspicion of the Neapolitan mind. He called for drinks, and toasted king and country with a sort of surly pride in his origin. He reminded me of Kipling's broken-down Englishman. "Don't you be afraid," he said to Lou. "I won't let you come to any harm. A little peach like you? No blooming fear." The Gallo Fritto 123. I resented the remark with almost insane intensity. To hell with the fellow who noticed it at once and leered with a horrible chuckle. "All right, mister," he said. No offense meant, and he threw an arm round Lou's neck and made a movement to kiss her. I was on my feet in a second and swung my right to his jaw. It knocked him off the bench, and he lay flat. In a moment, the uproar began. All my old fighting instincts flashed to the surface. I realized instantly that we were in for the very row that Freckles had so wisely warned us to avoid. The whole crowd, men and women, were on their feet. They were rushing at us like stampeding cattle. I whipped out my revolver. The wave surged back as a breaker does when it hits a rock. "I guard my back," I cried to Lou. She hardly needed telling. The spirit of the true Englishwoman in a crisis was aflame in her. Fixing the crowd with my eyes and my barrel, we edged our way to the door. One man took up a glass to throw, but the padrone had slipped out from behind the bar and knocked his arm down. The glass smashed to the floor. The attack on us degenerated into a volley of oaths and shrieks. We found ourselves in the fresh air, and also in the arms of half a dozen police who had run up from both ends of the street. Two of them strode into the wine shop. The uproar ceased as if by magic, and then we found that we were under arrest. We were being questioned in voluble, excited Italian. Neither Lou nor I understood a word that was said to us. The sergeant came out of the dive. He seemed an intelligent man. He understood at once that we were English, he asked. "And I Inglés?" "English," forcibly echoed Signor English, as if that settled the whole matter. English people on the continent have an illusion that the mere fact of their nationality permits them to do anything soever. And there is a great deal of truth in this, after all, because the inhabitants of Europe have a settled conviction that we are all harmless lunatics. So we are allowed to act in all sorts of ways which they would not tolerate for a moment in any supposedly rational person. In the present instance, I have little doubt that if we had been dressed as ourselves, we should have been politely conducted to our hotel or put into an automobile, without any more fuss, perhaps, than a few perfunctory questions intended to impress the sergeant's men with his importance. But as it was, he shook his head doubtfully. "Arm vietat," he said solemnly, pointing to the revolvers which were still in our hands. I tried to explain the affair in broken Italian. Lou did what was really a much more sensible thing by taking the affair as a stupendous joke and going off into shrieks of hysterical laughter. But as for me, my blood was up. I wasn't going to stand any nonsense from these damned Italians. Despite the Roman blood that is legitimately the supreme pride of our oldest families, we always somehow instinctively think of the Italian as a nigger. We don't call them dagos and wops, as they do in the United States with the invariable epithet of dirty, but we have the same feeling. I began to take the high hand with the sergeant, and that, of course, was quite sufficient to turn the balance against us. We found ourselves pinioned. He said in a very short tone that we should have to go to the commissario. I had two conflicting impulses, one to shoot the dogs down and get away, the other to wish, like a tibi gatto fritto. Unfortunately for either, I had been very capably disarmed, and there was no sign of Feckles. We were marched to the police station and thrown into separate rooms. I cannot hope to depict the boiling rage which kept me awake all night. I resented ill-temperedly the attempts of the other men to be sympathetic. I think they recognized instinctively that I had got into trouble through no fault of my own, and were anxious to show kindness in their own rough-weight Zero, the stranger. The worst of the whole business was that they had searched us and removed our standby, the dear little gold-topped bottle. I might have got myself into a mood to laugh the whole thing off, as had so often happened before, and I realized for the first time the dreadful sinking of heart that comes from privation. It was only a hint of the horror so far. I had enough of this stuff in me to carry me through for a bit, but even as things were, it was bad enough. I had a feeling of utter helplessness. I began to repent having repulsed the advances of my fellow prisoners. I approached them and explained that was a Signor Inglesa with molto denaro, and if anyone could oblige me with a sniff-eye of cocaine, as I explained by gesture, I should be practically grateful. I was understood immediately. They laughed sympathetically with perfect comprehension of the case. But as it happened, nobody had managed to smuggle anything in. There was nothing for it but to wait for the morning. I lay down on a bench and found myself the prey of increasingly acute irritation. The hours passed like the procession of Banquo's heirs before the eyes of Macbeth, and a voice in me kept saying, "Macbeth hath murdered sleep. Macbeth shall sleep no more." I had an appallingly disquieting sensation of being tracked down by some invisible foe. I was seized with a perfectly unreasonable irritation against Feckles, as if it were his fault, and not my own, that I was in this mess. Strangely enough, you may think I never gave a thought to Lou. It mattered nothing to me whether she were suffering or not. My own personal physiological sensations occupied the whole of my mind. I was taken before the commissario as soon as he arrived. They seemed to recognize that the case was important. Lou was already in the office. The commissario spoke no English, and no interpreter was immediately available. She looked absolutely wretched. There had been no conveniences for toilet, and in the daylight the disguise was a ridiculous travesty. Her hair was tousled and dirty, her complexion was sallow, mottled with touches of unwholesome red. Her eyes were bleared and bloodshot, dark purple rims were round them. I was extremely angry with her for her unprepossessing appearance. It then occurred to me for the first time that perhaps I myself was not looking like the Prince of Wales on Derby Day. The commissary was a short, bull-necked individual, evidently sprung from the ranks of the people. He possessed a correspondingly exaggerated sense of his official importance. He spoke almost without courtesy and appeared to resent our incapacity to understand his language. As for myself, the fighting spirit had gone out of me completely. All I could do was to give our names in the tone of voice of a schoolboy who has been summoned by the headmaster, and to appeal for the consul's Inglese. The commissary's clerk seemed excited when he heard who we were, and spoke to his superior in a rapid undertone. We were asked to write our names. I thought this was getting out of it rather nicely. I felt sure that the sir would do the trick, and the VCKB could hardly fail to impress. I'm not a bit of a snob, but I really was glad for once to be of some sort of importance. The clerk ran out of the room with the paper. He came back in a moment, beaming all over, and called the attention of the commissary to one of the morning newspapers, running his finger along the lines with suppressed excitement. My spirits rose. Evidently some social paragraph had identified us. The commissary changed his manner at once. His new tone was not exactly sympathetic and friendly, but I put that down to the man's plebeian origin. He said something about consul, and had us conducted to an outer room. The clerk indicated that we were to wait there, no doubt, for the arrival of the consul. It was not more than half an hour, but it seemed an eternity. Lou and I had nothing to say to each other. What we felt was a blind ache to get away from these wretched people, to get back to the Caligula, to have a bath and a meal, and above all, to ease our nerves with a good stiff dose of heroin and a few hearty sniffs of cocaine. Chapter 11, Book 1, Paradiso. Chapter 10, The Bubble Bursts. Bronzed Englishmen in flannels and a Panama sauntered into the room. We sprang instinctively to our feet, but he took no notice beyond looking at us out of the tail of his eye. and twisting his mouth into a curious little compromise between a smile and a query. The clerk bowed him at once into an inner room. We waited and waited. I couldn't understand at all what they could have been talking about in there for so long. But at last the soldier at the door beckoned us in. The vice-consul was sitting on a sofa in the background. With his head on one side, he shot a keen fixed glance out of his languid eyes and bit his thumbnail persistently, as if in a state of extreme nervous perplexity. I was swept by a feeling of complete humiliation. It was a transitory feverish flush, and it left me more exhausted than ever. The commissariat swung his chair around to our savior and said something which evidently meant, "One, please open fire. I'm the vice-consul here," he said. "I understand that you claim to be Sir Peter and Lady Pendragon." "That's who we are," I replied with a pitiful attempt at jauntiness. "You'll excuse me, I'm sure," he said, "if I say that to the eyes of the average Italian official, you don't precisely look the part. Have you your passports?" The mere presence of an English gentleman had a good effect in pulling me together. "Beelzebubel bursts, 129, I said with more confidence than before, that our courier had arranged to take us to see some of the shows in Naples that the ordinary tourist knows nothing about. And in order to avoid any possible annoyance, he had advised us to adopt this disguise, and so on for the rest of the story. The vice-consul smiled indulgently as I admit we have some experience," he said slowly, "of young people like yourselves getting into various kinds of trouble. One can't expect everyone to know all the tricks. And besides, if I understand correctly, you're on your honeymoon." I admitted the fact with a somewhat embarrassed smile. It occurred to me that honeymoon couples were traditionally objects of not unkindly ridicule from people in a less blessed condition. "I'm not quite so," replied the vice-consul, "married man myself, but no doubt it is very delightful." "How do you like it in Norway?" "Norway? Yes," I said, completely flabbergasted. "How do you said you like Norway? The climate, the lacs, the people, the fjords, the glaciers. There was some huge mistake somewhere, Norway," I said with a rising inflection. I was on the brink of hysteria. I've never been to the place in my life. And if it's anything like Naples, I don't want to go. This is a rather more serious matter than you seem to suppose, returned the consul. "If you're not in Norway, where are you?" "Why, I'm here confounded," I retorted with another weak flush of anger. "Since when, may I ask?" he replied. "Well, he rather had me there. I didn't know how long I'd been away from England. I couldn't have told him the day or the month on a bet. Lou helped me out. We left Paris 3 weeks ago tomorrow," she said, positively enough, though the tone of her voice was weak and weary, with a subcurrent of irritation and distress. I hardly recognized the rich, full tones that had flooded my heart when she chanted that superb litany in The Smoking Dog. "We spent a couple of days here," she said, "at the Museo Palace Hotel. Since then, we've been staying at the Caligula at Capri, and our clothes, our passports, our money, and everything are there." I couldn't help being pleased by the way in which she rose to the crisis. Her practical good sense, her memory of those details that are so important in business, though the male temperament regards them as a necessary nuisance. "These are the things that one needs in an official muddle." "You don't know any Italian at all?" asked the consul. "Only a few words," she admitted, though, of course, Sir Peter's knowledge of French and Latin helped him to make sense out of the newspapers. "Well," said the consul, rising languidly, "as it happens, that's just the point at issue." "I know the big words," I said. "It's the particles that bother one." "Perhaps then we'll save trouble," said the consul, "if I offer you a free translation of this paragraph in this morning's paper." He reached across, took it from the commissario, and began a fluent, even phrase saying, "When it comes to romance and adventure, the famous ace, Sir Peter Pendragon, V.C., K.B.E., who recently startled London by his sudden marriage with the leading society beauty, Miss Louise Laleham, is not spending his honeymoon in any of the conventional ways. As might be expected from the gentleman's bold and adventurous character, he has taken his bride for a season's guideless climbing on the Jostedal Brae, the largest glacier in Norway." I could see that the commissario was drilling holes the Buhel B. 131 in my soul with his eyes. As for myself, I was absolutely stupefied by the pointless falsehood of the paragraph. "But good God," I exclaimed, "this is all absolute too." "Excuse me," said the consul a little grimly, "I have not finished the paragraph." Beg your pardon, sir, I answered curtly. Taking advantage of these facts, he continued to read, and of a slight facial resemblance to Sir Peter and Lady Pendragon. Two well-known international crooks have assumed their personality, and are wandering around Naples and its vicinity where several tradesmen have already been victimized. He dropped the paper, put his hands behind his back, and stared me square in the eyes. I could not meet his glance. The accusation was so absurd, so horrible, so unexpected. I felt that guilt was written on every line of my face. I stammered out some weakly, violent objurgation. Lou kept her head better than I. But please, this is absurd, she printed. Send for our courier. He has known Sir Peter since he was a boy at school. The whole thing is shameful and abominable. I don't see why such things are allowed. The consul seemed in doubt as to what to do. He played with his watch chain nervously. I had sunk into a chair. I noticed they hadn't offered us chairs when we came in, and the whole scene vanished from my mind. I was aware of nothing but a passionate craving for drugs. I wanted them physically, as I had never wanted anything in my life before. I wanted them mentally, too. They, and they only, would clear my mind of its confusion and show me a way out of this rotten mess. I wanted them. I lacked the spirit to stand up under the sudden burst of drum fire, but Lou stuck to it gamely. She was on her mettle, though I could see that she was almost fainting from the stress of the various circumstances. Send for our courier, Hector LaRoche, she insisted. The consul shrugged his shoulders. But where is he? Why, she said. He must be looking for us all over the town. When he got to the Fano Ebrio and found we weren't there and heard what had happened, he must have been very anxious about us. In fact, I don't see why he isn't here now, said the consul. He must have known that you were arrested. Perhaps something's happened to him, suggested Lou. But that would really be too curious a coincidence. Well, these things do happen, admitted the consul. He seemed somehow more at his ease with her, and better disposed than when he was talking to me. Her magnetic beauty and her evident aristocracy could not help but have their effect. I found myself admiring her immensely, in quite a new way. It had never occurred to me that she could rise to a situation with such superb aplomb. I'm sure I want you to sit down, said the consul. You must be very tired. He put a chair for her and went back to his seat on the sofa. It's a little awkward, you see. I don't, as a matter of fact, believe all I read in the papers. And there are several very curious points about the situation which you don't seem to see yourself. And I don't mind admitting that your failure to see them makes a very favorable impression. He paused and bit his lip and pulled at his neck. The facts of the case on the surface are undeniably ugly. You are found in disguise in one of the worst places in Naples, and you have actually arms in your hands, which is strength verboten, as they say in Germany. On the other hand, you give an account of yourself which makes you out to be such utter fools. If you will the Buchel bursts, 133, forgive the frankness of the expression, that it speaks volumes for your innocence. And there's no doubt about your being British, he smiled amiably, and I think I must do what I can for you. Excuse me while I talk to my friend here. Lou turned on me with a triumphant smile, one of her old proud smiles, except that it was wrung, so to speak, out of the heart of unspeakable agony. Meanwhile, the commissario was gesticulating and shouting at the consul, who replied with equal volubility, but in apparently unsurmountable languor. Then the conversation stopped suddenly short. The two men rose to their feet. I've arranged it with my friend here on the basis of his experience of the bold, bad British tourist. You will come with me to the consulate under the protection of two of his men, he smiled sarcastically, for fear you should get into any further trouble. You can have your things back except the guns, which are forbidden. How little he knew what a surge of joy went through us at that last remark. I will send one of my clerks with you to Capri, he said, and you will get your passports and money and whatever you need and come back to me at once and put the position on a more regular footing. We got our things from the sergeant and made excuses for a momentary disappearance. By George, how we did want it. 5 minutes later, we were almost ourselves again. We saw the whole thing as an enormous lark and communicated our high spirits to our companion. He attributed them, no doubt, to our prospects of getting out of the scrape. Lou rattled on all the way about life in London, and I told the story, bar the snow part of our elopement. He thawed out completely. Our confidence had reassured him. We shook hands amid all-round genial laughter when we left under the guidance of a very businesslike Italian who spoke English well. We caught the boat to Capri with plenty of time to spare, and regaled the consul's clerk with all sorts of amusing anecdotes. He was very pleased to be treated on such a friendly footing. We went up to the piazza in the funicular with almost the sensation of soaring. It had been a devil of a mess, but 5 minutes more would see it at an end. And despite my exultation, I registered a vow that I would never do anything so foolish again. Of course, it was evident what had happened to Eckley. He had somehow failed to learn of our arrest, and was waiting at the hotel with impatient anxiety for our return. At the same time, it was rather ridiculous, in that costume in broad daylight, to have to ask the porter for one's key. I could not at all understand his look of genuine surprise. That wasn't simply a question of clothes. I felt it in my bones, and there was the manager, bowing and scraping like a monkey. He seemed to have lost his self-possession. The torrent of his words of welcome ran over a very rough bed. I couldn't really grasp what he was saying for a moment, but there was no mistaking the import of his final phrase. "I'm so delighted that you've changed your mind, Sir Peter, but I felt sure you could never bear to leave Capri so soon. Our beautiful Capri. What the deuce was the fellow talking about? Change my mind. What wanted to do was to change my clothes." The consul's clerk made a few rapid explanations in Italian, and it almost hit me in the eye to watch the manager's face as he lifted his eyes and saw the two obvious detectives in the doorway. "Don't understand," he said with sudden anxiety. The Biahala bursts. "I-35, I don't understand this at all," and he bustled around to his desk. "Where's our courier?" called out Lou. "It's for him to explain everything." The manager became violently solemn. "Your ladyship is undoubtedly right," he broke out, but the conventional words did not conceal the fact that his mental attitude was that of a man who has suddenly fallen through a trap door into a cellar full of something spiky. "There's some mistake here," he went on. "Let me see." He called to the girl at the desk in Italian. She fished about in a drawer and produced a telegram. He handed it over to me. It was addressed to LaRoche. "Urgent business oblige alive for Romanite. Pay bill, pack up. Join me Museo, Palace Hotel, Naples. In time to catch midday train. Pendragon." The words were mostly misspelled, but the meaning was clear enough. Someone must be playing a practical joke. Probably that paragraph in the paper was part of the same idea. So I suppose LaRoche was in the hotel in Naples, wondering why we didn't turn up. "But where's our luggage?" cried Lou. "Why," said the manager, "your ladyship's courier paid the bill as usual. The servants helped him to pack your luggage, and he just managed to catch the morning boat." "But what time was this?" cried Lou, and scanned the telegram closely. It must have been received within a few minutes of our leaving the hotel. The girl handed over another telegram addressed to the manager. "Sir Peter ad Lady Pendragon expressed their regrets at having so loved, so Sudnal and Mill always have the warmest remembrances of the happy times they had at the Caligula and hope so reacher at the earliest possible opportunity." Courier to attend to business details, it suddenly dawned on my mind that there was one scrap of fact embedded in this fantastic farrago. The courier had attended to business details with an efficiency worthy of the best traditions of the profession. The thing seemed to sink into Lou's mind like a person seeing his way through a chess problem. Her face was absolutely white with cold and concentrated rage. "He must have watched us in Paris," she said. "He must have known that we had spent the money we were going to put into his swindle, and made up his mind that his best course was to get the jewelry and the rest of the cash." She sat down suddenly, collapsed, and began to cry. It developed into violent hysterics, which became so alarming that the manager sent for the nearest doctor. A knot of servants and one or two guests had gathered in the atrium of the hotel. The outside porter had become the man of the moment. "Why, certainly," he announced triumphantly in broken English. "Mr. LaRoche, he went off this morning on the 7 o'clock boat. I'd think you never catch him. The events of the last few hours had got me down to my second wind, so to speak." I turned to the consul's clerk and I spoke, but my voice seemed to come not so much from me as from the animal inside me. The original Pendragon, if you know what I mean. The creature with blind instincts and an automatic apparatus of thought. "You see how it is," I heard myself saying. "No passports, no cash, no clothes, nothing." I was speaking to myself in the third person. The whole process of human life and action had stopped automatically as far as the hotel was concerned. The knot of babbling gossipers was like a swarm of mosquitoes. The bubble bomb. 137. The consul's clerk had taken in the situation clearly enough, but I could see that the detectives had become highly suspicious. They were itching to arrest me on the spot. The clerk argued with them garrulously for an interminable time. The manager seemed the most uncomfortable man in Capri. He protested silently to heaven, there being nobody on earth to listen to him. The situation was set going again by the reappearance of Lou on the arm of a chambermaid, followed by the doctor, who wore the air of a man who has once more met the King of Terrors in open combat and knocked the stuffing out of him. Lou was exceedingly shaky, paling and flushing by turns. I hate her. It was she who had got me into all this mess. Well, said the clerk, we must simply go back to the consulate and explain what has happened. Don't be distressed, Lady Pendragon, he said. There can be no doubt at all that this man will be caught in a very few hours, and you'll have all your things back. Of course, I had sense enough to know that he didn't believe a word of what he was saying. The proverb, set a thief to catch a thief, doesn't apply to Italy. If a thief were worth stealing, that would be another story. There was no boat back to Naples that night. There was nothing to do but to wait till the morning. The manager was extremely sympathetic. He got us some clothes, if not exactly what we were accustomed to, at least better than the horrible things we were wearing. He ordered a special dinner with lots of champagne, and served it in the best suite but one in the house. His instinctive Italian tact told him not to put us in the rooms we had had before. He looked in from time to time with a cheery word to see how we were, and to assure us that telegraphic arrangements had been made to catch Mr. Laroche-Feckles. We managed to get pretty drunk in the course of the evening, but there was no exhilaration. The shock had been too great, the disillusion too disgusting. Above all, there was the complete absence of what had, after all, been the mainspring of our lives, our love for each other. That was gone as if it had been packed in our luggage. The only approach to sympathetic communion between us was when Lou, practical to the last, brought out our pitifully small supply of heroin and cocaine. That's all we've got, she whispered in anguish of soul, till God knows when. We were frightfully afraid, into the bargain, of its being taken from us. We were gnawed by fierce anxiety as to the issue of our affair with the police. We were even doubtful whether the consul wouldn't turn against us and scout our story as a string of obvious falsehoods. The morning was chill. We were shaking with the reaction. Our sleep had been heavy, yet broken and haunted by abominable dreams. We could not even stay on deck. It was too cold, and the sea was choppy. We went down in the cabin and shivered and were seasick. When we reached the consulate, we were physical wrecks. One bit of luck, however, was waiting for us. Our luggage had been found in a hotel at Sorrento. Everything saleable had, of course, been removed by the ingenious Mr. Feckles, including our supply of dope. But at least we had our passports and some clothes to wear, and the finding of the luggage in itself, of course, confirmed our story. The consul was extremely kind and returned with us himself to the commissario, who dismissed us genially enough, obviously confirmed in his conviction that all English people were mad, and that we in particular ought to travel, if travel we must, in a bassinet. The bubble bursts I-139, it took 3 days to telegraph money from England. It was utterly humiliating to walk about Naples. We felt that we were being pointed at as a comic relief in a very low-class type of film. We borrowed enough money to get on with, and of course we had only one use for it. We stayed in our room in a little hotel unfrequented by English and crawled out by night to try to buy drugs. That in itself is a sordid epic of adventure and misadventure. The lowest class of so-called guide was our constant companion. Weary in spirit, we dragged ourselves from one dirty, doubtful street to another, held long, whispered conferences with the scavenger type of humanity, and as often as not bought various harmless powders at an exorbitant price. And that at the risk of blackmail and other things possibly worse, but the need of the stuff drove us relentlessly on. We ultimately found an honest dealer and got a small supply of the genuine stuff. But even then, we didn't seem to pick up. Even large doses did hardly more than restore. She was to our normal, by which I mean our pre-drug selves. We were like Europe after the war. The worst and the best we could do was to become utterly disgusted with ourselves, each other, Naples, and life in general. The spirit of adventure was dead as the spirit of love. We had just enough moral courage after a very good lunch at Gambrinus to make up our minds to get out of the entire beastly atmosphere. Our had become a mutual clinging like that of two drowning people. We shook hands on the definite oath to get back to England and get back as quick as we could. I believe I might have fallen down even on that. But once again, Lou pulled me through. We had no there. We were going back to London with our tails between our legs, but we were going back to London. Chapter 12, Book 2, Inferno, Chapter 1, Short Commons. We are at the Savoy. Cocky is going to see his lawyer. He is looking awfully bad, poor boy. He feels the disgrace of having been taken in by that Feckles. But how was he to know? It was all really my fault. I ought to have had an instinct about it. I feel rotten myself. London is frightfully hot, much hotter than it was in Italy. I want to go and live at Barley Grange. No, I don't. What I want is to get back to where we were. There's frightfully little H left. There's plenty of C, only one wants so much. I wonder if this is the right stuff. The effect isn't what it used to be. At first everything went so fast, it doesn't anymore. It makes one's mind very full. Drags out the details, but it doesn't make one think and talk and act with that glorious sense of speed. I think the truth is that we've got tired out. Suppose I suggest to Cookie that we knock off for a week and get our physical strength back and start fresh. I may as well telephone Gretel and arrange for a really big supply. If we're going to live at Barley Grange, we'll have to be cocaine hogs and lay in a big stock. There wouldn't be any chance of getting it down there. And besides, one must take precautions, bother August. Of course, Gretel's out of town in Switzerland, the butler said. They don't know when she'll be back. I wonder when Parliament meets. H3 Cocky came back for lunch with a very long face. Mr. Wolf gave him a good talking to about money. Well, that's perfectly right. We had been going the pace. Cocky wanted to take me out and buy me some jewelry to replace what was stolen. But I wouldn't let him accept a new watch and a wedding ring. I've got a horrid feeling about that. It's frightfully unlucky you lose your wedding ring. I feel as if the new one didn't belong to me at all. We had a long talk about Gretel being away. We tried 1 or 2 places, but they wouldn't give us any. I wish Cocky had taken out his diploma. The papers are disgusting. It's the silly season right enough. Every time one picks one up, there's something about cocaine. That old fool Platt is on the warpath. He wants to arouse public opinion to a sense of the appalling danger which threatens the manhood and womanhood of England. One paper had a long speech of his reported in full. He says it's the plot of the Germans to get even with us. Of course, I'm only a woman and all that, but it sounds to me rather funny. We went to tea with Mabel Black. Everyone was talking about drugs. Everyone seemed to want them. Yet Lord Lanson had just come back from Germany, and he said you could buy it quite easily there, but nobody seemed to want to. Then is the whole German people in a silent conspiracy to destroy us? I never took much stock in all those stories about the infernal cunning of the Hun. We heard a lot about the underground traffic, though, and I think we ought to be able to get it pretty easily. I don't know, well, what's the matter with us both? It made us a bit better to meet the old crowd, and we thought we'd celebrate. It didn't come off. We had a wonderful dinner, and then a horrible thing happened, the most horrible thing in my life. Cocky wanted to go to a show. You might have hit me on the head with a poker. I don't attract him anymore, and I love him so much. He went to the box office to see about tickets, and while he was gone, this was the really horrible thing. I found I was simply telling myself I love him so much, one love dead, and yet that's not true. Do love is him with all my heart and soul, and yet somehow can't. Want to be able to love until get back. Oh, what's the good of talking about it? No, love him, and yet no, can't love anyone. Took a whole lot of cocaine, dulled what it felt. Was able to fancy loved him. We went to the show. It was awfully stupid. Was thinking all the time how wanted to love and how wanted to love, and how wanted to stop dope so that the dope might do me some good. Couldn't really feel. It was dull, blind sense of a discomfort. Was awfully nervous, too. Felt as if I were somehow caught in trap, as had got if I into the wrong house by mistake and couldn't get out again. Didn't know what might be behind all those doors and was quite alone. Cocky was there, but he couldn't do a thing to help me. Couldn't call to a him. The link between us was broken. And yet, apart from all the fear had for myself, there was an even deeper fear on his account. There's something in me that loves him, something deeper it is than life, but won't talk to me. It sat through the show like being in nightmare. I was clinging desperately to him, and he didn't seem to understand me and my need. We were strangers. Think he was feeling rather good. He talked in a charming, light, familiar way, but every smile was an insult, every caress was a stab. We got back to the Savoy, utterly worn out and wretched. We kept on taking H&C all night. We couldn't sleep. We talked about the drugs. It was just a long argument about how to take them. We felt we were somehow doing it wrong. I had been so proud of his medical knowledge, and yet it didn't seem to throw any light. It seems that in the medical books, they speak of what they call drug virginity. The thing was to get it back, and according to the books, the only way to do it is to take nothing for a long time. He said it was really just the same as any other appetite. If you have a big lunch, you can't expect to be hungry at tea time. But then what is one to do in the meanwhile? August 18. We lay in bed very late. I didn't seem to miss my sleep, but I was too weak to get out of bed. We had to buck ourselves up in the usual way, and managed to get downstairs for lunch. London is quite empty and terribly dull. We met Mabel Black by accident walking in Bond Street. She is looking frightfully ill. I can see she dopes too hard. Of course, the trouble with her is she hasn't got a man. She had a lot of men around her. She could marry any day she liked. We talked about it a bit. She hasn't got the energy, she said. And the idea of men disgusts her. She wears the most wonderful boots. She has a new pair almost every day, and hardly ever puts the same pair on twice. I think she's a little bit crazy. London seems different somehow. I used to be interested in every funny little detail. I want to get back to myself. Drugs help me to get almost there, but there is always one little comer to turn and never take one round. Short comes on 147 August 19. We got back from Bond Street bored and stupefied. We went off unexpectedly to sleep, and when we woke, it was this morning. I can't understand why a long sleep like that doesn't refresh one. We're both absolutely fagged. Cocky said a meal would put us right, and he rang down for breakfast in bed. But when it came, we couldn't either of us eat it. I remember what Heyday said about the spiritual life. We were being prepared to take our places in the new order of humanity. It's perfectly right that one should have to undergo a certain amount of discomfort. You couldn't expect anything else. It's nature's way. We picked ourselves up with 5 or 6 goes of heroin. It's no use taking cocaine unless you're feeling pretty good already. The supply is really awfully small. Confound this silly holiday habit. It really isn't fair of Gretel to let us down like this. We went to the Cafe Wisteria. Somebody introduced us to somebody that said he could get all he wanted, but now there's a new nuisance. The police find it troublesome and dangerous to attend to the crime wave. Besides, they're too busy enforcing regulations. England's altogether different since the war. You never know where you are. Nobody takes any interest in politics in the way they used to, and nobody bothers any more about the big ideas. I was taught about Magna Charta and the liberty of the individual, and freedom slowly broadening down from precedent to precedent, and so on, and so forth. All sorts of stupid interference with the rights of the citizen gets passed under our nose what it is. For all I know, it may be a crime to wear a green hat with a pink dress. Well, it would be a crime, but I don't think it's the business of the police. I read in a paper the other day that a committee of people in Philadelphia had decided that a skirt must be not less than 7.5 inches from the ground, or not more. I don't know which, and I don't know why. Anyhow, the net result is that the price of cocaine has gone up from £1 an ounce to anything you like to pay. So, of course, everybody wants it, whether they want it or not. Anybody but a member of parliament would know that if you offer a man 20 or 30 times what a thing is worth in itself, he'll go to a lot of trouble to make you want to buy it. Well, we found this man was a fraud. He tried to sell us packets of snow in the dark. He tried to prevent Cocky examining the stuff by pretending to be afraid of the police. But as it happened, Cocky's long suit was chemistry. He was the wrong man to try to sell powdered borax to at a guinea a sniff. He told the man he'd rather have Beecham's pills. What I love about Cocky is the witty way he talks. But somehow or other, the flashes don't come like they did, not so often, I mean. Besides which, he seems to be making his jokes to himself. Most of the time, I don't get what he means. He talks to himself a great deal for another thing. I get a feeling of absolute repulsion. I don't know why it is. The least thing irritates me absurdly. I think it's because every incident, even the things that are pleasant, distracts my mind from the one thing that matters. How to get a supply and go down to Kent, and lay off for a bit and have a really good time like we used to last month. I am sure love would come back if we did, and love's the only thing that counts in this world or the next. I feel that it's only round the corner, but a miss is as good as a mile. It makes it somehow worse to be so near and yet so far. A very funny thing has just struck me. There's short comments at 49-something in one's mind that prevents one from thinking of the thing one wants to. It was perfectly silly of us to be hunting around London for dope and getting mixed up with a rotten crowd like we did in Naples. It never struck us till tonight that all we had to do was to go round to King Lammas. He would give us all we needed at the proper price. Funny, too, it was Cocky that thought of that. I know he hates the man, though he never said so except in an outburst, which I knew didn't mean anything. We went to the studio in a taxi. Curse the luck, he was out. There was a girl there, a tall, thin woman with a white face like a wedge. We gave several hints, but she didn't rise, and wretched as we were, we didn't want to spoil the market by telling her how. Lammas would be there in the morning, she said. We said we'd be there at 11 o'clock. We drove back. We had a rotten night economizing. We didn't dare tell each other what we really feared, that somehow he might let us down. I can't sleep. Cocky is lying awake with his eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. He doesn't stir a muscle. It maddens me that he takes no interest in me. But after all, I take no interest in him. I'm as restless as the wandering Jew. At the same time, I can't settle down to anything. I keep on scribbling this stuff in my diary. It relieves me somehow to write what I feel. What is so utterly damnable is that I understand what I am doing. This complaining, rambling rubbish is the substitute which has taken the place of love. What have I done to forfeit love? I feel as if I had died and got forgotten in some beastly place where there was nothing but hunger and thirst. Nothing means anything anymore except dope, and dope itself doesn't really mean anything vital. August 20, I am so tired. So tired, so tired. My premonition was right about Lammas. There was a very unpleasant scene. We were both frightfully wretched when we got there. I can't get my hands and feet warm, and there's something wrong with my writing. Peter Pan thought it best to remind him in a jocular way about his remark that we were to come when we needed him, and then introduce the subject of what we needed. But he took the words brutally out of our mouths. You needn't tell me what you need, he said. The lack is only too obvious. He said it in a non-committal way, so that we couldn't take offense, but we knew instinctively he meant brains. However, Peter stuck to his guns like the game little devil he is. That's why I love him. Oh, yes, heroin, said Lammas, cocaine. We regret exceedingly to be out of it for the moment. The brute seemed unconscious of our distress. He gave an imitation of an apologetic shop walker. But let me show you our latest lines on morphine. Cocky and I looked at each other wanly. Morphine would no doubt be better than nothing. And then, if you please, the beast pulled a review with a blue cover out of a revolving bookcase and read aloud a long poem. His intonation was so dramatic, he gave so vivid a picture that we sat spellbound. It seemed as if he had long pincers twisted in our entrails and were wrenching at them. He gave me the verses when he had finished. And you ought to paste these, he said, your magical diary. So I hardly know why. There's a sort of pleasure in torturing oneself. Is that it? Short commons, if it be one thirst, not the thirst of the throat, though that be the wildest and worst of physical pangs, that smote alone to the heart of Christ. Ringing the one wild cry I thirst out from his agony while the soldiers drank and diced, not the thirst benign that calls the worker to wine, not the bodily thirst, though that be frenziac thirst. When the mouth is full of sand, and the eyes are gummed up, and the ears trick the soul till it hears water at hand, when a man will dig his nails in his breast, and drink the blood already that clots and stales, ere his tongue can tip its flood. When the sun is a living devil vomiting vats of evil, and the moon and the night but mock the wretch on his barren rock, and the dome of heaven high arched like his mouth is arid and parched, and the caves of his heart high span are choked with alkali sand. Not this, but a thirst uncharted. Body and soul alike traitors turn black-hearted, seeking a space to strike in a victim already attuned to one vast chord of wound. Every separate bone cold, an incarnate groan distilled from the icy sperm of hell's implacable worm. Every drop of the river of blood, affiame in a quiver of poison secret and sour, with a sudden twitch at the last, like certain jagged daggers. With bloodshot eyes dull glass, the screaming Malay staggers through his village aghast, so blood wrenches its pain sardonic through heart and brain. Every separate nerve awake and alert, on a curve, whose asymptotus name is never in a hyperbolic forever. A bitten and burning snake it, striking its venom within as might serve to slake it, if the pain for the tithe of a minute. Awake, forever awake. Awake as one never is while sleep, a possible end, is awake in the void. The abyss whose thirst and echo of this is that martyrs who have martyred world. Amen. The man that falters and yields for the Proverbs month and an hour to the lure of the snow-starred fields where the opium poppies hour. Only the prick of needle, a charge from wizard. Well, is this sufficient to wheedle soul from heaven to hell? Was man's spirit weaned from fear of its ghosts and gods to fawn at the feet of Fiend? Is such terrible odds, it shari common. 153, the heir of ages of wonder, the crown of earth for an hour, the master of tide and thunder against the juice of a flower. In the roar and the rattle of all the armies of sin, this is the only battle he never was known to win. Slave to the thirst, not thirst, as here it is weakly written. Not thirst in the brain black bitten, in the soul more sorely smitten. One dare not think of the worst. Beyond the raging and raving hell of the physical craving lies in the brain benumbed at the end of time and space. An abyss unmeasured, unplumbed, the haunt of a face. Is she it she that found me in the Morphia honeymoon? With silk and steel she bound me, in her poisonous milk she drowned me. Even now her arms surround me, stifling me into the swoon that still, but oh how rarely, comes at the thrust of the needle, steadily stares and squarely, nor needs to fondle and wheedle her slave a gap for kiss. A hers whose horror his is that nose, that viper womb, speckled and barred with black on its rusty amber scales. Is his tomb, the straining, groaning rack on which he wails. He wails. Her cranial dome is vaulted, her mad Mongolian eyes aslant with the ecstasies of things immune, exalted far beyond stars and skies. Slits of amber and jet, her snout for the quarry set, fleshy and heavy and gross, bestial broken across, and below it her mouth that drips blood from the lips that hide the fangs of a snake, drips on venomous udders mountainous flanks that fret. And the spirit sickens and shudders at the hint of a worse thing yet. Oh yeah, the golden bait barbed with infinite pain, fatal, fanatical mate of a poisoned body and brain. Oh yeah, the name that leers its lecherous longing and knavery, whispers in crazing ears the secret spell of her slavery. Horror indeed intense, seduction ever intenser, swinging the smoke of sense from the bowl of a smoldering censer. Behind me, behind and above she stands, that mirror of love. Her fingers are supple jointed, her nails are polished and pointed, and tipped with spurs of gold. With them she rowels the braid. Her lust is critical cold, and her Chinese checks are pale as she daintily picks profane short common. 55 with her octopus lips, and the teeth jagged and black beneath, pulp and blood from a nail. One swift prick was enough in days gone by to invoke her. She was incarnate love in the hours when I first awoke her. Little by little I found the truth of her, stripped of clothing, bitter beyond all bound, leprous beyond all loathing. Black, the plague of the pit, her pustules visibly fester, cancerous kisses, that bit as the asp caressed her. Dragon of lure and dread, tiger of fury and lust, the quick in chains to the dead, the slime alive in the dust, brazen shame like a flame, an orgy of pregnant pollution with hate beyond aim or name, orgasm, death, dissolution. Know you now why her eyes so fearfully glaze, beholding terrors and infamies like filthy flowers unfolding? Laughter widowed of ease, agony barred from sadness, death defeated of peace, is she not madness? She waits for me, lazily leering, as moon goes murdering moon. The moon of her triumph is nearing. She will have me wholly soon. And you Puritan others who have missed the morphia craving, cry scorn if I call you brothers. Curl lip at my maniac raving, fool 7 times beguiled. You have not known her? Well, there was never a need she smiled to harry you into hell. Morphia is but one spark of its secular fire. She is the single sun, type of all desire. All that you would you are, and that is the crown of a craving. You are slaves of the wormwood star. Analyzed reason is raving. Feeling examined is pain. What heaven were to hope for a doubt of it? Life is anguish, insane, and death is not a way out of it. I have a morbid Oya, too, reminds me of myself. Wish to be an impossible monster of cruelty and wickedness. Lamus had told me that. He said it was the phantasm which summed up my longing to revert to type la nostalgia de la bonne. Cocky lost all his dignity. He pleaded for just one sniff. We weren't really very bad, but the description of the thirst in that horrible poem had made us feel thirsty. My dear man, said Lamus very brutally, I'm not a dope peddler. You've come to the wrong shop. Cocky's head was drooping and his eyes were glassy. But the need of dope drove him desperately to try every dodge. Hang it all, he said with a little flash of spirit. You encouraged us to go on, sure. Commons R57, certainly, admitted Lamus. And now I'm encouraging you to stop? I thought you believed in do what you like. You're always saying it. I beg your pardon, came the sharp retort. Never said anything of the kind. I said, do what thou wilt, and I say it again, but that's a horse of quite a different color. But we need the stuff, pleaded Peter. We've got to have it. Why did you induce us to take it? It's why, he laughed subtly, my will to want you to do your... Yes, and I want the stuff. Acute psychologist as you are, Sir Peter, you have failed to grasp my meaning. I fear I expressed myself badly. Cocky was boiling inwardly, yet he was so weak and faint that he was like a lamb. I myself would have killed Lamus if I had had the means. I felt that he was deliberately torturing us for his own enjoyment. Oh, I see, said Cocky. I forgot what you were. What's your figure? The point-blank insult did not even make him smile. He turned to the tall girl who was at the desk correcting proofs. Note the characteristic reaction, he said to her, as if we had been a couple of rabbits that he was vivisecting. They don't understand my point of view. They misquote my words after hearing them every time we have met. They misinterpret 4 words of 1 syllable, do what thou wilt, finally realizing their lack of comprehension. They assume at once that I must be one of the filthiest scoundrels unhanged. He turned back to Cocky with a little bow of apology. Do try to get some idea of what I'm saying, he said very earnestly. I was bursting with hatred, brimming with suspicion, aghast with contempt. Yet he forced me to feel his sincerity. I crushed down the realization with furious anger. I encourage you to take drugs, he went on, exactly as I encourage you to fly. Drugs claim to be every man's master. Is it such terrible odds, the heir of ages of wonder, the crown of earth for an hour, the master of tide and thunder, one against the juice of a flower? Aye, in the roar and the rattle of all the armies of sin, this is the only battle he never was known to win. You children are the flower of the new generation. You've got to fear nothing. You have got to conquer everything. You have got to learn to make use of drugs as your ancestors learned to make use of lightning. You have got to stop at the word of command and go on at the word of command according to circumstances. He paused. The dire need of the drug kept Peter alert. He followed the argument with intense activity. And quite, he agreed, just at the moment. The word of command is go on. The face of King Lamus flowered into a smile of intense amusement, and the girl at the desk shook her thin body as if she were being deliciously tickled. Intuition told me why. They had heard the argument before. It would look, well, very cleverly put, Sir Peter. In a broad frame, very plain, of dark mahogany over the mantelpiece, perhaps. For some reason or other, the conversation was pulling us together. Though we had had no dope, we both felt very much better. Cocky fired his big gun. Short Commons I-59. It's the essence of your teaching, surely, Mr. Lamus, that every man should be absolute master of his own destiny. Well, admitted the teacher with an exaggerated sigh. I expected to be beaten in argument. I always am, but I, too, am the master of mine. If power asks why, then is power weakness, as we read in the book of the law. And it's not my destiny to give you any drugs this morning. But you're interfering with my will, protested Cocky, almost vivaciously. It would take too long to explain, returned Lamus, why I think that remark unfair. But to quote the book of the law once more, enough of because be he damned for a dog. Instead, let me tell you a story. We tactfully expressed eagerness to hear it. The greatest mountaineer of his generation, as you know, was the late Oscar Eckenstein. He went through a rather complicated gesture, quite incomprehensible, but it vaguely suggested to me some ceremonial reverence connected with death. He had the great good fortune to be adopted by this man. He taught me how to climb, in particular how to glissade. He made me start down the slope from all kinds of complicated positions, head first and so on, and I had to let myself slide without attempting to save myself until he gave the word, and then I had to recover myself and finish either standing as he chose to swerve or to stop while he counted 5. And he gave me progressively dangerous exercises. Of course, this sounds all rather obvious, but as a matter of fact, he was the only man who had learned and who taught to glissade in this thorough way. The acquired power, however, stood me in very good stead on many occasions. To save an hour may sometimes mean to save one's life, and we could plunge down dangerous slopes where, for example, one might find oneself on a patch of ice when going at high speed if one were not certain of being able to stop in an instant when the peril were perceived. We could descend perhaps 3,000 feet in 10 minutes where people without that training would have had to go down step by step on the rope, and perhaps found themselves benighted in a hurricane in consequence. But the best of it was this. I was in command of a Himalayan expedition some years ago, and the coolies were afraid to traverse a snow slope which overhung a terrific cliff. I called on them to watch me, flung myself on the snow head first, swept down like a sack of oats, and sprang to my feet on the very edge of the precipice. There was a great gasp of awed amazement while I walked up to the men. They followed me across the Malvis Pa without a moment's hesitation. They probably thought it was magic or something, no matter what. But at least they felt sure that they could come to no harm by following a man so obviously under the protection of the mountain gods. Cocky had gone deathly white. He understood with absolute clarity the point of the anecdote. He felt his manhood shamed that he was in the power of this blind black craving. He didn't really believe that Lammas was telling the truth. He thought the man had risked his life to get those of coolies across. It seemed impossible that a man could possess such absolute power and confidence. In other words, he judged King Lammas by himself. He knew himself not to be a first-rate airman. He had flattered himself that he had dared so many dangers. It cut him like a whip that Lammas should despise what people called a heroic attitude, that he looked upon taking unnecessary risks as mere animal folly. To be ready to take them, do not set my life at a pin's fee. Yes, Lammas had no admiration for the cornered rat. His ideal was to make himself completely master of every possible circumstance. Cocky tried to say something 2 or 3 times, short common. I said, but the words wouldn't come. King Lammas went to him and took his hand. Drugs are the slope in front of us, he said, and I'm wily old Eckenstein, and you're ambitious young Lammas. And I say, stop. And when you show me that you can stop, when you have picked yourself together and are standing on the slope laughing, I'll show you how to go on. We knew at the back of our minds that the man was inexorable. We hated him as the weak always hate the strong, and we had to respect and admire him, detesting him all the more for the fact. Chapter 13, Book 2, Inferno. Chapter 2, Indian Summer and Dejection. We walked on aimlessly in silence. A taxi offered itself. We climbed into it listlessly and drove back here. We threw ourselves on our beds. The idea of lunch was disgusting. We were too weak and too annoyed to do anything. We could not trust ourselves to speak. We should have quarreled. I fell into a state of sleepless agony. Our visit to the studio had burned itself into my mind. I imagined the flesh of my soul sizzling beneath the white-hot branding iron of Lammas's will. I reached out my hands for this diary. It has relieved me to write it down in all this detail. I found myself on fire with passionate determination to fight H and C to a finish. And my hands were tied behind my back. My feet were fettered by a chain and ball. I wouldn't be made to stop by that beast. We'd get it despite him. We wouldn't be treated like children. We'd get as much as we wanted, and we'd take it all the time if it killed us. The conflict in myself raged all the afternoon. Cocky had gone to sleep. He snored and groaned. He was like one's idea of a convict. He hadn't shaved for 2 days. My own nails were black. I felt sticky and clammy all over. I hadn't dressed myself. I had thrown my clothes on carelessly. Cocky woke about dinner time. We couldn't go down as we were. We were suddenly stung by the realization that we were making ourselves conspicuous in the hotel. We had a horrible fear of being found out. They might do something. It was all the worse that we didn't quite know what. And we felt so helpless, almost too weak to move a finger. Oh, couldn't we find some anywhere? My God, what a bit of luck. What a fool I am. There was 1 packet of H in the pocket of my traveling dress. We crawled towards each other and shared it. After the long abstention, the effect was miraculous. Cocky picked himself up almost fiercely. The desperate anguish of our necessity drove him to swift, resolute action. He sent for the barber and the waiter. We had the maid pack our things. We paid the bill and left our heavy trunks in the hotel, explaining that we had been called away suddenly on business. We Houston put our dressing cases into a taxi and said main line. Cocky stopped the man at Cambridge Circus. "Look here," he said in an eager whisper. "We want some rooms in Soho. Some French or Italian place." The man was equal to the problem. He found us a dirty, dark little room on the ground floor in Greek Street. The landlady was some kind of southerner with a dash of black blood. Her face told us that she was exactly the kind of woman we wanted. We paid the taxi. Cocky was very restless. He wanted to get the man to do what we wanted. He was itching all over, but he was afraid. We sat down on the bed and began to make plans. August 2, I don't remember anything. I must have gone off suddenly to sleep as I was. Cocky as I was. Cocky's out. He has been going around town all night. The clubs and that. He got 2 sniffs from Mabel Black, but she was shy herself. He and Dick Wickern went down to Limehouse. No luck. They nearly got into a row with some sailors. Madame Bellini has brought breakfast. Horrible, beastly food. We must eat some. I'm so weak. She came in to clear it away and do the room. I got her talking about her life. She has been in England nearly 30 years. I worked round to the interesting subject. She doesn't know much about it. She thinks she can help. One of the women lodgers injects. She asked could we pay. It's really rather comic. 8,000 a year and one of the most beautiful houses near London. And here we are in this filthy hole being asked can we pay by a hag that never saw a sovereign in her life unless she stole it from some drunken client. Cocky seems to have lost his sense. He flashed a 50-pound note in her face. It was because he was angry at her attitude. She rather shut up. Either she thinks we're police spies or she's made up her mind to rob us. The sight of the cash knocked her out of time. It destroyed her sense of proportion. It put all her ideas of straight dealing out of her mind. Her manner changed. She went off. Pete told me to go and see the dope girl myself. It's the first time he ever spoke to me like that. All sexual feeling is dead between us. We've tried to work up the old passion. It was artificial, horrible, repulsive, a degradation and a blasphemy. Why is it? The snow intensified love beyond every possibility. Yet I love him more than ever. He's my boy. I think he must be ill. I wish I weren't so tired. I'm not looking after him properly, and I can't think about anything except getting H. I don't seem to mind so much about C. I never liked C much. It made me dizzy and ill. We have no amusements now. We get through the day in a dark, dreary dream. I can't fix my mind on anything. The more I want H, the less I am able to think and act as I should to get anything else I wanted. Cocky went out, slamming the door. It swung open again. I couldn't go to the woman like this. I've written this to try to keep from crying. But I am crying. Only the tears won't come. I'm sniveling like a woman I once saw when I visited the hospital. I've got a handkerchief. I can't bring myself to wash in that dirty, cracked basin. We've brought no soap. The towel's soiled and torn. I must have some hat. I've just been to see Lily Fitzroy. How can men give her money? Her hair is gray, crudely dyed. She has wrinkles and rotten teeth. She was in bed, of course. I shook her roughly to wake her. I've lost it. Every feeling for others and people see and spoils at my own game. Must pretend to have the kindness and gentleness which used to have so much, which used to make people think me an amiable fool. Someone told me once that adjectives spoilt nouns in literature, and you can certainly cut out that one. She's good sort all the same, poor flabby old thing, as she only takes M and only gets that in solution ready to inject. She saw was all in and gave me dose in a thigh. It doesn't touch the spot like H, but it stops the worst of the suffering. She never gets up till tea turn. Left her fiver. She promised to see what a she could do that night with the man who gets for it her. She got very affectionate in sentimental, motherly a style, told me the story of her life, and so on, forever seemed. Of course, had to pretend to be interested in it to keep her in good humor. Everything might depend on that. It was awful to have to let her kiss me when I went away. Wonder she'd get like that if it went on with dope. What absolute nonsense, for all know, may have prevented her going faster still. She must have had beastly rotten life. The way she clawed at that, a £5 was the clue to her troubles. That and her ignorance of everything but the nastiest kind of vice and the meanest kind of crime. The morphine has certainly done me a world of good. I'm quite myself. I feel it by the way I'm writing this entry. I have a quiet and personal point of view. I've got back my sense of proportion. I can think of things consecutively, and I feel physically much stronger. But I've got very sleepy again. Joy! Cocky has just come in full of good news. He looks fine. As fine as he feels. He had a sample from a peddler he met in the wisteria. It's absolutely straight stuff. Pulled him round in a second. There are two of them in it. The man with the dope and the sentry. They talk business in the lavatory, and if another man comes in, the peddler disappears. In case of real danger, he gets rid of his sample in a flash beyond any possibility of being traced. The loss is trifling. They can buy the stuff at a few shillings an ounce and sell it for I don't know how many times its weight in gold. We shall have a great night tonight, August 22, a hellish night. Cocky kept his date with the peddler, got 10 pounds worth of H and 15 of C, and the H was nothing at all, and the C so adulterated that we took the whole lot, and it was hardly worth talking about. What filthy mean beasts people are. How can men take advantage of the bitter needs of others? It was the same in the war with the profiteers. It's always been the same. I am writing this in a Turkish bath. I couldn't stand that loathsome house anymore. It has done me lots of good. The massage has calmed my nerves. I slept for a long while, and a cup of tea has revived me. I tried to read a paper, but every line opens the wound. They seem to have gone mad about dope. I suppose it's really quite natural. I remember my father telling me once that the inequality of wealth Indian summer, ISKI 7, and all the trickery of commerce arose from artificial restriction. Last night's swindle was made possible by the great philanthropist Jabez Plot. His diabolical dope act has created the traffic which he was trying to suppress. It didn't exist before except in his rotten imagination. I get such sudden spells of utter weariness. Dope would put me right. Nothing else has any effect. Everything that happens makes me want to sniff, and every sniff makes something happen. One can't get away from the cage, but the complexity makes me. There, I can't think what I started to say. My mind stops suddenly. It's like dropping a vanity bag. You stop to pick it up, and the things are all over the place, and it always seems as if something were missing. One can never remember what it is. But the feeling of annoyance acute. It's mixed up with is a vague fear. Now, I've often forgotten things before. Everyone does all the time, but doesn't bother one. But now, every time they remember that I've forgotten something, wonder whether it's H or mixing the two that messing up my mind is. My mind keeps on running back to that American nigger we met in Naples. He said snow made people flighty and skeptical. It was such queer expression. By skeptical, he meant suspicious, think. Anyhow, I've got that way. Flighty. I can't keep my mind on things I could, except, of course, the one thing. And even that confused. It's not a clear thought. It's an ache and fear and pain and sinister rapture. And I am suspicious of everybody. C. Wonder they think I'm taking, and they can if do something horrid. I'm always on the lookout for people to play me some dirty trick. But that isn't a delusion at all. I've seen more meanness and treachery since the night met Cocky than knew in the rest of my life. We seem to have gotten to bad set somehow. And yet my oldest friends, I can't trust them like I did. They're all alike. I wonder if that's a delusion. How can I tell? They do act funnily. I'm unsettled. How can one be sure of anything? One can't. The more one thinks of, the more one sees must be so. Look how Feckles let us down. For all know, there may be some motive at the back of even really nice a V woman like Gretel or Mabel Black. I'm really suspicious of myself. Think that's it. Must go home. Hope to God Cocky's found some somewhere. Met Mabel Black coming out of the Burlington arcade. She looked fine, all over smiles, very short, a white skirt and new pair of patent leather boots, almost up to her knees. She must find them frightfully. Hop! She rushed me into T-Place, awfully smart ad with rose-shaded lights reflected up to a blue ceiling. The combination made a most marvelous purple. We got an alcove shut off by canary-colored curtains and set of the loveliest cushions ever saw. 2 big basket chairs and low table. They have the most delightful tea in eggshell china and dolly cigarettes with rose leaves. Mabel talked 100 miles a minute. She has a struck the biggest kind of oil, a romantic boy of 65. He had bought her riding crop with carved ivory handle, the head of racehorse with ruby eyes and gold collar. I asked her laughingly was to keep him in order. But what she was really keen on was H. She had got whole bottle and gave me quite lot in an envelope. The first go, oh, what joy, and then how strange we all are. The minute had in my bag, in my blood, my mind began to work freely. The irritating stupefaction passed off like waking from nightmare, a nightmare suffocation, and came to me with it the force of blow that the effect was not due to AH at all, or hardly at all. When we got again in at Naples, didn't do us much good. Why was I translated to heaven this afternoon? Why had I found my wings? The answer came as quick as the question. It's the atmosphere of Mabel and the relief of my worry. With that came a rational fear of the drugs. I asked her if she hadn't had any troubles from taking it. You can't sleep without it, she said, but not as if it mattered much, and it rather gets on one's nerves now and then. She had to rush off to meet her beau for dinner. I went back to our dirty little den, brimming over with joy. I found Cocky sprawling on the bed in the depth of dejection. He did not move when I came in. I ran to him and covered him with kisses. His eyes were heavy and swollen, and his nose was running. I gave him my handkerchief and pulled him up. His clothes were all rumpled, and of course he hadn't shaved. I couldn't resist the temptation of teasing my darling. My love had come back in flood. I tingled with the pain of feeling that he did not respond. I hugged the pain to my heart. My blood beat hard with the joy of power. I held him in my hand. One dainty act, and he was mine. I hadn't the strength to enjoy myself to the full. Pity and tenderness brought the tears to my eyes. I shook out a dose of the dull white wizardry. He sniffed it up with stupid lethargy, like a man who has lost hope of life, yet still takes his medicine as a routine. He came up gradually, but was hardly himself till after the third dose. I took one, too, to keep him company, not because I needed it. I sent him out to get shaved and buy clean linen. I take a curious delight in writing this diary. I know now why it is, and it has rather startled me. It's just that chance phrase of King Lamus, your magical diary. I have flirted a lot with Lamus, but it was mostly swank. I disliked the man in many ways. By Jove, I know why that it's because his too. I feel that he despises me intellectually, and because respect him. Despite my dislike, am eager to show him that I'm not such rotter after all. One of his fads to make his pupils keep these as magical diaries. Feel that I've gone in for comma petition that have to produce something more interesting than anything they do, whoever they are. Here comes Peter Pan. He hasn't grown old, after all. We had gorgeous feed at the dear old cafe. King Elamus came up to our table, but he only said few words. So you got C. Cocky gave him one back. Hate to injure your reputation as prophet, Mr. Elamus, but isn't stopping when you have to stop. I've got it, as you say, and now with your kind permission, I'm going to show you that we can stop. Lamus changed his manner like flash. His contemptuous smile became like sunrise in spring. That's talking, he said. I'm glad you've got the idea. Don't think I'm trying to put you off. But you should find more difficult than you imagine if it don't be too proud to come to me. I really do know some fairly good tips. Was glad that Peter took in good part. Being it in good form, he realized, suppose that was it a serious business, we might strike snag. August 23, the night has been a miracle, we went on, taking H pretty steadily. Think the if I see spoils it. Our love bloomed afresh, as was it a new creation. We relapsed in boundless bliss, awake forever awake. Awake as one never is, while sleep possible, and is I awake in the void, the abyss. Indian Summer 71, but not in the unutterable anguish of which the poet was writing. It is a formless calm. But love, we had never loved like this before. We had defiled love with the grossness of the body. The body is an instrument of infinite pleasure, but excitement and desire sully its sublimity. We were conscious of every nerve to the tiniest filament, and for this one must be ineffably aloof from movement. H makes one want to scratch, and scratching is infinite pleasure, but that is only a relic of animal appetite. After a little while, one is able to enjoy the feeling that makes one want to scratch in itself. It is an impersonal bliss, perfectly indescribable and indescribably perfect. I cannot measure the majesty of my consciousness, but I can indicate the change in the whole character of my consciousness. I am writing this in the mood of the recording angel. I am living in eternity, and temporal things have become tedious and stupid symbols. My words are veils of my truth, but I experience quite definite delight in this diary. King Lamus is always at the root of my brain. He is Jupiter, and I have sprung from his thought, Minerva, goddess of wisdom. The most tremendous events of life are unworthy trifles. The sublimity of my conception sweeps onward from nowhere to nowhere. Behind my articulate anthem is a stainless silence. I am not writing for any reason, not even for myself to read. The action is automatic. I am the firstborn child of King Lamus without a mother. I am the emanation of his essence. I lay all night without moving a muscle. The nearness of my husband completed the magnetic field of our intimacy. Act, word, and thought were equally abolished. The elements of my consciousness did not represent me at all. They were sparks struck off from I-72 ourselves. Those selves were one self which was whole. Any positive expression of it was of necessity partial, incomplete, inadequate. The stars are imperfection of night, but at least these thoughts are immeasurably faster and clearer than anything I have thought all my life. If I were ever to wake up, it seems impossible that I ever should. This entry will probably be quite unintelligible to me. It is not written with the purpose of being intelligible or any other purpose. The idea of having a purpose at all is beneath contempt. It is the sort of thing a human being would have. How can a supreme being inhabiting eternity have a purpose? The absolute, the all, cannot change. How then could it wish to change? It acts in accordance with its nature, but all such action is without effect. It is essentially illusion, and the deeper one enters into one's self, the less one is influenced by such illusions. As the night went on, I found myself less and less disturbed by my own exquisite emotions. I felt myself dissolving deliciously into absence of interruption to the serenity of my soul. I think writing this has reminded me of what I used to think was reality. It was time to go out and have lunch. The luxurious lethargy seems insuperable. It isn't hunger, it's habit. Some instinct, some obscure and obscene recollection of the lurking brute drives one to get up and go out. The dodge for doing this is to take 3 or 4 rather small snifes in quick succession. C would be much better, but we haven't got any. September what ages and ages have passed. These filthy lodgings have been eaten without the snake. Our lives have been innocence, no toil, no thought. We did not even eat except the little food the woman brought in. We scared her, by the way. She can't, or won't, get us any H or C. The morphine girl has disappeared. I'm not sure, and it doesn't matter. But I think the landlady, I can never remember the woman's name, she reminds me of those dreadful days in Naples, told us that she stole some things from a shop and went to jail. It was a great nuisance because I had to put my clothes on and call on Mabel. Luckily she was in and had a whole lot of it. We must have been increasing the dose very fast, but I can't be sure because we don't keep track of it or of the days either. Counting things is so despicable. One feels so degraded. Surely that's the difference between spirit and matter. It's bestial to be bounded. Cocky agrees with me about this. He thinks I'm writing rather wonderful things. But as soon as we come down to ordinary affairs, we quarrel all the time. We snap about nothing at all. The reason is evident. Having to talk destroys the symphony of silence. It's hateful to be interrupted, and it interrupts one to be asked to pass a cigarette. I wasn't going to be bothered to go out again, so I made Mabel give me all she could spare. She promised to get some more and send it round next Sunday. We're not very well, either of us. It must be this dark, dirty room and the bad atmosphere, and the street noises get on my nerves. We could go to Barley Grange, but it's too much trouble. Besides, it might break the spell of our happiness. We're both afraid about that. It happened once before, and we don't want to take any chances. It wants a lot of clever steering to keep the course. For instance, we took too much one night and made ourselves sick. It took 3 or 4 hours to get back, and that was absolute hell. My heart is a little fretful at times. It's certainly great Peter Pan having medical knowledge. He went out and got some strychnine and put me right. Our champagne helps age quite a lot. You mustn't drink it off. The thing to do is to sip it very slowly. It helps one to move one's hands. We sent out a boy and got in 3 dozen small bottles. September 5, the world is a pig. It keeps on putting its nose where it isn't wanted. We are overdrawn at the bank, Cocky had to write to Mr. Wolf. It ought to be stopped, he cried. It amounts to brawling in church. A flash of the old Peter Pan. September 8. The woman says it's Tuesday, and we're running awfully short. Why can't people keep their promises? I'm sure Mabel said Sunday. Chapter 14, Book 2. Inferno. Chapter 3. the grinding of the brakes. Peter and I had had a long, nasty quarrel, and I had to pull his hair for him. It broke one of my nails. I've let them go very long. I don't know when I was manicured last. For some reason, they're dry and brittle. I must have them done. I'd send the boy out, but I don't like the idea of a strange girl coming here. One never knows what may go wrong. It doesn't really matter either. The body is merely a nuisance. And it hurts, so blood wrenches its pain sardonic through heart and brain. I am beginning to hate that horrible poem. It haunts me. I don't know why I should remember it like I do. Have I been reading it, wonder? Or perhaps it's the incredible access of intellectual power which heroism gives that has improved my memory. Anyhow, the fact that odd bits have come swimming into my mind like is a goldfish darting in and out among streaming seaweed. Oh yes, my quarrel with Cocky. He said we mustn't risk being absolutely short of the suit and must go, and get new supply from Mabel before we ran clean out. Can't help seeing that Cocky degenerating his morally. He ought to be ashamed of himself. He ought to have made proper arrangements for regular supply instead of relying on me. He lies there all the time perfectly useless. He hasn't washed or shaved in months, and he knows it perfectly well that detests dirt and untidiness. One I 75 of the things that attracted me most about him was his being so spruce and well-groomed and alert. He has changed altogether since we came to London. I feel there is some bad influence at work on him. This place is full of vermin. I found what had been annoying me. I think I shall bob my hair. I'm awfully proud of its length, but one must be practical. I am lying down for a bit. It was a frightful nuisance getting ready to go out. Cocky nagged and bullied all the time. I'm stiff all over, and it seemed such waste of time to wash and dress. Besides, the irritation of the interruption, and my clothes are impossible. I've been sleeping in them. I wish we'd brought some trunks from the Savoy. No, I don't. It would have been a lot of trouble and interfered with our heroine honeymoon. It's best the way it is. I wish I had Jacqueline here all the same. I need a May, and she could have gone out and got things. But we both felt that anyone at all would be a pill. The old woman doesn't bother us, thank goodness. I'm sure she still thinks we're spies. Bother. What's this? Damn, it's a letter from Basil. No, the original of this letter was destroyed. It is now printed from the carbon copy in the files of Mr. King Llamas Ed. Dear unlimited Lou, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. You will, I am sure, forgive me for boring you with a letter. But you know what a crank I am. And it is my mania just now to collect information about the psychology of people trying to advance spiritually in the way we spoke about, when you so charmingly dawned on my studio the other morning. Do you find in particular that there is any difficulty in calling a halt? If so, is it not perhaps because you hear on all sides, especially from people quite ignorant of the subject, such as journalists, doctors, and parrots, that it is in fact impossible to do so? Of course. I don't doubt that you immediately killed any such pernicious suggestion by a counter-suggestion based on my positive statement from experience. That people of strong character and high intelligence like yourself and Sir Peter, to whom please give my most cordial greetings, were perfectly well able to use these things in moderation as one does soap. But apart from this, do you find that the life of a heroine makes you abnormally suggestible? As you know, I object to the methods of Coué and Baudouin. They ask us deliberately to abandon free will and clear mentality for the semi-hypnotic state of the medieval peasant, to return like the sow that was washed to her wallowing in the mire from which we have been extricated by evolution. Doesn't waltzing with the hero's bride or making snowmen tend to put you into a state of mind which is too dreamy to resist the action of any strenuous idea which is presented to feeling to wish to resist, or so excitable that it is liable to be carried away by its admiration for any fascinatingly forceful personality? I should be so glad to have your views on these points and, of course, your personal confirmation of my theory that people like you and Sir Peter can use these substances with benefit to yourselves and others, without danger of becoming slaves. I have trained myself and many others to stop at will. But every additional affidavit to this effect is of great value to me in my present campaign to destroy the cowardly superstition that manhood and womanhood are incapable of the right and proper use of anything whatever in nature. We have tamed the wild lightning after all. Shall we run away from a packet of powder? Love is the law, love under will. With my kind regards to Sir Peter, yours ever, Basil Keel MC Llamas, satirical, sneering stupidity. Or is he a devil incarnate, as Gretel told us he was? Does he gloat? I loathe the beast, and I thought, once, well, never mind. Peter took the latter. Anything to distract the mind from its boredom, when yet we haven't the energy to do anything. We take whatever comes to us and clutch at it feebly. It's true, said Cocky, to my amazement, and we've got to be able to tell him we've won. There was a long quarrel, as there is over every incident of any sort. That is natural, with this eternal insomnia and sleeping at the wrong time. I hated Peter and Kiel, the more because I knew all the time he was right. If Kiel is a devil, it's up to us to get the last laugh. I tore the beastly letter into shreds. Peter has gone out. I hope he has gone to kill him. I want to be thrilled, just once more if I had to be hanged for it myself. Our watches have run down. It doesn't matter. I can call on Mabel any time I like. I may as well go now. I'll drink a small bottle and go alone. It is night. Cocky has not returned. Just when I needed him most, I'm frightened of myself. I'm stark staring sober. I went to the glass to take my hat off. He didn't know who I was. There's no flesh on my face. My complexion's entirely gone. My hair is lusterless and dry, and it's coming out in handfuls. I think I must be ill. I have a good mind to send for a doctor, but I daren't. It has been a frightful shock. I must pull myself together. Write it up. It was about 5 o'clock when I got to Mount Street. If Mabel wasn't in, I could wait. A strange man answered the door. It annoyed me. I felt frightened. Why had she changed Cartwright? I felt faint. Had something told me? It embarrassed me to ask, is Mrs. Black at home, P? The man answered as if he had been asked the time. Mrs. Black is dead. The grinding of the brakes of 79, something inside me screamed. But I must see her, I cried insanely, feeling the ground cut suddenly from under my feet. I'm afraid it's impossible, madame, he said, misunderstanding me altogether. She was buried yesterday morning. So that was why she hadn't sent the stuff. I stood as if I was in a trance. I heard him explaining, mechanically. I did not take in what he was saying. It was like a record being made on a gramophone. She was only ill 2 days, the man said. The doctors called it septic pneumonia. I suppose I thanked him and went away automatically. I found myself at home without knowing how I got here. Something told me that the real cause of her death was heroin, though. As a matter of fact, septic pneumonia can happen to anyone at any moment. I've known 2 or 3 people go off like that. As my Uncle John used to say, conscience makes cowards of us all. King Lamus was always saying that as long as one has any emotion about anything, love or fear or anything else, one can't observe things correctly. That's why a doctor won't attend his own family. And I can see coldly and clearly, like a drowning man, that whenever the idea of HG comes into my mind, I begin to think hysterically and come to the most idiotic conclusions. And heroin has twined itself about my life so closely that everything is connected with it, one way or another. My mind is obsessed by the thought of the drug. Sometimes it's a weird ecstasy, sometimes a dreadful misgiving. Not thirst in the brain, black bitten in the soul, more sorely smitten. One dare not think of the worst. Beyond the raging and raving hell of the physical craving, it lies in the brain benumbed, at the end of time and space, an abyss unmeasured, unplumbed. The haunt of a face. September 12. Peter came in just as I had finished writing this account. He seemed much more cheerful, and his arms were full of books. There, he said, throwing them on the bed. That will refresh my memory in case we have any trouble in stopping. I'll show Mr. King Lamas what it means to be a Pendragon. I told him about Mabel, and now a strange thing happened. Instead of being depressed, we felt a current of mysterious excitement, rippling at first, then raging and roaring in every nerve. It was as if the idea of her death exhilarated us. He took me in his arms for the first time in, is it weeks or months? His hot breath coiled like a snake about my ear and thrilled my hair like an electric machine. With a strange, ghastly intensity, his voice trembling with passion, strummed the intoxicating words. Oh yeah, the golden bait barbed with infinite pain, fatal, fanatical mate of a poisoned body and brain. Oh yeah, the name that leers its lecherous longing and knavery, Shuvi whispers in crazing ears, the secret spell of her slavery. The room swam before my eyes. We were wreathed in spirals of dark blue smoke bursting with crimson flashes. He gripped me with epileptic fury and swung me round in a sort of savage dance. I had an intuition that he was seeing the same vision as I was. Our souls, the grinding of the break's ire, were dissolved into one, a giant ghost that enveloped us. I hissed the next lines through my teeth, feeling myself a fire-breathing dragon. Horror, intense indeed, seduction ever intenser, swinging the smoke of scents from the bowl of a smoldering censer. We were out of breath. My boy sat on the edge of the bed. I crept up behind him. I shook out my hair all over his face and dug my nails into his scalp. We were living the heroine life, the life of the world of the soul. We had identified ourselves with the people of the poem. He was the poet, wreathed with poppies, with poisonous poppies that corrupted his blood, and I was the phantom of his delirium, the hideous vampire that obsessed him. Little drops of blood oozed from his scalp and clotted to black. Under my greedy nails, he spoke the next lines as if under some cruel compulsion. The words were wrenched from him by some overwhelming necessity. His tone was colorless, as if the ultimate anguish had eaten up his soul. And all this agony and repulsion exercised a foul fascination. He suffered a paroxysm of pleasure, such as pleasure itself had never been able to give him. And I was Olia, I was his love, his wife, world without end, the demon whose supreme delight was to destroy him. Behind me, behind and above, she stands, that mirror of love. Her fingers are subtle jointed, her nails are polished and pointed and tipped with spurs of gold. With them she rowels the brain. Her lust is critical cold, and her Chinese cheeks are pale as she daintily picks. Profane with her octopus lips, and the teeth jagged and black beneath, pulp and blood from a nail, I jerked his head back and fastened my mouth on his. I sucked his breath into my lungs. I wanted to choke him, but there was time enough for that. One would torture him a few years longer first. I leapt away from him. He panted heavily. When he got his breath back, he glared at me horribly with the pinpoint pupils of his sightless eyes. He began with romantic sadness, changing to demoniac glee. She was incarnate love in the hours when I first awoke her. Little by little I found the truth of her, stripped of clothing, bitter beyond all bound, leprous beyond all loathing. We shouted with delight and fell into a fit of hysterical laughter. We came out of it completely exhausted. I must have slept for a while. When I woke, he was sitting at the table under the yellow gas jet, reading the books he had bought. Somehow the past had been washed out of us. We found ourselves intent on the idea of stopping H, and the books didn't help very much. They were written in a very positive way. The writers quarreled among themselves like a peace conference, but they all agreed on 2 points: that it was beyond the bounds of human possibility to break off the habit by one's own efforts. At the best, the hope was pitifully poor. The only chance was a cure in a place of restraint. And they all gave very full details of the horrors and dangers of the process. The physician, they said, must steel his heart against every human, the grinding of the running of the breaks 183 feeling, and refuse inexorably the petitions of the patient. Yet he must always be ready with his syringe in case of a sudden collapse threatening life itself. There were 3 principal methods of cure: cutting the drug off at once and trust to the patient surviving. Then there was a long, tedious method of diminishing the daily dose. It was a matter of months. During the whole of the time, the agony OAUS the patient continues in a diluted form. It was the choice between plunging into boiling oil and being splashed with it every day for an indefinite period. Then there was an intermediate method in which the daily amount was reduced by a series of jerks. As Peter said, one was to be sentenced to be flogged at irregular intervals without knowing exactly when. One would be living in a state of agonizing apprehension, which would probably be more morally painful than in either of the other ways. In all cases alike, there was no hint of any true comprehension of the actual situation. There was no attempt to remove the original causes of the habit, and they all admitted that the cure was only temporary, and that the rule was relapse. There was also a horribly disquieting impression that the patient could not trust the honesty of the doctor. Some of them openly advocated attempts to deceive the patient by injecting plain water. Others had a system of giving other drugs in conjunction with the permitted dose, with the deliberate intention of making the patient so ill that he would rather bear the tortures of abstention than those devised by his doctor. I felt, too, that if I went to one of those places I should never know what trick might be played on me next. They were cruel, clumsy traps set by ignorant and heartless charlatans. I began to understand the intensity of jealousy with which the regular physician regards the patent medicine vendor and the Christian scientist. They were witch doctors with a license from government to torture and kill at extravagant prices. They guarded their prerogatives with such ferocity because they were aware of their own ignorance and incompetence, and if their victims found them out, their swindle would be swept away. They were always trying to extend their tyranny. They were always wanting new laws to compel everybody, sick or well, to be bound to the vivisection table and have some essential organ of the body cut out. And they were brazen enough to give the reason. They didn't understand what use it was. And everybody must be injected with all sorts of disgusting serums and vaccines, ostensibly to protect them against some disease, which there was no reason whatever to suppose they were likely to get. And the last 3 days have been too dreadful. This is the first time I have felt like writing, and yet I have been itching insanely to put down that hideously luxurious scene when our love broke out like an abscess. All the old fantastic features were there. They had assumed a diabolical disguise, but my mind has been in abeyance. We shut the medical books with a shudder and slung them out of the window into the street. A little crowd gathered. They were picked up, and the passers-by began talking about what was to be done. We realized the rashness of our rage. The last thing was to attract attention. We pulled the frowsy old curtains across and put out the light. The reaction of our reading was terrific. We venomously contrasted the calm confidence of King Lammas with the croaking clamor of the authorities. Cocky summed up the situation with a quotative. Quoth the raven, "Nevermore our thoughts splash to and fro like an angry sea in a cave. These 3 days have been a flux of fugitive, the grinding of the brakes 185 emotion. We are resolved to stop taking H." And there the memory of Lammas' letter was like a rope held by a trustworthy leader for a novice on some crumbling crag. If we could only have relied on that, but our minds were shaken by panic. Those cursed medical cowards. Oh, those pompous prophets of evil. Every time we came back to the resolution to stop, they pulled us off the rock. It's beyond human power, but they know which side their bread's buttered. It's their game to discourage their dupes. But they had overplayed their hand. They had painted their picture in too crude colors. They revolted us. Again, the effect of Mabel's death, and the fact that our supplies were so short, combined to drive us into the determination to stop at whatever cost. We struggled savagely hour by hour. There were moments when the abstinence itself purged us by sheer pain of the capacity to suffer. Our minds began to wander. We were whirled on the wings of woe across the flaming skies of anguish. I remember Peter standing at the table, lost to all sense of actuality. He cried in a shrill, cracked voice. Her cranial dome is vaulted, her mad Mongolian eyes, aslant with the ecstasies of things immune, exalted far beyond stars and skies, slits of amber and jet. I heard him across abysses of aching inanity. A thrill of satanic triumph tingled in my soul and composed a symphony from its screams. I leapt with lust to recognize myself in the repulsive phantasm pictured by the poet, her snout for the quarry, set fleshy and heavy and gross, bestial, broken across, and below it her mouth that drips blood from the lips that hide the fangs of the snake, drips on venomous udders, mountainous flanks that fret home, and the spirit sickens and shudders at the hint of a worse thing yet. We had, on the other side, some spasms of weakness, a ghastly sensation of the sinking of the spirit. It's the same unescapable dread that seizes one when one is in a lift which starts down too quickly, or when one swoops too suddenly in a plane. Waves of weakness washed over us as if we were corpses cast up by the sea from a shipwreck of our souls. And in these hideous hours of helplessness, we drifted down the dark and sluggish river of inertia towards the stagnant and stinking morass of insanity. We were obsessed by the certainty that we could never pull through. We said nothing at first. We were sunk in a solemn stupor. When it found voice at last, it was to whimper the surrender, the unconditional surrender of our integrity and our honor. We eked out our small allowance of H. with doses of strychnine to ward off the complete collapse of all our physical faculties, and we picked ourselves up a bit on the moral plane by means of champagne. In these moments of abdication, we talked in fragile whispers, plans for getting supplies. We had both of us a certain shame in admitting to each other that we were renegades. We felt that in future we should never be able to indulge frankly and joyously as we had hitherto done. We should become furtive and cunning. We should conceal from each other what we were doing, although it was obvious to us both. I slipped out this afternoon on tiptoe, thinking the grinding of the brakes, ID7 Peter was asleep. But he turned like a startled snake just as I made for the door. "Where are you going, Lou?" His voice was both piteous and harsh. I had not thought of inventing a pretext, but a lie slipped ready-made from my tongue. "I'm going to Basil to see if he can't give me something to help us out." I knew he didn't believe me, and I knew he didn't care where I went or what I did. He was not shocked at my lying to him the first time I had ever done so. I took a taxi round to the studio. My lie was half-truth. I was going to ask him to help in the cure, but my real object was to induce him, no matter how, to give me at least one dose. I didn't care how I got it. I would try pretending illness. I would appeal to our old relations, and I would look about slyly to see if I couldn't find some and steal it. And I didn't mean to let Peter know on the top of everything else was the torture of shame. I had always been proud of my pride. A subtle serenity made my brain swim when I got into the street. It delighted me to be alone, to have got rid of Peter. I felt him as a restraining influence, and I had shaken him off. I despised myself for having loved him. I wanted to go to the devil my own way. I found Basil in and alone. What luck! That hateful, tall, thin girl was out of the way. Basil received me with his usual greeting. It stung me to the quick like an insult. What right had he to reproach me? And why should "do what thou wilt" sound like a reproach? As a rule, he added something to the phrase. He slid into ordinary conversation with a kind of sinuous grace. There was always something feline about him. He reminded me of a beautiful, terrible tiger winding his way through thick jungle. But today he stopped short with dour decision. It was as if he had fired a shot and was waiting to see 188, the diary QF, a drug fiend the effect. But he motioned me silently into my usual armchair, lit a cigarette for me, and put it into my mouth, switched in the electric kettle for tea, and sat on the comer of his big square table swinging his leg. His eyes were absolutely motionless, yet I felt that they were devouring my body and soul inch by inch. I wriggled on my chair as I used to do at school when I didn't feel sure whether I had been found out in something or not. I tried to cover my confusion by starting a light conversation, but I soon gave it up. He was taking no notice of my remarks. To him, they were simply one of my symptoms. I realized with frightful certitude that my plans were impossible. I couldn't fool this man. I couldn't play on his passions. I couldn't steal in his presence. Despite myself, my lie had become the truth. I could only do what I said I was coming to do, to ask him to help me out. No, not even that. I had not got rid of Peter after all. With King Lammas, I found I couldn't think of myself. I had to think of Peter. I was absolutely sincere when I said with a break in my voice, "Cocky's in an awful mess." I had it in my mind to add, "Can't you do something to help him?" And then I changed it to "won't you?" And then I couldn't say it at all. I knew it was wasting words. I knew that he could and he would. He came over and sat on the arm of my chair and took down my hair and began playing with the plaits. The action was as absolutely natural and innocent as a kitten playing with a skein of wool. It stabbed my vanity to the heart for a second to realize that he could do a thing like that without mixing it up with sexual ideas. Yet it was that very superiority to human instincts that made me trust him. "Sir Peter's not here," he said lightly and kindly. I knew that it had pleased him that I had not mentioned my own troubles. The grinding of the brakes. 89, but it's you, my dear girl, that I see in my wizard spyglass on a lee shore with your masts all gone by the board and the Union Jack upside down flying from a stump, and your wireless hero tapping out 88. He dropped my hair and lighted his pipe. Then he began to play with it again. And some on boards and some on broken pieces of the ship, they all came safe to land. One's familiarity with the New Testament makes a quotation somehow significant, however little one may believe in the truth of the book. I felt that his voice was the voice of a prophet. I felt myself already saved. "You take some of this," he went on, bringing a white tablet from a little cedar cabinet, and a big glass of cold water. Throw your head back and get it well down and drink all this right off. Here is another to take home to your husband. And don't forget the water. It will calm you down. Your nerves have all gone west. I've got some people coming here in a few minutes, but this will help you through the night, and I'm coming round in the morning to see you. What's the address? I told him, my face blazed with the disgrace. A house where the top social note was a fifth-rate musician in a jazz band, and the bottom where we don't give it a name. He jotted it down as if it had been the Ritz, but I could feel in my oversensitive state the disgust in his mind. It was as if he had soiled his pencil. The tablet made me feel better, but I think that the atmosphere of the man did more than its share of the work. I felt nearly normal when I got up to go. I didn't want his friends to see me. I knew too well what I was looking like. He stopped me at the door. You haven't any of that stuff, I take it, he said, and I felt an inexpressible sense of relief. His tone implied that he had taken charge of us. No, I said, we used up the last grain some time ago. I won't ask you to remember when, he replied. I know too well how muddled one gets. And besides, when one starts this experiment, the clock doesn't tell one much, as you know. My self-respect came back to me with a rush. He insisted on our regarding ourselves as pioneers of science and humanity. We were making an experiment. We were risking life and reason for the sake of mankind. Of course, it wasn't true. And yet, who can tell the real root of one's motives? If he chose to insist that we were doing what the leaders of thought have always done, how could I contradict him? A buoyant billow of bliss bounded in my brain. It might not be true, but by God, we'd make it come true. I suppose a light leapt in my eyes and enabled him to read my thought. Respes fina, judge the end. The man, not the child, my friend, he quoted gaily. And then, to my absolute blank amazement, he took me back into the studio, got a bottle of heroin from the cedar cabinet, and shook out a small quantity onto a scrap of paper. He twisted it up and put it in my hand. Don't be surprised, he laughed. Your face tells me that it's all right. You hadn't got that look of a dying duck in a thunderstorm which shows that you're wholly enslaved. As Sir Peter very cleverly pointed out the other day, you can't stop unless you've got something to stop with. You're keeping your magical diary, of course. Oh, yes, I cried gladly. I knew how important he thought the record was. The grinding of the brakes. 91, he shook his head comically. Oh, no, Miss Unlimited Lou. Not what I call a magical diary. You ought to be ashamed of yourself for not knowing the hours, minutes, and seconds since the last dose. News alerts changer tosala. You can take this if you like, and when you like, I merely put it up to you as a sort of sporting proposition that you should see how long you can manage to keep off it. But I trust you to make a note of the exact time when you decide on a sniff, and I trust you to tell me the truth. Get it out of your mind once for all that I disapprove of your taking it. It's entirely your business, not mine. But it's everyone's business to be true to himself, and you must regard me as a mere convenience, an old hand at the game whose experience may be of use to you in training for the fight. I hurried home a different woman. I didn't want to save myself. I felt myself as a suit of armor made for the purpose of protecting Peter. My integrity was important, not for my own sake, but for his. Peter is out, so I have written this up. How surprised he will be. I wonder why he is so long and where he has gone. It is very uncomfortable, waiting, with nothing to do. I should like a dose. The tablet has not made me sleepy. It seems to have calmed me. It has taken the edge off that hateful restlessness. I can bear it as far as that goes. If only I had something to do to take my mind off things. My mind keeps prowling around the little packet of paper in my bag. I turn 1,000 corners, but it is always waiting behind all of them. There is something terrifying about the fatality of this stuff. It seems to want to convince you that it's useless to try to escape. One's thoughts always recur lots of other subjects which we don't think of as obsessing. Why should we have this idea in connection with dope and be unable to do anything to throw it off? What's the difference? Chapter 15, Book 2, Inferno Chapter 4, Below the Brutes, September 13. I wonder how I have lived through this. Peter came in last night, just after I had closed my diary. I had never seen him like it before. His eyes were half out of his head, bloodshot and furious. He must have been drinking like a madman. He was trembling with rage. He came straight up to me and hit me deliberately in the face. "That'll teach you," he shouted, and called me a foul name. I couldn't answer. I was too hurt, not by the blow, but by the surprise. I had pictured it so differently. He staggered back into the middle of the room and pointed to the blood that was running down my face. The edge of his ring had cut the corner of my eye. The sight sent him into fits of hysterical laughter. The only feeling in my mind was that he was ill, that it was my duty to nurse him. I tried to go to the door to get help. He thought I was escaping and flung me back right across the room onto the bed, howling with rage. "You can get away with it at once," he said, "but that's enough. You wait right here and see whether Mr. Bloody King Lammas will come to fetch you." "Don't fret, I expect he will. He likes dirt, the filthy beast," I burst out crying. The contrast between the two men was too shocking, and I belonged to this screaming, swearing bully with his insane jealousy and his senseless brutality. I would rather have swept out Basile's studio for the rest of my life than be Lady Pendragon. R92 below the brute, 193. What masters of irony the gods are. I had been swimming in a glowing flood of glory. I had been almost delirious to think I was the wife of a man in whose veins ran the blood of England's greatest king, of him whose glamour had gilded the centuries with romance, to think that I might hold such royal heirship under my heart. What radiant rapture! And Peter himself had shown himself worthy of his ancestry. Had not he too beaten back the heathen and saved England? So this was the end of my dream. This brawling ruffian was my man. I sat stupefied while his incoherent insults battered my brain. But my indignation was not for myself. I had deserved all I was getting. But what right had this foul-mouthed coward to take in his mouth the name of a man like King Lammas? My silence seemed to exasperate him more than if I had taken up the quarrel. He swayed and swore with blind ferocity. He didn't seem to know where I was. It was getting dark. He groped his way round the room looking for me. But he passed me twice before he found me. The third time he stumbled up against me, gripped me by the shoulder, and began to strike. I sat as if were paralyzed. I could not even scream. Again and again he swore and struck me savagely, yet so weakly that I could not feel the blows. Besides, I was dulled to all possible pain. Presently he collapsed and rolled over on the bed. I thought for a moment he was dead, and then he was seized by a series of spasms. His muscles twisted and twitched. His hands clawed at the air. He began to mutter rapidly and unintelligibly. I was horribly frightened. I got up and lit the gas. The poor boy's face was white as death, but small dark crimson flushes burnt on the cheekbones. I sat at the table for some time and thought, I didn't dare send for a doctor. He might know what was the matter and take him away from me. Take a 194 that dying of a drug, fiend him to one of those torture traps, and he'd never get out. I knew what he wanted, of course. A little heroin would bring him around all right. I told him I had some. I had to tell him several times before he understood. When he did, the mere thought helped to restore him. But there remained an ord of rage, and he told me to give it him with a greedy snarl. If I had wanted to keep it from him, I shouldn't have let him know I had it. I brought him the stuff sitting down by his side and lifting his head with one hand while I gave it to him on the back of the other. My heart sank like a stone in deep water, the old familiar attitude, the old familiar act, and yet how different in every point. The convulsive movement stopped immediately. He sat up almost at once on one elbow. The only sign of distress was that he still breathed heavily. All his anger, too, had disappeared. He seemed tired, like a convalescent, but as tractable as a child. He smiled faintly. I don't know if he had any consciousness or memory of what had passed. He talked as if there had been no quarrel at all. The color came back to his face, the light to his eyes. One more go like that, Lou, he said, and I'll be all right. I wasn't at all sure what King would have said, but it was my own responsibility, and I couldn't refuse him. He went off to sleep very soon after. In the morning, I found out what had happened to him. He had been round to some of the men he used to know in the hospital to get them to give him some H, but they hadn't dared to do it. They were suffering from a sense of insult about the new law, the Diabolical Dope Act. They had undergone a long and expensive training and had diplomas which made them responsible for the health of the community. And now they weren't allowed to prescribe for their own patients. It was natural enough that they should be indignant. Below the brute, 195, the fourth man to whom Peter had gone told the same story, but had been very cordial. He thought he'd help things by standing Peter a dinner and filling him up with alcohol, with the idea that that would help him to support the lack of the other stimulant. It seems that I had to pay for the prescription. N0, Lou. You're a naughty girl. You must be bitter like that. It's your fault for getting born into a world where ignorance and folly are in constant competition for the premiership of the minds of the educated classes. The commonest plowman would have had more horse sense than that doctor. I gave Peter the tablet with plenty of water when he began to get restless. It soothed him a great deal. I wished I had one for myself. I felt my irritability returning, but I didn't break out because it couldn't be long till Basil came around. I looked forward to his coming as to a certain end to all our troubles. What actually happened was quite different. I hardly know how to write it down. The shame and the disappointment are blasting. I feel that the doors of hope have been slammed in my face. I can imagine the grinding of the key as it turns in the lock, the screech of the rusty bolt as it is driven home. The moment Basil appeared, Peter's insanity blazed up. He poured out a stream of insults and accused Basil to his face of trying to get me away. If Basil had only known how eagerly I would have gone, a man in sexual mania is not fit to consort with human beings. I never realized before why women despise men in their hearts so deeply. We respect men who have mastered their passions, if only because we are ourselves ultimately nothing but those passions. We expect a man to show himself superior. It will not do to kill passion like Klingzor. The sexless man, the wounded, is even lower than king. Amphorta is the victim of his virility. The true hero is Parsifal, who feels the temptations. A man of like passions with ourselves. The more acutely alive he is to love, the greater are his possibilities. But he must refuse to surrender to his passions. He must make them serve him. Dianin, who would kill a horse because he was afraid to ride him. It is better to mount and dare the brute to bolt. After the man is thrown, we pick him up and nurse him, but we don't adore him. Most men are like that. But what every woman is looking for is the man with the most spirited horse and the most complete mastery of him. That's most symbolic in the Garden of Allah, where the monk who cannot ride takes a stallion out into the desert, determined to fight the thing out to a finish. Basil was not moved by the savage spite of Peter. He refused to be provoked. Whenever he got a chance to put a word in, he simply asserted the purpose of his visit. He did not even take the trouble to deny the main accusation. It tired Peter to dash himself so uselessly against the cliff of Basil's contempt. I don't mean that it was contempt either, but his calm kindness was bound to be felt as contempt, because Peter couldn't help knowing how well he deserved disdain. He was aware of the fact that his abuse became weaker and emptier with every outburst. He simply pulled himself together with a last effort of animosity toward the friend who could have saved us, and ordered him out of the house. He made himself more ridiculous by posing as an outraged husband. Lofty morality is the last refuge when one feels oneself to be hopelessly in the wrong. It was the first time I had ever known Peter play the hypocrite. His professions of propriety were simply the measure of his indignity. There was nothing for Basil to do but to go. Peter pretended to have scored a triumph. It would not have deceived anybody, but if there had been a chance, he cut away the pulpit from under his own below the brute. 187 feet when he swung back into the room and snapped with genuine feeling. Goddamn what fool, why didn't you tip me the wink we ought to have to him? And got some heroin out of him. This morning has taken everything out of me. Don't care about saving myself. No, can't save Peter. Why must woman always have man for... her motive all want H, both cocky and neat is hellishly. Look here, Lou, he said with cunning grin, such as I'd never seen before, quite out of keeping with his character. You'd doll yourself up and try the doctors. Man told me last night that there were some who would give you a prescription you paid if them enough. Tenor ought to do the trick. He pulled some dirty crumpled notes out of his trousers pocket. Here you are. For God's sake, don't be long. Was as keen as he was. All the will to stop had been washed out of me when Basil went. My self-respect was annihilated. Yet think was reluctance to go that kept me, a hanging about on the pretense of attending to my toilet. Peter watched me with approval. There was a hateful gleam in his eye and loved it. We were both degraded through and through. We had reached the foul straw of the sty. There was something warm and comfortable about snuggling up to depravity. We had realized the ideal of our perversion. Went to my own doctor. Peter had put me up to symptoms, but he wasn't taking any. He talked about change of climate and diet and the mixture to be taken 3 times a day. Saw at once was no good by it as the way he jumped when mentioned heroin first. All I could do was to get out of the old fool's room without losing faith. Didn't know what to do next. Felt like Morris, what's his name, in the wrong box when he had to have a false death certificate and wanted a venal doctor. It annoyed me that it was daylight, and I didn't know where to go. Suddenly, out of nowhere, there came the name and address of the man who had helped Billy Coleridge out of her scrape. It was a long way off, and I was hungry, but the thought of lunch made me sick. I felt that people were looking at me strangely. Was it the scar by my eye? I bought a thick veil. The girl looked surprised, I thought. I suppose it was rather funny in September and might attract still more attention. But it gave me a sense of protection, and it was a very pretty veil, cream lace with embroidered zigzags. I took a taxi to the doctor's. Dr. Collins, it was 170 Fairlawn Street, Lambeth. I found him at home, a horrid, snuffy old man with shabby clothes, a dingy, grimy affice as untidy as himself. He seemed disappointed at my story. It wasn't his line, he said, and he didn't want to get into trouble. On the other hand, he was frightened of me because of what I knew about Billy. He promised to do what he could, but under the new law he couldn't do more than prescribe 10 doses of 1/8 of a grain apiece, 4 or 5 sniffs, the whole thing. And he wouldn't dare to repeat it in less than a week. However, it was better than nothing. He told me where to get it made up. I found a cloakroom where I could put the packets into one and started. The relief was immense. I went on dose after dose. Cocky could get his own. I should tell him I had drawn blanks. I felt I could eat again and had had some light food, a couple of whiskeys and sodas. I felt so good that I drove straight back to Greek Street and poured out a mournful tale of failure. It below the brute. 199 was delicious to deceive that brute after it had struck me. It was keen pleasure to see him in such pain, to imitate his symptoms with mind mimicry, to mock at his misery. He was angry all the same, but his blows gave me infinite pleasure. They were the symbols of my triumph. Here, you get out of this, he said one, and don't come back without it. I know where you can get it. Andrew McCall is the man's name. I know him to the bottom of his rotten soul. He gave me the address. It was a magnificent house near Sloane Square. He had married a rich old woman and lived on the fat of the land. I had met him once myself in society. He was a self-made Scot and thought evening dress de rigueur in paradise. Peter sent me off with a sly snigger. There was some insane idea at the back of his mind. Well, what did I care? Dr. McCall was a man of 50 or so, very well preserved and very well dressed, with a gardenia in his buttonhole. He recognized me at once and drew me by the hand into a comfortable armchair. He began to chatter about our previous meeting, about the Duchess of this and the Countess of that. I wasn't listening, I was watching. His tact told him that I wasn't interested. He stopped abruptly. Well, excuse me for running on like this, is about old times. The point what can do for you today, Miss Laleham, instantly saw my advantage, shook my head laughingly. Oh, no, said, it's not Miss Laleham. He begged my pardon profusely for the mistake. Can be possible, two such beautiful girls, so much alike, it's not as bad as that. No, smiled back, was Miss Laleham, but now I am Lady Pendragon. Dear, he said. Where can I have been? Quite out of the world, quite out of the world. Oh, I'm not quite such an important person as that. And I only married Sir Peter in July? Ah, that accounts for it, said the doctor. I've been away all the summer in the heather with the Marchioness of Egg. Quite out of the world, quite out of the world. Well, I'm sure you're very happy, my dear Lady Pendragon. He always mentioned a title with a noise like a child sucking a stick of barley sugar. I saw at once the way to appeal to him. Well, of course, you know, I said, in really smart circles one has to offer heroin and cocaine to people. It's only a passing fashion, of course, but while it's on, one's really out of it if one doesn't do the right thing. McCall got out of the chair at his desk and drew up a little tapestried stool close to mine. I see, he muttered confidentially, taking my hand and beginning to stroke it gently. But you know, it's very hard to get. It is for us poor outsiders, I lamented, but not for you. He rolled back my sleeve and moved his hand up and down inside of my forearm. I resented the familiarity acutely. The snobbishness of the man reminded me that he was the son of a small shopkeeper in a lowland village, a fact which I shouldn't have thought of for a second, but for his own unctuous insistence on debit. He got up and went to a little wall safe behind my back. I could hear him open and shut it. He returned and leaned over the back of my chair, stretching out his left arm so that I could see what was in his hand. It was a sealed 10-gram bottle labeled Heroine hydrochloride, with the quantity and the makers below the brute, 201 name. The sight of it drove me almost insane with desire. Within a yard of my face was the symbol of victory. Cocky, Basil, the law, my own physical pangs. They were all in my power from the moment my fingers closed over the bottle. I put out my hand, but the heroine had disappeared in the manner of a conjuring trick. McCall lent his weight on the back of my chair and tilted it slightly. His ugly, shrewd, false face was within a foot of mine. "Will you really let me have that?" I faltered. "Sir Peter's very rich. We can afford to pay the price, whatever it is." He gave a funny little laugh. I was nauseated by the stale whiskey in his breath. He understood immediately, let my chair back to its normal position, and went back to his desk. He sat there and watched me eagerly like a man stalking game. As if inadvertently, he took out the bottle and played with it aimlessly. In his smooth, varnished voice, he began to tell me what he called the romance of his life. The first time he saw me, he had fallen passionately in love with me. But he was a married man, and his sense of honor prevented his yielding to his passion. He had, of course, no love for his wife, who didn't understand him at all. He had married her out of pity, but for all that, he was bound by his sense of right feeling, and above all, by realizing that to give rein to his passion, God-given though it was, would mean social ruin for me, for the woman he loved. He went on to talk about affinities and soulmates and love at first sight. He reproached himself for having told me the truth, even now, but it had been too strong for him. The irony of fate, the tragic absurdity of social restrictions. At the same time, he would feel a certain secret pleasure if he knew that I, on my part, had had something of the same feeling for him. And all the time he went on playing with the heroine. Once or twice, he nearly dropped it in his nervous emotion. It made me jump to think of the danger to that precious powder, but there was clearly only one thing to be done to get it, to fall in with the old fellow's humor. I let my head fall on my breast and looked at him sideways out of the corners of my eyes. You can't expect a young girl to confess everything. She has felt, I whispered with a deep sigh, especially when she has had to kill it out of her heart. It does no good to talk of these things, I went on. I ought really not to have come, but how could I guess that you, a great doctor like you, had taken any notice of a silly kid like me? He to his feet excitedly. No, I said sadly, with a gesture which made him sit down again very uneasily. I should never have come. It was absolutely weakness on my part. The heroine was only my excuse. Oh, don't make me feel so ashamed. I simply must tell you the truth. The real motive was that I wanted to see you. Now let's talk about something else. Will you let me have that heroine, and how much will it cost? One doesn't charge one's friends for such slight services, he answered loftily. The only doubt in my mind is whether it's right for me to let you have it. He took it out again and read the label. He rolled the bottle between his palms. It's terribly dangerous stuff, he continued very seriously. I'm not at all sure if I should be justified in giving it to you. What absolute rubbish and waste of time, this social comedy. Everyone in London knew McCall's hobby for intrigues with ladies of title. He had invented the below, the brute, 203 silly story of love at first sight on the spur of the moment. It was just a gambit. And as for me, I loathed the sight of the man, and he knew it. And he knew, too, that I wanted that heroine desperately badly. The real nature of the transaction was as plain as a prison plum pudding. But I suppose it does amuse one in a sort of way to ape various affected attitudes. He knew that my modesty and confusion and blushes were put on, like so much paint, on the checks of a Piccadilly streetwalker. It didn't even hurt his vanity to know that I thought him an offensive old ogre. He had the thing I wanted, I had the thing he wanted, and he didn't care if I drugged myself to death tomorrow, provided I had paid his price today. The callous cynicism on both sides had one good effect from the moral point of view. It prevented me wasting my time in trying to cheat him. He went on with his gambit. He explained that my marriage made a great difference. With reasonable caution, for which we had every facility, there was not the slightest risk of scandal. Only one thing stuck in my conscience, and fought the corrosive attack of the heroine. After King Lammas had gone this morning, Peter and I had quarrelled bitterly. I had given up Basil. I had given up all idea of living a decent life. I had embraced the monster in whose arms I was struggling, gone with my eyes wide open into his dungeon, devoted myself to drugs. And why? I was Sir Peter's wife. The loss of my virtue, independence, self-respect were demanded by my loyalty to him, and already that loyalty demanded disloyalty of another kind. It was a filthy paradox. Peter had sent me to McCall with perfect foresight. I knew well enough what he expected of me, and I gloried in my infamy, partly for its own sake, but partly, unless I am lying to myself, because my degradation proved my devotion to him. I no longer heard what McCall was saying, but I saw that he had taken a little pocket knife and cut the string of the bottle. He had levered out the cork and dipped the knife into the powder. He measured out a dose with a queer, cunning, questioning smile in his eyes. My breath was coming quickly and shallowly. I gave a hurried little nod. I seemed to hear myself saying, "A little bit more?" At least he added to the heap. "A little mild stimulant is indicated," he said, with an imitation of his bedside manner. He was kneeling in front of my chair, and held up his hand like a priest making an offering to his goddess. The next thing I remember is that I was walking feverishly, almost running, up Sloane Street. I had a feeling of being pursued. Was it true, that old Greek fable of the Furies? What had I done? What had I done? My fingers worked spasmodically on the little amber-tinted bottle of poison. I wanted to get away from everyone and everything. I didn't know where I was going. I hated Peter from the depths of my soul. I would have given anything in the world, except the heroin, to be able never to see him again. But he had the money. Why shouldn't we enjoy our abject ruin as we had enjoyed our romance? Why not wallow in the moist, warm mire? Chapter 16, Book 2, Inferno Chapter 5, Towards Madness. I found I was attracting attention in the street by my nervous behavior. I shuddered at the sight of a policeman. Suppose I were arrested, and they took it away from me. And then I remembered how silly I was. Maisie Jacobs had a flat in Park Mansions. I knew she would stand for anything and keep her mouth shut. She was in, thank goodness. I don't know what tale I told her. I don't know why I was stupid enough to trouble my head to invent one. She's a real good sport, Maisie, and doesn't care what you do as long as you don't interfere with her. She had some white silk, and we sewed up the HB in little packets and stitched them in the fiances of my dress. I kept about half and put it in an old envelope she had. That was to make my peace with Peter, but I needed 2 or 3 good goes on the spot. I had a fit of hysterical crying and trembling. I must have fainted for a bit. I found myself on the sofa with Maisie kneeling by me and holding a glass of champagne to my lips. She didn't ask any questions. It wasn't her business if my story was all lies. I felt a bit better after a while. She began to talk about King Lamus. She had fallen for him the first time she met him about a year ago and had become an enthusiastic pupil. She could do what she liked. She was free. Plenty of money of her own, no one to interfere. In a way, I hated her for her independence. It was really envy of her freedom. I felt that Basil was the only man that mattered, and I had missed my chance with him through not being worthy. I had ended by losing him altogether, and the irony of it was terrible, for I had lost him through loyalty to Peter at the very moment when I thoroughly loathed and despised him. Yet I knew that Basil would admire and love me for that very loyalty itself. It was the first thing that I had ever had to show him. My only asset had made me bankrupt forever. Maisie had been talking quietly while I was thinking these things. I slid out of my concentration to hear her voice once more. She was in the middle of an explanation of her relations with Basil. He claims to be utterly selfish, vibrated her tense tones because he includes every individual in his idea of himself. He can't feel free as long as there are slaves about. Of course, there are some people whose nature it is to be slaves. They must be left to serve. But there are lots of us who are kings and don't know it, who suffer from the delusion that they are bow to public opinion, all sorts of alien domination. He spends his life fighting to emancipate people in this false subjection because they are parts of himself. He has no ideas about morality. His sense of honor even means nothing to him as such. It is simply that he happened to be born a gentleman. If I were a dog, he said to me once, I should bark. If I were an owl, I should hoot. There's nothing in either which is good or bad in itself. The only question is what the EY's natural gesture. He thinks his mission in the it world to establish this law of the lemma. She saw my puzzled look. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, she quoted merrily. You must have heard those words before, admitted it. We laughed together over our friend's eccentricity. He says that to everyone he meets, she explained, towards Madness 207, not only to influence them, but to remind himself of his mission and prevent himself wasting his time on anything else. He's not a fanatic. And in the year that I have known him, I've certainly got on more with my music than I ever did in any 5 years before. He proved to me, or rather showed me how to prove to my own satisfaction, that my true will was to be a singer. We began by going through all the facts of my life from my race and parentage to my personal qualities, such as my ear and my voice being physiologically superior to that of the average musician, and my circumstances enabling me to devote myself entirely to training myself to develop my powers to the best advantage. Even things like my guardian being a great composer. He won't admit that was an accident. He claims that the coincidence of so many circumstances affords evidence of design, and as so many of these are beyond the control of any human intelligence, it leads one to suppose that there is some individual at work, somewhere beyond our limitations of sense, who has made me a singer instead of a milliner. Oh, yes, Maisie, I interrupted. But that's the old argument that the design of the universe proves the existence of God, and people have stopped believing in God chiefly, because the design was shown to be incompatible with a consistent character. Oh, certainly, she admitted without a qualm. The evidence goes to show that there are many different gods, each with his own aim and his own method. Whether their conflicting ambitions can be reconciled, as seems necessary from a philosophical point of view, is practically beyond the scope of our present means of research. Basil implored me not to bother my head about any such theories. He simply laughed in my face and called me his favorite nightingale. Thou wast not born for death, immortal bird, he chuckled, but neither wast thou born to take a course of Neoplatonism. His whole point is that one mustn't leave the rails. If I had convinced myself that I was a singer, would I kindly refrain from meddling with other affairs? I know, I put in, as the captain said when the first officer. What I want from you, Mr. Mate, is silence. And precious damned little of that. Again, we found ourselves laughing together. It was really very extraordinary the way in which talking to Basil or his pupils exhilarated the mind. I began to see why he was so distrusted and disliked. People always pretend to want to be lifted out of themselves, but in reality they're terribly afraid of anything happening to them. And Basil always strikes at the root of one's spiritual oak. He wants one to be oneself, and the price of that is to abandon the false ideas that one has of oneself. People like the sham teachers that soothe them with narcotic platitudes. They dread having to face reality in any form. That is the real reason for persecuting prophets. Of course, I was full of H, but Maisie had made me forget all about it for a moment. Who's that thin girl that's always there? I asked her. It was an automatic spurt of jealousy. Oh, Lala, said Maisie. She's rather a dear. She's a queer girl, one of the queerest ever. Swiss or something, I fancy. He's trained her for the last 3 years. He met her, I don't know how, and asked her to pose for him. She told me once how startled she was at the reason he gave. Did you write that psalm? He asked her. I can tell all my bones, they look and stare upon me. You know the girl hasn't got an ounce of flesh on her body. She's perfectly healthy. She's just a freak of nature. And while he sketched her, he asked her to suggest a title for the picture. Paint me as a dead soul, she answered. He caught up the phrase with fiery enthusiasm and began to work on an enormous screen, a triptych with the strangest beasts and birds and faces, all arranged to lead up to her as the central figure. She is standing naked with a disproportionately large head, grinning detestably. The body is almost a skeleton, covered with greenish skin. It made a perfectly grisly sensation. I wonder you haven't seen it. As a matter of fact, I had seen a photograph of it in some newspaper, and now I remembered that Bill Waldorf had pointed her out roaring with laughter as the Queen of the Dead Soul. Basil had said that London was full of dead souls. It's nothing to do with that story of Gogol's, said Maisie. Basil thinks, and it's only too ghastly true, that most of the people we see walking about and eating and drinking and dancing are really dead in trespasses and sins, as my old uncle used to say, in the sin of not knowing themselves to be stars, true and living gods most high. I sighed with sadness. I, too, was a dead soul, and I'd given up the Lord of Resurrection that morning out of loyalty to another dead soul, and the same afternoon, Fockel, what a charnel house life is! How chill and damp and poisonous is the air! How the walls sweat the agony of the damned. And look at Lala now, Maisie went on. He had to put her through the most frightful ordeals, for she was very dead indeed. But she got to the other end of the tunnel, all right. She's a great soul, if ever there was one in the world, and he has raised her mortal into immortality. Her corruptibility has put on incorruption. And she radiates light and life and love, leaping through the years in utter liberty. But what does she do now? I asked with a dull pain at my heart. Why, her true will, of course. Came back the flaming answer. She knows that she came to this planet to bear witness to the law of the lemma in her own person, and to help her Titan in his task. Maisie was really stupefied. Everyone knows that she was in love with Basil from the first, and is, and always will be. How was it that she could speak of another woman who loved him without jealousy, and as things were, without envy? It was true, perhaps, after all, that he had some huge hypnotic power, and held them helpless, filed away like so many letters. But Maisie was bubbling over with energy and joy. It was absurd to think of her as vampires, as a victim. I asked her about it point blank. My dear Lou, she laughed, don't be too utterly gaga. My will is to sing, and Lala's is to help him in his work. Why should we clash? Why should there be any ill feeling? She's helping me by helping him to help me, and I'm helping her by showing that his law has helped me and can help others. We're the best friends in the world, I and Lala. How could anything else be possible? Well, of course, she was herself doing a notoriously impossible feat. The point of view of Basil and his crowd is simply upside down to all ordinary people. At the same time, one can't deny that the result is amazingly invigorating to contemplate. I could quite understand his idea of developing mankind into what is practically a new species with new faculties, and the old fears, superstitions, and follies discarded forever. Maisie had given him and herself up, and yet she possessed both herself and him. I had clung to him and to myself, and I had lost both. Lost forever. I got up to go home, and before I reached the street, I realized with desolate disgust and despair the degree of my degradation, of my damnation, and I hugged desperately my hideous perverse pride in my own frightful fate, and rejoiced as the horrible hunger for heroin made itself known once more, gnawing at my entrails. I licked my lips at the thought that I was on my way to the man whom my love had done so much to destroy, and myself with him. To begin with, no more of this diary. Why should towards Magnus 211 I put myself out for King Lammas? Every step he treads is smeared with blood, as Gretel once said. Yes, in some infernal way, he had made me one of his victims. All right, you shall get enough magical diary to let you know that I'm out of your clutches. I'll put down just those things which will tell you how I hate you, how I have outwitted you, and you shall read them when my dead soul has got a dead body to match it. September 14. I expected Peter would be in, impatient to know if I'd wangled McCall. Instead, he turned up after 12 full of champagne and snow. My aunt, what a lucky day. He was boiling with passion, grabbed me like a hawk. Well, old girl, he shouted, what luck with McCall? I produced my package. Hurrah! All our troubles are over. We opened our last 3 half bottles of fizz to celebrate the occasion, and he gave me some Coke, and I thought I didn't like it. It's the finest stuff there is. A sniff to the right and a sniff to the left and a big heap right on my tongue. And that wasn't all. I tell you what's been wrong, he said in the morning. Who the hell could expect to be right in a place like this? I've got right onto the ropes. We need never run short anymore. We'll go down to Barley Grange and have another honeymoon. You're my honeysuckle, and I'm your bee. He went and flung open the door and shouted for the woman to pack our things while we went out to breakfast and have the bill ready. What infernal fools we are, he cried as we went sailing down the street to the Wisteria, where you can get real French coffee and real English bacon. We looked at ourselves in the long mirror. We 212, the diaphy of a drug fiend, could see how ill we had been. But all that was gone. Decision and self-confidence had come back, and love had come back with them. I could feel love mingling its turbulent torrent with my blood like the junction of the Rhone and the Arve in Geneva. We walked into a shop and bought a car on the spot, and took it away then and there. There was one at the Grange, but we wanted a racer. We drove back to Greek Street in a flood of delight. It was a bright, fresh autumn morning. Everything had recovered its tone. Winter could never come. There was no night, except as a background for the moon and the stars, and to furnish the scenery of our heavenly hell. September I-7, the Grange is certainly the finest house in the world. There is only one drawback. We didn't want call it. County society is all right in its way, but tigers don't hunt in packs, especially on the honeymoon, so we had to send the word around that the precarious state of my health made it impossible for us to receive. Rather an obvious lie, motoring the way we were. The plane had come back from Deal, but we didn't do any flying. Cocky gave various reasons, but they were unconvincing. We roared with laughter at their absurdity. The truth was that he was nervous. It didn't make us ashamed. After what he had done, he could rest on his oars. It was only temporary, of course. We'd made ourselves rottly ill in that Gaga place in Greek Street. We couldn't expect to get back to the top of our form in a week. Besides, we didn't want that kind of excitement. We had enough in other ways. We found we could see things. That ass Basil was always talking about the danger of magic, and precaution, and scientific methods, and all that bunk. We were seeing more toward madness, 213 spirits and demons every day than he ever saw in 10 years. They are nothing to be afraid of. I should like to see the old boy himself. I'd September 18. We found a book in the library one rainy afternoon. It told us how to make the devil appear. Cocky's grandfather was great on that stuff. There's a room in the North Tower where he did his stunts. We went up after dinner. Everything had been left more or less the way it was. Uncle Mortimer never troubled to alter anything. There is a legend about this room, too. For one thing, Grandfather was a friend of Bulwer Lytton's. We found a first edition of A Strange Story with an inscription. Lytton had taken him for the model of Sir Philip Derval, the white magician who gets murdered. Litzeron said so in this copy. It was all very weird and exciting. The room was full of the strangest objects. There was a table painted with mysterious designs and characters, and a huge cross-hilted sword, 2 silver crescents separated by 2 copper spheres, and a third for the pommel. The blade was 2-edged, engraved with Arabic or something. Cocky began to swing it about. We thought flashes of light came from the point, and there was a buzzing, crackling sound. "Take this," said Cocky. "There's something devilish rum about it." I took it out of his hand. Of course, it was only my fancy, but it seemed to weigh nothing at all, and it gave a most curious thrill in one's hand and arm. Then there was a golden cup with rubies round the brim, and always more inscriptions. And there was a little wand of ebony with a twisted flame at the top. 3 tongues, gold, silver, and some metal we'd never seen before. And there were rows and rows of old books, mostly Latin, Greek, and Hebrew. There was a big alabaster statue of Ganesha, the elephant god. "This is the place," said I, "to get hold of the devil." "That's all right," said Cocky. "But what about a little she-devil for me?" "Oh," I said, "if I'm not satisfactory, you better give me a week's salary in lieu of notice." We laughed like mad. Something in the room made our heads swim. We began kissing and wrestling. It's all very well to laugh at magic, but after all, certain ideas do belong to certain things. And you can get an idea going if you're reminded of it by a place like this. Lady Pendragon's diary is interrupted by a note written on some later occasion in the handwriting of Mr. Basil King Lannis. And Lou means all right, bless her. She makes me think of Anatole France, La Rôtisserie de la Reine Pédoc. Old Coignard has been warned by the Rosicrucian not to pronounce the word agla. And the moment he does so, a wheel comes of his carriage, with the result that he gets murdered by Moses. Then again, all the Rosicrucian's predictions come true, and he himself goes up in a flame like the salamander he has been invoking. He looks upon his own death as the crown of his career, the climax towards which he has been working. Anatole France is, in fact, compelled to write as the Rosicrucian theories were correct, although his conscious self is busily exposing the absurdity of magic. It looks as the artist's true self were convinced of the actuality of magic and insisted on expressing itself despite every effort of the skeptical intellect to turn the whole thing into ridicule. There are numerous other examples in literature of the same conflict between the genius and the mind, which is its imperfect medium. For instance, at the other end of the scale, Mr. W.S. Moham in The Magician does his malignant utmost to make the villain objectionable in every way, an object of contempt and a failure. Yet in the very moment when his enemies succeed in murdering him and destroying his life's work, they are obliged to admit that he has accomplished the great work of creating living beings Every man and every woman is a star. I don't like that room. I said nothing about it to Peter, but the old man was there walking about as large as life. You have to be specially prepared to see these things. Cocky was never spiritually minded. September 18, an alarm of burglars last night. We roused the house, but no traces could be found. The servants here are frightfully stupid. They irritate me all the time. One can't sleep in this house. It's too old. The wood cracks all the time. Just as one is on the verge of sleep, some noise makes one more wide awake than ever. I can't bear the idea of being touched. My skin is very sensitive. It's part of the spiritualizing of that life, I suppose. I'm glad, though, that the new honeymoon didn't last more than 3 or 4 days. It is irritating to one's vanity. But that is merely a memory. How can vanity coexist with the spiritual life? I saw the spirit of heroin today when went up to the magic room. It is tremendously tall and thin, with it tattered rags fluttering round, and these turn into it. Little birds that fly off that come and burrow in one's skin. Just feel the prick of the beak, and then it appears. They were messengers from the other world. There are little nest of them in my liver. It is it curious to hear them chirping when they want food. Don't know what they'll do so far away from their mother. It's horrible not being able to sleep. That, too, must be preparation for the new life. I wandered up all alone to the magic room and sat with my hands on the table opposite the old man, trying to get him to talk. His lips move, but can't hear what he says. Was disturbed, of course. Always am being disturbed, and I'm so tired. Why won't they let me alone? This time was shot. The magic room has windows all around it. Went to see who could have fired. It was very bright moonlight, but could see nothing. Then there came another flash and report. Went round to the side, came from and watched. It was it by the lake. Watched long time. Then a crouching figure hidden among the reeds sprang up, put a gun to its shoulder, and fired twice in rapid succession. Then screamed and ran to the house, throwing away its gun. Wonder what could be. It's September 20th, found manuscript in grandfather's room A that tells you how to invoke the devil. It needs 2 people, and don't feel sure about Peter. He can't see into the spiritual world at all. On the contrary, he getting a little queer in the head and imagines he sees things which don't exist at all. He's constantly scratching himself. He behaved very strangely at dinner. Think the butler noticed it. At midnight, we went up to the old man's room and began to go through the ritual. A lot of it seems silly, but the climax is fine. You keep on saying over and over, I-O pan pan, E-O pan pan, E-O pan, E-O pan. I-O pan 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 pan, Agipan, 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 pan. You go on till something comes. We used 2 black robes that we found hanging up there. They were lovely silk robes with hoods. You take candles in both hands and dance while you make the incantations. We got frightfully excited. It was as if a strange force had got hold of us. It seemed to lead us all around the house and then into the grounds. We were shouting at the top of our voices. Once or twice we saw a servant putting out a nose through a chink of a door. It would always be shut with a little squeal, and we could hear keys turning and bolts being pushed. We wanted to roar with laughter, but we had to keep on with the invocation. The book said you mustn't stop it while you were outside the magic room, or the devil could get you. The strange thing is that I don't remember at all what happened. Did the devil come or not? I don't even remember getting back to the magic room. I must have gone to sleep, for I've woken up frightfully hungry. Cocky's awake too. He's kneeling at the window with a shotgun. He aimed it 2 or 3 times, but didn't fire. He came back to me after putting the gun in a cummer. He said, "It's no good, they're too spry. The only chance to get them is at night." He was hungry too. We rang for some food. Nobody answered the bell. We rang again and again. Then Peter got angry and went to see what was wrong. There isn't a soul in the place. It's perfectly incomprehensible. What could have happened to them all? Peter says it's the Germans. Part of a plot to persecute him for what he did in the war. But I don't think so at all. It says in a book that you have to get rid of everyone if you're going to start the spiritual life. I expect my spiritual guide put it into their minds to go, but I'm very doubtful about Cocky. He's not ready for any high development. Men are always revoltingly gross. Think how they are even about love. I must say this for Cocky. He's all right about that. The very flower of purity, a perfect knight. Yet we went through a period of a very evil character. No doubt we had to be purged of all our baser elements. There is a great sympathy between us at times, and it is not soiled by any animality. The only thing is I'm not sure whether it hasn't been too great a strain for his mind, the process of purification. He certainly has some very queer ideas. Sometimes I catch him looking at me with some deep suspicion in his eyes. His mind is harping on the Germans. He broke out just now into a denunciation of Gretel Webster as a German spy, and rambled on from that to say something that I couldn't properly understand. But the gist of it was apparently that, as Gretel had introduced us more or less, I was being used to doing some harm. Of course, ideas like this come to one when one's hungry, and all this sprang up owing to the mysterious disappearance of the servants. There was nothing for it but for Peter to go to the inn and have food sent in. But I had the devil's own job to get him to do it, his character life decision. I made him take 2 or 3 sniffs of snow. That put him right, and now he's gone off to the inn. I'm very glad to be alone. I always felt those servants were spying. The house is delightfully quiet. As I write, there are 2 beautiful people looking over my shoulder. They have been sent to watch over me and guide me, and prepare me for the great destiny which is in store for me. Here comes Peter with the waiter and a tray. I must hide this book. The secrets of the spiritual life must be kept from the profane. It's all right. Peter is my soulmate after all. We couldn't eat much. It's only natural. All base appetites have to be killed out before one is ready to go on. Peter ate very little himself, and then he said, I know why we couldn't get the devil to come the other night. It was having those servants about. I remember now that grandfather only had 2 in the house, and he used to send them away when he had anything big on. Let's see what we can do tonight. That was delightful, that was his old self. We thought it would be a good plan to coke up pretty hard before starting.